Cantos 1, 2, and 3 are Book 3 of the Ramayana of Valmiki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by om123. Book 3 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D.H. Griffith. Canto 1. The Hermitage. When Rama, valiant hero, stood in the vast shade of Dandagood, his eyes on every side he bent, and saw a hermit settlement, where coats of bark were hung around, and holy grass bestrewed the ground. Bright with Brahmanic lustre glowed that circle where the saints abode, like the hot sun in heaven it shone, too dazzling to be looked upon. Wild creatures found a refuge where the court, well swept, was bright and fair, and countless birds and roe deer made their dwelling in the friendly shade. Beneath the boughs of well-loved trees oft danced the gay Apsaris. Around was many an ample shade wherein the holy fire was fed. With sacred grass and skins of deer, ladles and sacrificial gear, and roots and fruit and wood to burn, and many a brimming water urn. Tall trees their hallowed branches spread, laden with pleasant fruit overhead, and gifts which holy laws require, and solemn offerings bound with fire. And Veda chants on every side, that home of hermits sanctified. There many a flower its odour shed, and lotus blooms the lake overspread. There, clad in coats of bark and hide, their food by roots and fruits supplied, dwelt many an old and reverend sire, bright as the sun or lord of fire, all with each worldly sense subdued, a pure and saintly multitude. The Veda chants, the saints who trod the sacred ground and mused on God, made the delightful grove appear like Brahma's own most glorious fair. As Raghu's splendid son surveyed that hermit home and tranquil shade, he loosed his mighty bowstring, then drew nearer to the holy man. With keen celestial sight endued, those mighty saints the chieftain viewed. With joy to meet the prince they came, and gentle Sita, dear to fame. They looked on virtuous Rama, fair as Soma in the evening air, and Lakshman by his brother's side, and Sita long in duty tried. And with glad blessings every sage received him in the hermitage. Then Rama's form and stature tall entranced the wondering eyes of all, his youthful grace, his strength of limb, and garb that nobly sat on him. To Lakshman too their looks they raised, and upon Sita's beauty gazed, with eyes that closed not lest their sight should miss the vision of delight. Then the pure hermits of the wood, rejoicing in all creatures good, their guest, the glorious Rama, led within a cot with leaves overhead. With highest honour all the best of radiant saints received their guest, with kind observance as his meet, and gave him water for his feet. The highest pitch of rapture wrought, their stores of roots and fruit they brought. They poured their blessings on his head, and all we have is thine, they said. Then, reverent, hand to hand applied, each duty-loving hermit cried, the king is our protector, pride, in fame, maintainer of the right. He bears the awful sword and hence deserves an elder's reverence. 1/4 of Indra's essence he preserves his realm from danger free. Hence honoured by the world of right, the king enjoys each joy's delight. Thou shouldst to us protection give, for in thy realm, dear Lord, we live. Whether in town or wood thou be, thou art our king, thy people we. Our worldly aims are laid aside, our hearts are tamed and purified. To thee, our guardian, we who earn our only wealth by penance turn. Then the pure dwellers in the shade to Raghu's son due honour paid, and Lakshman, bringing store of roots, and many a flower and woodland fruits, and others strove the prince to please with all attentive courtesies. Canto 2. Virata. Thus entertained he passed the night. Then, with the morning's early light, to all the hermits bade adieu, and sought his onward way anew. He pierced the mighty forest where roamed many a deer and pard and bear. Its ruined poles he scarce could see for creeper rent and prostrate tree, where shrill cicadas' cries were heard, and plaintive notes of many a bird. Deep in the thickets of the wood, with Lakshman and his pals he stood. There in the horrid shade he saw a giant passing nature's law. Vast as some mountain peak in size, with mighty voice and sunken eyes, huge, hideous, tall, with monstrous face, most ghastly of his giant race. A tiger's hide the Rakshas wore, still reeking with the fat and gore. His face it like him who rules the dead, all living things he struck with dread. 3 lions, tigers 4, 10 deer, he carried on his iron spear, 2 wolves, an elephant's head beside, with mighty tusks which blood drops dyed. When on the tree his fierce eye fell, he charged them with a roar and yell, as furious as the grisly king, when stricken wolves are perishing. Then with a mighty roar that shook the earth beneath their feet, he took the trembling Sita to his side. We drew a little space and cried, "Ah, short-lived wretches, ye who dare, in hermit dress with maided hair, armed each with arrows, sword, and bow, through Dandak's pathless wood to go. How with one dame I bid you tell, can you among ascetics dwell? Who are ye seers who despise the right in holy man's disguise? The great Virata, day by day, through this deep tangled wood I stray, and ever, armed with trusty steel, I siege a saint to make my meal. This woman, young and fair of frame, shall be the conquering giant's dame. Your blood, ye things of evil life, my lips shall quaff in battle strife." He spoke, and Janak's hapless child, scared by his speech so fierce and wild, trembled for terror as a frail young plantain shivers in the gale. When Rama saw Virata clasp fair Sita in his mighty grasp, thus with pale lips that terror dried, the hero to his brother cried, "Oh, see Virata's arm enfold my darling in its cast hold, the child of Janak, best of kings, my spouse, whose soul to virtue clings. Sweet princess, with pure glory bright, nursed in the lap of soft delight. Now falls the blow Kaikeyi meant, successful in her dark intent. This day her cruel soul will be triumphant over thee and me. Though Bharat on the throne is set, her greedy eyes look farther yet. Me from my home she dared expel, me whom all creatures loved so well. This fatal day at length, I ween, brings triumph to the younger queen. I see with bitterest grief and shame another touch the mortal dame. Not loss of sire and royal power so grips me as this mournful hour." Thus in his anguish cried the chief, then drowned in tears, overwhelmed by grief. Thus Lakshman in his anger spake, quick panting, like a spellbound snake. "Canst thou, my brother, in wrath peer, when I, thy minister, am near, thus grieve like some forsaken thing, thou, every creature's lord and king? My vengeful shaft the fiend shall slay, and art shall drink his blood today. The fury which my soul at first upon our serving Bharat nursed, On this Virata will I wreak, as Indra splits the mountain peak. Winged by this arm's impetuous might, my shaft with deadly force the monster in the chest shall smite, and fell his shattered corse. Canto 3. Virata attacked. Virata, with a fearful shout that echoed through the wood, cried out, "What man are ye, I bid you say, and whither would ye bend your way?" To him, whose mouth shot fiery flame, the hero told his race and name. "Two warriors nobly bred are we, and through this wood we wander free. But who art thou, how born and styled, who roamest here in Dundalk's wild?" To Rama, bravest of the brave, his answer thus Virata gave: "Hear, Raghu's son, and mark me well, and I my name and race will tell. Of Satarada born I spring, from Java as my sire, O king. Me of this lofty lineage all, giants on earth Virata call. The rights austere I long maintained, from Brahma's grace the boon have gained, to bear a charmed frame which never weapon or shaft may pierce or tear. Go as ye came, untouched by fear, and leave me with this omen here. Go, swiftly from my presence fly, or by this hand ye both shall die." Then Rama, with his fierce eyes red with fury, to the giant said, "Woe to thee, sinner, fond and weak, who madly thus thy death will seek. Stand, for it waits thee in the fray, with life thou never shalt flee away." He spoke, and raised a cord whereon a pointed arrow flashed and shone. Then, wild with anger, from his bow he launched a weapon on the foe. 7 times the fatal cord he drew, and forth 7 rapid arrows flew, shafts winged with gold that left the wind, and even Suparna's self behind. Full on the giant's breast they smote, and purpled like the peacock's throat, passed through his mighty bulk and came to earth again like flakes of flame. The fiend the metal daemon clasped, in his fierce hand his spear he grasped, and, wild with race, pierced through and through, at Rama and his brother flew. So loud the roar which chilled with fear, so massy was the monster's spear, he seemed like Indra's flagstaff dread, as the dark god who rules the dead. On hews Virata fierce as he, whose mights and walls have ceased to be, the princely brothers poured amain their fiery flood of airy rain. Unmoved he stood, and opening wide his dire mouth laughed unterrified, and ever as the monster gaped, those arrows from his jaws escaped. Preserving still his life unharmed, by Brahma's saving promise charmed, his mighty spear aloft in air he raised and rushed upon the pair. From Rama's bow 2 arrows flew, and cleft that massive spear in two, dire as the flaming levin sent from out the cloudy firmament. Cut by the shafts he guided well, to earth the giant's weapon fell, as when from Meru's summit riven by fiery bolts a rock is driven. Then swift his sword its warrior drew, like a dread serpent black of hue, and gathering fury for the blow, rushed fiercely on the giant foe. Around its prince an arm he cast, and held the dauntless heroes fast. Then through his gashes gaped and bled, bearing the twain he turned and fled. Then Rama saw the giant's plan, and to his brother thus began: "O Lakshman, let Virata steal, harry us onward as he will, for look, Sumitra's son, he goes along the path we freely chose." He spoke, the rover of the night upraised him with terrific might, till to his lofty shoulders swung, like children to his neck they clung. Then sending far his fearful roar, the princess to the wood he bore. A wood like some vast cloud to view, where birds of every plumage flew, and mighty trees overarching trew, dark shadows on the ground, where snakes and sylvan creatures made their dwelling, and the jackals strayed through tangled brakes around. End of Cantos 1, 2, and 3. Cantos 4, 5, and 6 are Book 3 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 4. Virada's Death. But Sita viewed with wild affright the heroes hurried from her side. She tossed her shapely arms on high, and shrieked aloud her bitter cry. Ah, the dread giant bears away the princely Rama as his prey, truthful and pure, and good and great, and Lakshman shares his brother's fate. The brindled tiger and the bear my mangled limbs for food will tear. Take me, O best of giants, me, and leave the sons of Raghu free. Then by avenging furies parred, her mournful cry the heroes heard, and hastened, for the lady's sake, the wicked monster's life to take. Then Lakshman with resistless stroke the foe's left arm that held him broke, and Rama too, as swift to smite, smashed with his heavy hand the right. With broken arms and tortured frame, to earth the fainting giant came, like a huge cloud or mighty rock, rent, sundered by the levin shark. Then rushed they on, and crushed and beat their foe with arms and fists and feet, and nerved each mighty limb to pound, and bray him on the level ground. Keen arrows and each biting blade wide rents impressed inside had made, but crushed and torn and mangled still the monster lived they could not kill. When Rama saw no arms might slay the fiend who like a mountain lay, the glorious hero swift to save in danger thus his counsel gave. O Prince of Men, his charmed life no arms may take in battle strife. Now dig we in this grove a pit, his elephantine bulk to feed, and let the hollowed earth enfold the monster of gigantic mould. This said, the son of Raghu pressed his foot upon the giant's breast. With joy the prostrate monster heard victorious Rama's welcome word. And straight Kakutsta's son, the best of man, in words like these addressed: I yield, O chieftain overthrown by might that vies with Indra's own. Till now my folly blinded eyes thee, hero, failed to recognize. Happy Kaushalya, blessed to be the mother of a son like thee. I know thee well, O chieftain, now. Rama, the prince of man, art thou. There stands the high-born Maithil dame, dear Lakshman, lord of mighty fame. My name was Dambadu, for song, renowned among the minstrel throng. Cast by Kuvera's stern decree, I wear the hideous shape you see. But when I sued his grace to crave, the glorious God this answer gave: When Rama, Dasarath's son, destroys thee and the fight is won, thy proper shape once more assume, and heaven again shall give thee room. When thus the angry God replied, no prayers could turn his wrath aside, and thus on me his fury fell, for loving Rama's charms too well. Now through thy favour am I freed from the stern fate the God decreed, and saved, O tamer of the foe, by thee to heaven again shall go. A league, O Prince, beyond this part, stands holy Sarvanga's court. The very sun is not more bright than that most glorious anchorite. To him, O Rama, quickly turn, and blessings from the hermit earn. First on the earth my body throw, then on thy way rejoicing go. Such is the law ordained of old, for giants when the days are told. Their bodies laid in earth they rise, to homes eternal in the skies. Thus by the rankling dart oppressed, Kakutsta's offspring he addressed. In earth his mighty body lay, his spirit fled to heaven away. Thus spake Virata ere he died, and Rama to his brother cried, Now dig we in this grove a pit, his elephantine bulk to feed, and let the hollowed earth enfold this mighty giant fierce and bold. This said, the valiant hero put upon the giant's neck his foot. His spade obedient Lakshman plied, and dug a pit both deep and wide by lofty soul Virata's side. Then Raghu's son his foot drew, and down the mighty form they drew. One awful shout of joy he gave, and sank into the open grave. The heroes, to their purpose true, in fight the cruel demon slew, and radiant with delight, deep in the hollowed earth they cast the monster roaring to the last in their resistless might. Thus when they saw the warrior steel no life-destroying blow might deal, the pair, for law renowned, deep in the pit their hands had made, the unresisting giant laid, and killed him 'neath the ground. Upon himself the monster brought, from Rama's hand the death he sought, with strong desire to gain. And thus the rover of the night told Rama, as they strove in fight, that swords might rend and arrows smite upon his breast in vain. Thus Rama, when his speech he heard, the giant's mighty form interred, with mortal arms defied. With thundering crush the giant fell, and rock and cave and forest still with echoing roar replied. The princess, when the task was done, and freedom from the peril won, rejoiced to see him die. Then in the boundless wood they strayed, like the great sun and moon displayed, triumphant in the sky. Canto 5. Sarvanga. Then Rama, having slain in fight Virata of terrific might, with gentle words his spouse consoled, and clasped her in his loving hold. Then to his brother nobly brave the valiant prince his counsel gave. Wild are these woods around us spread, and hard and rough the ground to tread. We, O my brother, never have viewed so dark and drear a solitude. To Sarvanga let us haste, whom wealth of holy walks has graced. Thus Rama spoke, and took the road to Sarvanga's pure abode. But near that saint whose lust survived, with gods by penance purified, with startled eyes the prince beheld a wondrous sight unparalleled. In splendor like the fire and sun, he saw a great and glorious one. Upon a noble car he rode, and many a god behind him glowed. And art beneath his feet unpressed, the monarch of the skies confessed. Ablaze with gems no dust might dim the bright attire that covered him. Arrayed like him on every side, high saints their master glorified. Near, borne in air, appeared in view his car with tawny coursers drew. Like silver cloud, the moon or sun, ere yet the day is well begun. Wreathed with gay garlands over his head, a pure white canopy was spread, and lovely nymphs stood nigh to hold fair charities with their sticks of gold, which, waving in each gentle hand, the forehead of their monarch fanned. God, saint, and bard, a radiant ring, sang glory to their heavenly King. Forth into joyful lauds they burst, as Indra with the sage conversed. Then Rama, when his wondering eyes beheld the monarch of the skies, to Lakshman quickly called and showed the car wherein Lord Indra rode. See, brother, see that airborne car, whose wondrous glory shines afar, wherefrom so bright a lustre streams, that like a falling sun it seems. These are the steeds whose fame we know, of heavenly race through heaven they go. These are the steeds who bear the yoke of Sakra, him whom all invoke. Behold these youths, a glorious band, toward every wind a hundred stand. A sword in each right hand is borne, and rings of gold their arms adorn. What might in every broad deep chest and club-like arm is manifest. Clothed in attire of crimson hue, they show like tigers fierce to view. Great chains of gold its water deck, gleaming like fire beneath his neck. The age of each fair youth appears, some 55 of human years. The ever-blooming prime which they, who live in heaven, retain for aye. Such mien these lordly beings wear, heroic youths most bright and fair. Now, brother, in this spot I pray, with the Videhan ladies stay, till I have certain knowledge who this being is, so bright to view. He spoke, and turning from the spot, sought Sarvanga's hermit court. But when the lord of Sachi saw the son of Raghu near him draw, he hastened of the sage to take his leave, and to his followers spake. See, Rama bends his steps this way, but ere he yet a word can say, come, fly to our celestial sphere. It is not meet he see me here. Soon victor and triumphant he, in fitter time shall look on me. Before him still a great emprise, a task too hard for others lies. Then with all marks of honor high, the Thunderer bade the sage goodbye, and in his car, which coursers drew, away to heaven the conqueror flew. Then Rama, Lakshman, and the dame to Sarvanga nearer came, who sat beside the holy flame. Before the ancient sage they bent, and clasped his feet most reverent. Then at his invitation found a seat beside him on the ground. Then Rama prayed the sage would deign Lord Indra's visit to explain, and thus at length the holy man in answer to his prayer began. This Lord of boons has sought me here, to waft me hence to Brahma's sphere, won by my penance long and stern, a home the lawless never can earn. But when I knew that thou wast nigh to Brahma's world, I could not fly, until these longing eyes were blessed with seeing thee, mine honoured guest. Since thou, O Prince, hast cheered my side, great-hearted lover of the right, to heavenly spheres will I repair, and bliss supreme that waits me there. For I have won, dear Prince, my way to those fair walls which never decay. Celestial seat of Brahma's reign, be thine with me those walls to gain. Then, master of all sacred law, spake Rama to the saint once more. I, even I, illustrious sage, will make those walls mine heritage. But now, I pray, some home assign within this holy grove of thine. Thus Rama, Indra's peer in might, addressed the aged anchorite, and he, with wisdom well endued, to Raghu's son his speech renewed. Sutikshna's woodland home is near, a glorious saint of life austere. True to the path of duty he, with highest bliss, will prosper thee. Against the stream thy course must be, of this fair brook Mandakini, whereon light rafts like blossoms glide, then to his cottage turn aside. There lies thy path, but ere thou go, look on me, dear one, till I throw aside this mould that guards me in, as casts the snake his withered skin. He spoke, the fire in order laid, with holy oil due offerings made, and Sarvanga, glorious sire, laid down his body in the fire. Then rose the flame above his head, on skin, blood, flesh, and bones it fed, till forth, transformed, with radiant hue, of tender youth he rose anew. Far shining in his bright attire, came Sarvanga from the pyre. Above the home of saints and those who feed the quenchless flame he rose. Beyond the seat of gods he passed, and Brahma's fair was gained at last. The noblest of the twice-born race, for holy works supreme in place, the mighty Father there beheld, guard round by hosts unparalleled. And Brahma, joying at the sight, welcomed the glorious anchorite. Canto 6. Rama's Promise. When he his heavenly home had found, the holy man who dwelt around to Rama flocked, whose martial fame shone glorious as the kindled flame. Vaikaneses, who loved the wild, pure hermits Balakilya styled, good Samprakshalas, saints who live on rays which moon and day star give. Those who with leaves their life sustain, and those who pound with stones their grain, and they who lie in pools, and those whose corn save teeth no winnow knows. Those who for beds the cold earth use, and those who every culture feels, and those condemned to ceaseless pains, whose single foot their weight sustains. And those who sleep 'neath open skies, whose foot the wave or air supplies, and hermits pure who spend their nights on ground prepared for sacred rites. Those who on hills their vigil hold, or dripping clothes around them fold. The devotees who live for prayer, or the 5 fires unflinching bear. On contemplation all intent, with light that heavenly knowledge lent, they came to Rama, saint and sage, in Sarvanga's hermitage. The hermit crowd around him pressed, and thus the virtuous chief addressed. The lordship of the earth is thine, O prince of all the Kshaku's line. Lord of the gods is Indra, so thou art our lord and guide below. Thy name, the glory of thy might, throughout the triple world are bright. Thy filial love so nobly shown, thy truth and virtue well are known. To thee, O Lord, for help we fly, and on thy love of right rely. With kindly patience hear us speak, and grant the boon we humbly seek. That Lord of art were most unjust, foul traitor to his solemn trust, who should a sixth of all require, nor guard his people like a sire. But he, who ever watchful strives to guard his subjects' wealth and lives, dear as himself or dearer still, his sons with honest heart and will. That King Raghu's son secures high fame that endless years endures. And he to Brahma's world shall rise, made glorious in the eternal skies. Whatever by duty won the meed of saints whom roots and berries feed, 1/4 thereof for tender care of subjects is the monarch's share. These, mostly of the Brahman race, who make the wood their dwelling place, although a friend indeed they view, fall friendless 'neath the giant crew. Come, Rama, come, and see hard by the holy hermit's corpses lie, where many a tangled pathway shows the murderous walk of cruel foes. These wicked fiends the hermits kill, who live on Chitrakota's hill, and blood of slaughtered saints has dyed Mandakini and Pampa's side. No longer can we bear to see the death of saint and devotee, whom through the forest day by day these Rakshasas unpitying slay. To thee, O Prince, we flee and crave, thy guardian help our lives to save. From these fierce rovers of the night, defend its stricken anchorite. Throughout the world it were vain to seek an arm like thine to aid the weak. O Prince, we pray thee hear our call, and from these fiends preserve us all. The son of Raghu heard the plaint of penance-loving sage and saint, and the good prince his speech renewed to all the hermit multitude. To me, O saints, ye need not sue, I wait the hests of all of you. I, by my own occasion led, this mighty forest needs must tread, and while I keep my sire's decree, your lives from threatening foes will free. I hither came of free accord, to lend the aid by you implored, and richest meed my toil shall pay, while here in forest shades I stay. I long in battle strive to close, and slay these fiends the hermit's foes, that saint and sage may learn aright my prowess and my brother's might. Thus to the saints his promise gave, that prince who still to virtue clave, with never wandering thought, and then with Lakshman by his side, with penance well to man to guide, Shatiksna's home he sought. End of Cantos 4, 5 and 6. Cantos 7 to 9 of Book 3 of the Ramayan of Valmiki. Translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 7. Sutikshna. So Raghu's son, his foeman's tread, with Sita and his brother sped, got round by many a twice-born sage, to good Sutikshna's hermitage. Through woods for many a league he passed, over rushing rivers full and fast, until a mountain fair and bright as lofty Meru rose in sight. Within its belt of varied wood, Ikshaku's sons and Sita stood, where trees of every foliage bore blossom and fruit in endless store. Their coats of bark like garlands strung before a lonely cottage hung, and there a hermit, dust besmeared, a lotus on his breast appeared. Then Rama, with obeisance due, addressed the sage as near he drew. My name is Rama, Lord, I seek thy presence, saint, with thee to speak. O sage, whose merits never decay, some word unto thy servant say. The sage, his eyes on Rama bent, of virtue's friends preeminent, then words like these he spoke and pressed the son of Raghu to his breast. Welcome to thee, illustrious youth, best champion of the rights of truth. By thine approach this holy ground a worthy lord this day has found. I could not quit this mortal frame till thou shouldst come, O dear to fame. To heavenly spheres I would not rise, expecting thee with eager eyes. I know that thou, unkinged, hadst made thy home in Chitrakota's shade. Even now, O Rama, Indra Lord, supreme by all the gods adored, King of the 100 offerings, said, when he my dwelling visited, that the good works that I have done, my choice of all the worlds have won. Accept this meed of holy vows, and with thy brother and thy spouse, roam through my favour in the sky, which saints celestial glorify. To that bright sage of Panon's town, the high-souled Rama spake in turn, as Vasava, who rules the skies, to Brahma's gracious speech replies. I of myself those worlds will win, O mighty hermit, pure from sin. But now, O saint, I pray thee tell, where I within this wood may dwell. For I, by Saravanga old, the son of Gautam, was told, that thou in every law art wise, and seest all with loving eyes. Thus to the saint, whose glories high filled all the world, he made reply. And thus again the holy man his pleasant speech with joy began. This calm retreat, O prince, is blessed with many a charm. Here take thy rest. Here roots and kindly fruits abound, and hermits love the holy ground. Fair sylvan beasts and gentle deer in hearts unnumbered wander here, and as they roam, secure from harm, our eyes with grace and beauty charm. Except the beasts in thickets bred, this grove of ours has not the dread. The hermit's speech when Rama heard, the hero never by terror steered. On his great bow his hand he laid, and thus in turn his answer made. O saint, my darts of keener steel, armed with their murderous barbs, would deal destruction mid the sylvan race that flocks around thy dwelling place. Most wretched then my fate would be, for such dishonour shown to thee, and only for the briefest stay would I within this grove delay. He spoke and ceased, with pious care, he turned him to his evening prayer, performed its customary rite, and sought his lodging for the night. With Sita and his brother laid beneath the grove's delightful shade. First could Sutikshna, as elsewhere, when he saw the shades of night around them draw, with hospitable care, the princely chieftains entertained with store of choicest food ordained for holy hermit's fare. Canto 8. The Hermitage. So Rama and Sumitra's son, when every honour due was done, slept through the night. When morning broke, the heroes from their rest awoke. Betimes the son of Raghu rose, with gentle Sita from repose, and sipped the cool delicious wave, sweet with the scent the lotus gave. Then to the gods and sacred flame the heroes and the lady came, and bent their heads in honour meet within the hermit's pure retreat. When every stain was purged away, they saw the rising lord of day. Then to Sutikshna's side they went, and softly spoke most reverent. Well have we slept, O holy Lord, honoured of thee by all adored. Now leave to journey forth, we pray, these hermit urges on our way. We haste to visit, wandering by, the ascetics' homes that round you lie, and roaming Dandak's mighty wood, to view its saintly brotherhood. For thy permission now we sue, with these high saints to duty true, by penance taught its sense to tame, in lustre like the smokeless flame. Ere on our brows the sun can beat, with fierce intolerable heat, like some unworthy lord who wins his power by tyranny and sins. O saint, we fain would part. The tree bent humbly to the devotee. He raised the princess as they pressed his feet, and strained them to his breast. And then the chief of devotees bespake them both in words like these. Go with thy brother Rama, go, pursue thy path untouched by war. Go with thy faithful Sita, she, still like a shadow, follows thee. Roam Dandagood, observing well the pleasant homes where hermits dwell, pure saints, whose ordered souls adhere to penance rites and vows austere. There plenteous roots and berries grow, and noble trees their blossoms show, and gentle deer and birds of air in peaceful troops are gathered there. There see the full-blown lotus stud and bosom of the lucid flood, and watch the joyous mallard shake the reeds that fringe the pool and lake. See with delighted eye the rill leap sparkling from her parent hill, and hear the woods that round thee lie re-echo to the peacock's cry. And as I bid thy brother, so, Sumitra's child, I bid thee go. Go forth, these varied beauties see, and then once more return to me. Thus spake the sage Sutikshna, both the chiefs assented, nothing loath. Round him with circling steps they paced, then for the road prepared with haste. There Sita stood, the dame long-eyed, fair quivers round their wasts she tied, and gave its prince his trusty bow, and sword which never a part might know. Each took his quiver from her hand, and clanging bow and gleaming brand. Then from the hermit's home the two went forth each woodland scene to view, each beauteous in the bloom of age, dismissed by the illustrious sage, with bow and sword a courtred hide, away and Sita by their side. Canto 9. Sita's Speech. Blessed by the sage, when Raghu's son his onward journey had begun, thus in her soft tone Sita, meek, with modest fear, began to speak. One little slip that great may lead to shame that follows lawless deed. Such shame, my lord, as steel must cling to falls from low desire that spring. Three several sins defile the soul, born of desire that spans control. First, utterance of a lying word, then vile abode, the next and third, the flawless love of other's wife, the thirst of blood uncaused by strife. The first, O Raghu's son, in thee none yet has found, none ever shall see. Love of another's dame destroys all merit lost for guilty joys. Rama, such crime in thee, I win, has never been found, shall never be seen. The very thought, my princely lord, is in thy secret soul avowed. For thou hast ever been the same, fond lover of thine own dear dame, content with faithful heart to do thy father's will, most just and true. Justice and faith and many a grace in thee have found a resting place. Such virtues, prince, the good may gain, who empire over its sense retain, and well canst thou, with loving view, regarding all its sense subdue. But for the third, the last that strives, insatiate steel for others' lives, found thirst of blood where hate is none, this, O my lord, thou wilt not shun. Thou hast but now a promise made, the saints of Dandagood to aid, and to protect their lives from ill, the giant's blood in tide wilt spill, and from thy promise lasting frame wilt glorify the forest's name. Armed with thy bow and arrows thou, forth with thy brother journeyest now, while as I think how true thou art, fears for thy bliss assail my heart, and all my spirit at the sight is troubled with a strange affright. I like it not, it seems not good, thy going thus to Dandagood, and I, if thou wilt mark me well, the reason of my fear will tell. Thou with thy brother, bow in hand, beneath those ancient trees wilt stand, and thy keen arrows will not spare, O drovers who will meet thee there. For as the field food supplies, that bids the dormant flame arise, thus when the warrior grasps his bow, he fills his breast with ardour glow. Deep in a holy grove of yore, where bird and beast from strife forbore, Suchi beneath the sheltering boughs, a truthful hermit kept his vows. Then Indra, such his heavenly lord, armed like a warrior with a sword, came to his tranquil home to spoil the hermit of his holy toil, and left the glorious weapon there, entrusted to the hermit's care, a pledge for him to keep, whose mind to fervent chill was all resigned. He took the brand with utmost heed, he kept it for the warrior's need. To keep his trust he fondly strove, when roaming in the neighbouring grove. Whenever for roots and fruit he strayed, still by his side he bore the blade. Still on his sacred chores intent, he took his treasure while he went. As day by day that brand he wore, the hermit, rich in merit store, from penance rites each thought withdrew, and fierce and wild his spirit grew. With heedless soul he spurned aright, and found in cruel deeds delight. So living with the sword he fell, a ruined hermit down to hell. This tale applies to those who deal too closely with the warrior's steel. The steel to warriors is the same as fuel to the smouldering flame. Sincere affection prompts my speech, I honour where I fain would teach. Mayst thou, thus armed with shaft and bow, so dire a longing never know, as when no hatred prompts the fray, these giants of the wood to slay. For he who kills without offence shall win but little glory thence. The bow the warrior joys to bend is lent him for a nobler end, that he may save and succour those who watch in woods when pressed by foes. What, matched with woods, is bow or steel? What warrior's arm, what hermit's steel? We with such might have naught to do, the forest rule should guide us too. But when Ayodhya hails thee Lord, be then thy warrior life restored. So shall thy sire and mother joy in bliss that naught may ever destroy. And if, resigning empire, thou submit thee to the hermit's vow, the noblest gain from virtue springs, and virtue joy unending brings. All earthly blessings virtue sends, on virtue all the world depends. Those who with vow and fasting tame to due restraint the mind and frame, win by their labour nobly wise the highest virtue for their prize. Pure in the hermit's grove remain, true to thy duty, free from stain. But the three walls are open thrown to thee, by whom all things are known, who gave me power that I should dare his duty to my Lord declare. It is woman's fancy light as air that moves my fullest breast. Now with thy brother counsel take, reflect, thy choice with judgment make, and do what seems the best. End of Cantos 7, 8 and 9. Cantos 10 to 12 of Book 3 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 10, Rama's Reply. The words that Sita uttered spurred by trust love the hero heard. Then he who never from virtue strayed, to Janak's child his answer made. In thy wise speech, sweet love, I find true impress of thy gentle mind. Well skilled the warrior's path to trace, thou pride of Janak's ancient race. What fitting answer shall I frame to thy good words, my honoured dame? Thou say'st the warrior bears the bow, that misery's tears may cease to flow, and those pure saints who love the shade of done good are sore dismayed. They sought me of their own accord, with suppliant prayers my aid implored. They, fed on roots and fruit, who spend their lives where bosky wilds extend. My timid love enjoy no rest, by these malignant fiends distressed. These make the flesh of man their meat, the helpless saints they kill and eat. The hermits sought my side, the chief of Brahman race declared their grief. I heard, and from my lips there fell the words which thou rememberest well. I listened as the hermits cried, and to their prayers I thus replied. Your favour, gracious lords, I claim, overwhelmed with this enormous shame, that Brahmans great and pure as you, who should be sought, to me should sue. And then before the saintly crowd, what can I do? I cried aloud. Then from the trembling hermits broke one long sad cry, and thus they spoke. Fiends of the wood, who wear at will its varied shape afflict us still, to thee in our distress we fly, O help us, Rama, or we die. When sacred rites of fire are due, when changing moons are full or new, these fiends who bleeding flesh devour assail us with resistless power. They with their cruel might torment the hermits on their vows intent. We look around for help and see our surest refuge, Prince, in thee. We, armed with powers of penance, might destroy the rovers of the night. But loath were we to bring to naught the merit years of toil have bought. Our penance rites are grown too hard by many a check and trouble barred. But though our saints for food are slain, the withering cause we yet restrain. Thus many a weary day distressed by giants who this wood infest, we see at length deliverance. Thou, with Lakshman, art our guardian now. As thus the troubled hermits prayed, I promised Dame my ready aid, and now for truth I hold most dear, still to my word must I adhere. My love, I might endure to be deprived of Lakshman, life, and thee, but never deny my promise, never to Brahmans break the oath I swear. I must, enforced by high constraint, protect them all, each suffering saint. In me unasked his help had found, still more in one by promise bound. I know thy words, my own dear dame, from thy sweet heart's affection came. I thank thee for thy gentle speech, for those we love are those we teach. It is like thyself, O fair of face, it is worthy of thy noble race. Dearer than life, thy feet are set in righteous paths they never forget. Thus to the mighty monarch's child, his own dear wife, in accents mild, the high-souled hero said. Then to the holy groves which lay beyond them fair to see their way, the bow-armed chieftain led. Canto 11. Agastya. Rama went foremost of the three, next Sita followed, fair to see, and Lakshman with his bow in hand walked hindmost of the little band. As onward through the wood they went, with great delight their eyes were bent on rocky heights beside the way, and lofty trees with blossoms gay, and streamlets running fair and fast, the royal youths with Sita passed. They watched the satyrs and the drake on islets of the stream and lake, and gazed delighted on the floods, bright with gay birds and lotus buds. They saw in startled hearts there rose the passion-frenzied buffaloes, wild elephants who fiercely tore the tender trees, and many a boar. A length of woodland way they passed, and when the sun was low at last, a lovely stream-fed lake they spied, 2 leagues across from side to side. Tall elephants fresh beauty gave to grassy bank and lilied wave. By many a swan and satyr steered, mallard and gay-winged water bird. From those sweet waters loud and long, though none was seen to wake their song, swelled high the singer's music blend with each melodious instrument. Rama and carbon Lakshman heard the charming strain with wonder stirred, turned on the margent of the lake to Dharmpreet the sage and spake. Our longing souls, O hermit, burn this music of the lake to learn. We pray thee, noblest sage, explain the cause of the mysterious strain. He, as the son of Raghu prayed, with swift accord his answer made, and thus the hermit, virtuous souled, the story of the fair lake told. Through every age it is known to fame, Panchapsaras its glorious name. By holy Mandakini wrought, with power his rites austere had bought. For he, great votarist intent, on strictest rule his stern life spent. 10,000 years the stream his bed, 10,000 years on air he fed. Then on the blessed gods who dwell in heavenly homes great terror fell. They gathered all by Agni led, and counsel thus disquieted. The hermit by ascetic pain the seat of one of us would gain. Thus with their hearts by fear oppressed, in full assembly spoke the blessed, and bade 5 loveliest nymphs as fair as lightning in the evening air, armed with their winning wiles, seduce from his stern vows the great recluse. The law of earth and heaven he knew, the hermit from his task they drew, and made the great ascetic slave to conquering love, the gods to save. Each of the heavenly 5 became bound to the sage, his wedded dame, and he, for his beloved's sake, formed a fair palace neath the lake. Under the flood the ladies leave, to joy and ease their days they gave, and lap in bliss the hermit wooed, from penance rites to youth renewed. So when the sportive nymphs within those secret bowers their play begin, you hear the singer's dulcet tones blend sweetly with their tinkling jones. How wondrous are these words of thine, cried the famed chiefs of Raghu's line, as thus they heard the sage unfold the marvels of the tale he told. As Rama spake, his eyes were bent upon a hermit's settlement, with light of heavenly law endued, with sacred grass and vesture strewed. His wife and brother by his side, within the holy bounds he hid, and there with honour entertained by all the saints a while remained. In time by due succession led, each votary's court he visited, and then the lord of martial law returned where he had lodged before. Here for 4 months content he stayed, there for a year his visit paid. Here for 4 months his home would fix, there as it chanced for 5 or 6. Here for 8 months and there for 3 the son of Raghu's stay would be. Here weeks, there fortnights more or less, he spent in tranquil happiness. As there the hero dwelt at ease among those holy devotees, in days untroubled over his head 10 circling years of pleasure fled. So Raghu's son in duty trained, a while in every court remained, then with his dame retraced the road to good Sudikshna's calm abode. Hailed by the saints with honours due, near to the hermit's home he drew, and there the tamer of his foes dwelt for a time in sweet repose. One day within that holy wood by Saint Sudikshna Rama stood, and thus the prince with reverence meek to that high sage began to speak. In the wide woodlands that extend around us, Lord most reverend, as frequent voice of rumour tells, Agastya, saintliest hermit, dwells. So vast a wood I cannot trace the path to reach his dwelling place, nor, searching unassisted, find that hermit of the thoughtful mind. I with my wife and brother fain would go his favour to obtain, would seek him in his lone retreat, and the great saint with reverence greet. This one desire, O Master, long cherished within my heart is strong, that I may pay your free accord my duty to that hermit lord. As does the prince whose heart was bent on virtue told his firm intent, the good Sir Dikshna's joy rose high, and thus in turn he made reply. The very thing, O prince, which thou hast sought, I wish to urge but now. Bid thee with wife and brother see Agastya, glorious devotee. I count this thing an omen fair, that thou shouldst thus thy wish declare. And I, my prince, will gladly teach the way Agastya's home to reach. Southward, dear son, direct thy feet, 8 leagues beyond the steel retreat. Agastya's hermit brother there dwells in a home most bright and fair. It is on a knoll of woody ground, with many a branching peepal crowned. There sweet birds' voices never are mute, and trees are gay with flower and fruit. There many a lake gleams bright and cool, and lilies deck each pleasant pool, while swan and crane and mallards' wings are lovely in the water springs. There for one night, O Rama, stay, and with the dawn pursue thy way. Still farther, bending southward by the thicket's edge, the course must lie, and thou wilt see 2 leagues from thence Agastya's lovely residence, set in the woodland's fairest part. All varied foliage decks the court. There Sita, Lakshman, thou at ease may spend sweet hours 'neath shady trees, for all of noblest growth are found luxuriant on that bosky ground. If it be still thy firm intent to see that saint preeminent, O mighty counsellor, this day depart upon thine onward way. The hermit spake, and Rama bent his head with Lakshman reverent, and then with him and Janak's child set out to trace the forest wild. He saw dark woods that fringed the road, and distant hills like clouds that showed, and as the way he followed met with many a lake and rivulet. So passing on with ease well led, the path Sir Dikshna bade him tread. The hero with exulting breast his brother in these words addressed. Here surely is the home in sight of that illustrious anchorite. Here great Agastya's brother leads a life intent on holy deeds. Warned of each guiding mark and sign, I see them all herein combine. I see the branches bending low, beneath the flowers and fruit they show. A soft air from the forest springs, fresh from the odorous grass, and brings a spicy fragrance as it flees over the ripe fruit of peepal trees. See, here and there around us high, piled up in heaps, cleft billets lie, and holy grass is gathered bright as strips of shining legulite. Full in the centre of the shade, the hermit's holy fire is laid. I see it smoke the pure heaven streak, dense as a big cloud's dusky peak. The twice-born man their steps retrace from each sequestered bathing place, and each his sacred gift has brought of blossoms which his hands have sought. Of all these signs, dear brother, each agrees with good Sir Dikshna's speech, and doubtless in this holy bound Agastya's brother will be found. Agastya once the walls who viewed with love a death-like fiend subdued, and armed with mighty power obtained, by holy works this grove ordained to be a refuge and defence from all oppressor's violence. In days of yore within this place, two brothers fierce of demon race, Vatapi dire and Ilval, dwelt, and slaughter mid the Brahmins dealt. A Brahmin's form the fiend to cloak, fierce Ilval wore, and Sanskrit spoke, and twice born sages would invite to solemnize some funeral rite. His brother's flesh concealed within a ram's false shape and borrowed skin, as men are wont at funeral feasts, he dressed and fed those gathered priests. The holy man, unwitting ill, took of the food and ate their fill. Then Ilval with a mighty shout exclaimed, Vatapi, issue out. Soon as his brother's voice he heard, the fiend with ram-like bleating steered, rending in pieces every frame, forth from the dying priests he came. So they who changed their forms at will, thousands of Brahmins dared to kill. Fierce fiends who loved each cruel deed, and joyed on bleeding flesh to feed. Agastya mighty hermit pressed to funeral banquet like the rest, obedient to the god's appeal, ate up the monster at a meal. It is done, fierce Ilval cried, and water for his hands supplied. Then lifting up his voice he spake, Forward, brother, from thy prison break. Then him who called the fiend, who long had wrought the suffering Brahman's wrong, thus thoughtful-souled Agastya, best of hermits, with a smile addressed, How Rakshas is the fiend empowered to issue forth whom I devoured. Thy brother in ram's disguise is gone where Yama's kingdom lies. When from the words Agastya said, he knew his brother fiend was dead. His soul on fire with vengeful rage, rushed the night rover at the sage. One lightning glance of fury hot as fire the glorious hermit shot. As the fiend neared him in his stride, and straight consumed to dust, he died. In pity for the Brahman's plight, Agastya wrought this deed of might. This grove, which lakes and fair trees graze, in his great brother's dwelling place. As Rama thus the tale rehearsed, and with Sumitra's son conversed, the setting sun his last rays shed, and evening over the land was spread. A while the princely brothers stayed, and even rites in order paid. Then to the holy grove they drew, and hailed the saint with honour due. With courtesy was Rama met by that illustrious anchoret, and for one night he rested there, regaled with fruit and hermit fare. But when the night had reached its close, and the sun's glorious circle rose, the son of Raghu left his bed, and to the hermit's brother said, While rested in thy hermit's cell, I stand, O saint, to bid farewell. For with thy leave I journey hence, thy brother saint to reverence. Go, Rama, go, the sage replied. Then from the cot the chieftain hied. And while the pleasant grove he viewed, the path the hermit showed pursued. Of every leaf of changing hue, plants, trees by hundreds round him grew. With joyous eyes he looked on all, then Jack, the wild rice and sal. He saw the red hibiscus glow, he saw the flower-tipped creeper throw the glory of her clusters over tall trees that loathsome blossom bore. Some elephants had prostrate laid, in some the monkeys leapt and played, and through the whole wide forest rang the charm of gay birds as they sang. Then Rama of the lotus eye to Lakshman turned, who followed nigh, and thus the hero youth impressed with fortune's favouring signs addressed. How soft the leaves of every tree, how tame each bird and beast we see. Soon the fair home shall we behold of that great hermit tranquil-souled. The deed the good Agastya wrought, high fame throughout the world has brought. I see his calm retreat, that balms the pain of weary feet, where white clouds rise from flames beneath, where bark coats lie with many a reed, where sylvan things made gentle throng, and every bird is loud in song. With ruth for suffering creatures filled, a death-like fiend with might he killed, and gave this southern realm to be a refuge from oppression free. There stands his home, whose dreaded might has put the giant crew to flight, who view with envious eyes afar the peaceful shades they cannot mar. Since that most holy saint has made his dwelling in this lovely shade, checked by his might, the giant brood have dwelt in peace with souls subdued, and all his southern realm within, whose bounds no fiend may entrance win, now bears a name which naught may dim, made glorious through the worlds by him. When Vindhya best of hills should stay the journey of the Lord of Day, obedient to the saint's behest, he bowed for aye his humbled crest. That very hermit, world-renowned for holy deeds within this ground, has set his pure and blessed home, where gentle sylvan creatures roam. Agastya, whom the worlds revere, pure saint to whom the good are dear, to us his guests all grace will show, enriched with blessings ere we go. Aye, to the same each thought will turn, the favour of the saint to earn, that here in comfort may be spent the last years of our banishment. Here sanctities and high saints stand, gods, minstrels of the heavenly band. Upon Agastya's will they wait, and serve him pure and temperate. The liar's tongue, the tyrant's mind, within these bounds no home may find. No cheat, no sinner here can be, so holy and so good is he. Here birds and lords of serpent race, spirits and gods who haunt the place, content with scanty fare remain, as merit's meed they strive to gain. Made perfect here, the saints supreme, on cars that mock the day gods gleam, their mortal bodies cast aside, sought heaven transformed and glorified. Here gods to living things who win their favour, pure from cruel sin, give royal rule and many a good, immortal life and spirithood. Now, Lakshman, we are near the place. Do thou precede a little space, and tell the mighty saint that I, with Sita at my side, am nigh. Canto 12. The Heavenly Bow. He spoke. The younger prince obeyed. Within the bounds his way he made, and thus addressed whom first he met, a people of the anchoret. Brave Rama, eldest born, who springs from Dasarath hither brings. His wife, the lady Sita, he would fain the holy hermit see. Lakshman am I, if happy fame ever to thine ears has brought the name. His younger brother, prompt to do his will, devoted, fond, and true. We, through our royal sire's decree, to the dread woods were forced to flee. Tell the great master, I entreat, our honest wish our lord to greet. He spoke. The hermit, rich in store of fervid zeal and sacred lore, sought the pure shrine which held the fire, to bear his message to the sire. Soon as he reached the saint most bright, in sanctities surpassing might, he cried, uplifting reverent hands, Lord Rama near thy cottage stands. Then spoke Agastya's people dear, the message for his lord to hear. Rama and Lakshman, chiefs who spring from Dasarath, glorious king, thy hermitage even now have sought, and Lady Sita with them brought. The tamers of the four are here, to see thee master and revere. It is thine thy father will to say, thine to command and we obey. When from his people's lips he knew the presence of the princely two, and Sita, born to fortune high, the glorious hermit made reply. Great joy at last is mine this day, that Rama hither finds his way. For long my soul has yearned to see the prince who comes to visit me. Go forth, and hither bring the royal tree with welcoming. Lead Rama in and place him near. Why stands he not already here? Thus ordered by the hermit, who, lord of his thought, all duty knew, his reverent hands together laid, the pupil answered and obeyed. Forth from the place with speed he ran, to Lakshman came and thus began. Where is he? Let not Rama wait, but speed the sage to venerate. Then with the people Lakshman went across the hermit's settlement, and showed him Rama where he stood, with Janak's daughter in the wood. The pupil then his message spake, which the kind hermit bade him take, then let the honoured Rama dance, and brought him with reverence. As nigh the royal Rama came, with Lakshman and the Maithil dame, he viewed the herds of gentle deer, roaming the garden free from fear. As through the sacred grove he trod, he viewed the seat of many a god, Brahma and Agni, sun and moon, and he is who sends its golden moon. Here Vishnu stood, here Bhaga is shrine, and there Mahendra's Lord divine. Here his who formed this earthly frame, he's there from whom all beings came, Vayus, and his who loves to hold the great news Varun, mighty souled. Here was the Basu's shrine to see, here that of sacred Gayatri. The king of serpents here had place, and he who rules the faded race. Here Kartikeya, warrior lord, and there was Justice king adored. Then with disciples guard about, the mighty saint himself came out. Through fierce devotion bright as flame, before the rest the master came. And then to Lakshman, fortune blessed, Rama these hasty words addressed. Behold, Agastya's self draws near, the mighty saint whom all revere. With spirit raised I meet my lord, with richest wealth of penance stored. The strong-armed hero spake and ran forward to meet the sun-bright man. Before him as he came he bent, and clasped his feet most reverent. Then rearing up his stately height, stood suppliant by the anchorite, while Lakshman's strength and Sita's grace stood by the pride of Raghu's race. The sage his arms round Rama threw, and welcomed him with honours due. Asked, was all well, with questions sweet, and bade the hero to accede. With holy oil he fed the flame, he brought the gifts which strangers claim, and kindly waiting on the tree, with honours due to high degree, he gave with hospitable care a simple hermit's woodland fare. Then said the reverend father first, of hermits deep in duty versed, and thus to suppliant Rama bred in all the law of virtue said, did the false hermit prince neglect to hail his guest with due respect, he must, the doomed the perjured meet, his proper flesh hereafter eat. A car-born king, a lord who sways, the art and virtue's law obeys. Worthy of highest honour thou hast sought, dear guest, my cottage now. He spoke, with fruit and hermit fair, with every bloom the branches bear. Agastya graced his honoured guest, and thus with gentle words addressed. Accept this mighty bow divine, whereon red gold and diamond shine. It was by the heavenly artist planned, for Vishnu's own almighty hand. This God-sent shaft of sun-bright hue, whose deadly flight is ever true, by Lord Mahendra given of yore, this quiver with its endless toll, keen arrows hurtling to their aim, like kindled fires that flash and flame. Except in golden sheet encased, this sword with hilt of rich gold graced. Armed with this best of bows, Lord Vishnu slew his demon foes, and mid the dwellers in the skies won bright glory for the prize. The bow, the quivers, shaft and sword, received from me, O glorious Lord, these conquest to thine arm shall bring, as thunder to the thunder's king. The splendid hermit bade them take the noble weapons as he spake, and as the prince accepted each, in words like these renewed his speech. End of Cantos 10, 11 and 12. Cantos 13 to 15 of Book 3 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 13, Agastya's Counsel. O Rama, great delight I feel, pleased Lakshman, with thy faithful chiel, that you within these shades I see, with Sita, come to honour me. But wandering through the rough rude wild, has wearied Janak's gentle child. With labours of the way oppressed, the mighty lady longs for rest. Young, delicate, and soft and fair, such toils as these, untrained to bear. Her wifely love the dame has led, the forest's troubled ways to tread. Here, Rama, see that naught annoy her easy hours of tranquil joy. A glorious task has she essayed, to follow thee through woodland shade. Since first from nature's hand she came, a woman's mood is still the same. When fortune smiles, her love to show, and leave her lord in want and woe, no pity then her heart can feel, she arms her soul with warrior steel. Swift as the storm of feathered king, uncertain as the lightning's wing. Not so thy spouse, her purer mind, shrinks from the faults of womankind. Like chaste Arundhati above, a paragon of faithful love. Let these blessed shades, dear Rama, be a home for Lakshman, her and thee. With raised hands reverently meek, he heard the holy hermit speak, and humbly thus addressed the sire, whose glory shone like kindled fire. How blessed am I, what thanks I owe, that our great master deigns to show his favour, that his heart can be content with Lakshman, Sita, me. Show me, I pray, some spot of ground where thick trees wave and springs abound, that I may raise my hermit cell, and there in tranquil pleasure dwell. Then thus replied Agastya, best of hermits, to the chief's request, when for a little he had bent his thoughts upon that prayer intent. Beloved son, 4 leagues away is Panchvati, bright and gay. Thronged with its deer, most fair it looks, with berries, fruit, and water brooks. There build thee with thy brother's aid a cottage in the quiet shade, and faithful to thy sire's behest, obedient to the sentence, rest. For well, O sinless chieftain, well I know thy tale, how all befell. Stern penance and the love I bore, thy royal sire supplied the law. To me long rites and forbid chill, the wish that steers thy heart reveal. And hence, my guest, I bade thee be, that this pure grove might shelter thee. So now thereafter does I speak, the shades of Panchvati seek. That tranquil spot is bright and fair, and Sita will be happy there. Not far remote from here it lies, a grove to charm the loving eyes. Godavari's pure stream is nigh, there Sita's days will sweetly fly. Pure, lovely, rich in many a charm, O hero of the mighty arm, it is gay with every plant and fruit, and trunks of gay birds never mute. Thou, true to virtue's path, hast might to screen its trusting anchorite, and wilt from thy new home defend the hermits who on thee depend. Now yonder, prince, direct thine eyes, where dense Madhuka woods arise, pierce their dark shade and issuing forth, turn to a fig tree on the north. Then onward up a sloping mead, flanked by a hill the way will lead. There Panchavati, ever gay, with ceaseless bloom thy steps will stay. The hermit ceased, the princely two, with seemly honours bade adieu. With reverential awe each youth bowed to the saint whose word was truth. And then, dismissed with Sita, they to Panchavati took their way. Thus when each royal prince had grasped his warrior's mighty bow and clasped his quiver to his side, with watchful eyes along the road the glorious Saint Augustus showed, dauntless in fight the brothers strode, and Sita with them hied. Canto 14. Jatayus. Then, as the son of Raghu made his way to Panchavati's shade, a mighty vulture he beheld, of size and strength unparalleled. The princess, when the bird they saw, approached with reverence and awe, and as his giant form they eyed, "Tell who thou art," in wonder cried. The bird, as though their hearts to gain, addressed them thus in gentlest strain: "In me, dear sons, the friend behold your royal father loved of old." He spoke, nor long did Rama wait his sire's dear friend to venerate. He bade the bird declare his name, and the high race of which he came. When Raghu's son had spoken, he declared his name and pedigree, his words prolonging to disclose how all the things that be arose. List while I tell, O Raghu's son, the first-born fathers one by one, great lords of life, whence all in earth and all in heaven derived their birth. First Kardam heads the glorious race, where Bikrit holds the second place, with Shesa, Sansray next in line, and Bahuputra's might divine. Thence Thanu and Marichi came, Atri and Kratu's forceful frame. Pulastya followed, next to him Angira's name shall never be dim. Pracheta's Pula next, and then Daksha, Vivashwat, praised of man. Arishtanemi next, and last Kashyap in glory unsurpassed. From Daksha fame the tale has told, 60 bright daughters sprang of old. Of these fair vested nymphs the great Lord Kashyap sought and wedded 8. Aditi, Diti, Kalaka, Tamra, Danu and Anala, and Krodavasa swift to ire, and Manu glorious as her sire. Then when the mighty Kashyap cried, delighted to each tender bride, "Sons shalt thou bear to rule the tree, great walls in might resembling me." Aditi, Diti and Danu obeyed his will as consorts true, and Kalaka, but all the rest refused to hear the Lord's behest. First Aditi conceived, and she, mother of 30 gods and 3, the Vasus and Adityas bare, Rudras and Vashwins, heavenly pair. Of Diti sprang the Daityas, fame, delights to laud their ancient name. In days of yore their empire dread over earth and woods and ocean spread. Danu was mother of a child, O hero, a Swagriba styled. And Danak next, and Kalak came, of Kalaka, celestial dame. Of Tamra too 5 daughters bright, in deathless glory sprang to light. Ennobling fame still keeps alive the titles of the lovely 5. Immortal honour still she claims for Kranchi, Vashi, Saini's names, and wills not that the world forget Suki or Dhritarashtra yet. Then Kranchi bare the crown and owl, and Vashi tribes of waterfowl, vultures and hawks that race through air, with storm-fleet pinions Saini bare. All swans and geese on mere and brook their birth from Dhritarashtra took, and all the river-haunting brood of ducks a countless multitude. From Suki Nala sprang, who bare Dame Vinata surpassing fair. From fiery Krodavasa 10 bright daughters sprang, O King of Man. Mrigi and Mrigamanda named, Hari and Vajramada famed, Sarduli, Sweta fair to see, Matangi bright and Suravi. Surasa marked with each fair sign, and Kadruma all maids divine. Mrigi, O prince without a peer, was mother of the herds of deer. The bear, the yak, the mountain roe, their birth to Mrigamanda owe. And Vajramada joyed to be mother of fair Iravati, who bare Airavat, hues of mould, mid waters of the art enrolled. From Hari, lordly lions trace, with monkeys of the wild, their race. From the great Dame Sarduli styled, sprang pards, langurs, and tigers wild. Matangi prince gave birth to all Matangas, elephants strong and tall, and Sweta bore the breasts who stand, one at each wind, earth's water band. Next Suravi the goddess bore, two heavenly maids, O prince of yore. Gandharvi, dear to fame is she, and her sweet sister Rohini. With kind this daughter filled each mead, and bright Gandharvi bore the steed. Surasa bore the serpents all, the snakes Kadru their mother call. Then Manu, high-souled Kashyap's wife, to all the race of man gave life. The Brahmans first, the Kshatriya caste, then Vaishyas, and the Shudras last. Sprang from her mouth the Brahman race, her chest the Kshatriya's natal place. The Vaishyas from her thighs, it is said, the Sudras from her feet were bred. From Anala all the trees that hang, their fair fruit-laden branches sprang. The child of beauteous Suki bore Vinata, as I taught before. And Surasa and Kadru were born of one dame, a noble pair. Kadru gave birth to countless snakes that roamed the earth in woods and brakes. Arun and Garur, swift of flight, by Vinata were given to light. And sons of Arun red as morn, Sampati first, then I was born. Me then, O tamer of the foe, Jatayus, son of Sani, know. Thy ready helper will I be, and guard thy house if thou agree. When thou and Lakshman ours the chase, by Sita's side shall be my place. With courteous thanks for promised aid, the prince to rapture steered, bent low and due obeisance paid, embraced the royal bird. He often in the days gone by had heard his father tell how, linked with him in friendship's tie, he loved Jatayus well. He hastened to his trusted friend, his darling to confide, and through the wood his steps to bend, by strong Jatayu's side. On to the grove with Lakshman near, the prince his way pursued, to free those pleasant shades from fear, and slay the giant brood. Canto 15, Panchavati. Arrived at Panchavati's shade, where sylvan life and serpents trade, Rama in words like these addressed Lakshman, of vigour unrepressed. Brother, our home is here, behold, the grove of which the hermit told. The bowers of Panchavati see, made fair by every blooming tree. Now, brother, bend thine eyes around, with skilful glance survey the ground. Here be some spot selected, best approved for gentle hermit's rest, where thou, the myrtle dame, and I may dwell while seasons sweetly fly. Some pleasant spot be chosen where pure waters gleam and trees are fair. Some nook where flowers and wood are found, and sacred grass and springs abound. Then Lakshman Sita standing by raised reverent hands and made reply. 100 years shall flee, and still will I obey my brother's will. Select thyself a pleasant spot, be mine the care to rear the court. The glorious chieftain, pleased to hear that loving speech that soothed his ear, selected with observant care a spot with every charm most fair. He stood within that calm retreat, a shade for hermit's home most meet, and thus Sumitra's son addressed, while his dear hand in his he pressed. See this smooth and lovely glade, which flowery trees and circling shade. Do thou, beloved Lakshman, rear a pleasant court to lodge us here. I see beyond that feathery brake the gleaming of a lilied lake, where flowers in sunlight glory throw fresh odors from the wave below. Augustia's words now find we true. He told the charms which here we view. Here are the trees that blossom over Godavari's most lovely shore, whose pleasant flood from side to side with swans and geese is beautified, and fair banks crowded with the deer that steal from every covert near. The peacock's cry is loud and shrill from many a tall and lovely hill, green belted by the trees that wave full blossoms over the rock and cave. Like elephants whose huge fronts glow with painted streaks the mountains show, long lines of gold and silver sheen, with copper's darker hues between. With every tree each hill is graced, where creepers blossom interlaced. Look where the salt's long branches sway, and palms their fan-like leaves display. The date tree and the jock are near, and their long stems the malas rear. See the tall mango lift his head, Ashokas all their glory spread. The ketak her sweet buds unfold, and champaks hang their cups of gold. The spot is pure and pleasant, here are multitudes of birds and deer. O Lakshman, with our father's friend, what happy hours we here shall spend. He spoke, the conquering Lakshman heard, obedient to his brother's word. Raised by his toil a cottage stood, to shelter Rama in the wood, of ample size, with leaves overlaid, of hardened earth the walls were made. The strong bamboos his hands had felled, for pillars fair the roof upheld, and rafter, beam and lat supplied, well interwrought from side to side. Then sami boughs he deftly spread, and laced with knotted cord overhead, well thatched above from ridge to eaves, with holy grass and reed and leaves. The mighty chief with careful toil had cleared the ground and smoothed the soil, when now, his loving labour done, rose a fair home for Raghu's son. Then when his work was duly wrought, Godavari's sweet stream he sought, bathed, plucked the lilies, and a store of fruit and berries homeward bore. Then sacrifice he duly paid, and wooed the gods their hopes to aid, and then to Rama proudly showed the cart prepared for his abode. Then Raghu's son with Sita gazed upon the home his hands had raised, and transport thrilled his bosom through his leafy hermitage to view. The glorious son of Raghu round his brother's neck his arms inwound, and thus began his sweet address of deep felt joy and gentleness. Well pleased am I, dear Lord, to see this noble work performed by thee. For this sole grace I can bestow, about thy neck mine arms I throw. So wise art thou, thy breast is filled with grateful thoughts in duty skilled. our mighty Father free from stain, in thee his offspring leaps again. Thus spoke the prince who lent her grace to fortune, pride of Raghu's race. Then in that spot whose pleasant shade gave store of fruit content he stayed. With Lakshman and his metal spouse he spent his days 'neath sheltering boughs, as happy as a god on high lives in his mansion in the sky. End of Cantos 13, 14 and 15. Cantos 16 to 18 of Book 3 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 16. Winter. While there the high-souled hero spent his tranquil hours in sweet content, the glowing autumn passed, and then came winter, so beloved of man. One morn to bathe, at break of day, to the fair stream he took his way. Behind him with the metal dame, bearing a pitcher, Lakshman came. And as he went the mighty man thus to his brother chief began. The time is come to thee more dear than all the months that mark the year, the gracious season's joy and pride, by which the rest are glorified. A robe of weary rhyme is spread over earth with corn engarlanded. The streams we loved no longer please, but near the fire we take our ease. Now pious men to God and shade offer young corn's fresh sprouted blade, and purge away their sin's sweet rise, bestowed in humble sacrifice. Rich stores of milk delight the swain, and hearts are cheered that longed for gain. Proud kings whose breasts for conquests glow lead bannered troops to smite the foe. Dark is the north, the lord of day to Yama's south has turned away, and she, sad widow, shines no more, reft of the bridal mark she wore. Himalaya's hill, ordained of old, the treasure house of frost and cold, scarce conscious of the feebler glow, is truly now the lord of snow. Warmed by the noontide's genial rays, delightful are the glorious days, but how we shudder at the chill of evening shadows and the real. How weak the sun, how cold the breeze, how white the rime on grass and trees. The leaves are sere, the woods have lost their blossoms killed by nipping frost. 'Neath open skies we sleep no more, December's nights with rime are hoar. Their triple watch in length extends, with hours the sodden daylight lends. No more the moon's sun-borrowed rays are bright, involved in misty haze, as, one upon the mirror sheen, the breadth's obscuring cloud is seen. Even at the full the faint beams fail to struggle through the darksome veil. Changed like a hue, they want grace that parts not yet from Sita's face. Cold is the western wind, but how its piercing chill is heightened now, blowing at every morning twice, as furious with its breath of ice. See how the dewy tears they weep, the barley, wheat, and woodland steep, where as the sun goes up the sky, the curlew and the sardas cry. See where the rice plant scars uphold their full years tinged with pearly gold, bending their ripe heads slowly down, fair as the date tree's flowery crown. Though now the sun has mounted high, seeking the forehead of the sky, such mist obscures his struggling beams, no bigger than the moon he seems. Though weak at first, his rays at length grow pleasant in their noonday strength, and where awhile they chance to fall, fling a faint splendor over all. See, over the woods where grass is wet, with weary drops that cling there yet, with soft light clothing earth and bough, there steals a tender glory now. Yon elephant who longs to drink, still standing on the river's brink, plucks back his trunk in shivering haste from the cold wave we fain would taste. The very fowl that haunt the mere stand doubtful on the bank and fear to dip them in the wintry wave, as cowards dread to meet the brave. The frost of night and the rime of dawn bind flowerless trees and glades of lawn. Benumbed in the pathetic chill of icy chains they slumber still. You hear the hidden Sada's cry from floods that wrapped in vapor lie, and frosty shining sands reveal where the unnoticed rivers steal. The very rime of dewy night and suns that glow with tempered light lend fresh cool flavors to the rill that sparkles from the topmost hill. The cold has killed the lily's pride, leaf, filament, and flower have died. With chilling breath rude winds have blown, the withered stalk is left alone. At this gay time, O noblest chief, the faithful Varat, worn by grief, lives in the royal town where he spends weary hours for love of thee. From titles, honour, kingly sway, from every joy he turns away. Couched on cold earth, his days are past, with scanty fare and hermit's fast. This moment from his humble bed, he lifts, perhaps, his weary head, and guarded by many a follower, goes to bathe where silver Sarayu flows. How, when the frosty morn is dim, shall Sarayu be about for him, nursed with all love and tender care, so delicate and young and fair? How bright his hue, his brilliant eye, with the broad lotus leaf may vie. By fortune stamped for happy fate, his graceful form is tall and straight. In duty skilled, his words are truth, he proudly rules its last of youth. Though his strong arm smites down the foe, in gentle speech his accents flow. Yet every joy has he resigned, and cleaves to thee with heart and mind. Thus by the deeds that he has done, a name in heaven has Varat won. For in his life he follows yet thy steps, O banished anchoret. Thus faithful Varat, nobly wise, the proverb of the world belies. No man by mother's guidance led, the footsteps of their fathers tread. How could Kaikeyi, blessed to be spouse of the king our sire, and see a son like virtuous Varat blot her glory with so foul a plot? Thus in fraternal love he spoke, and from his lips reproaches broke. But Rama grieved to hear him chide the absent mother, and replied, Cease, O beloved, cease to blame our royal father's second dame. Still speak of Varat first in place, of old Ikshaku's princely race. My heart, so firmly bent but now to dwell in woods and keep my vow, half melting as I hear thee speak of Varat's love, grows soft and weak. With tender joy I bring to mind his speeches ever sweet and kind, that dear as Amrit took the sense with most enchanting influence. Ah, when shall I, no more to part, meet Varat of the mighty heart? When, O my brother, when shall we the good and brave Shatrugna see? Thus as he poured his fond lament, the son of Raghu onward went. They reached the river, and the tree bathed them in fair Godavari. Libations of the stream they paid to every deity and shade, with hymns of praise the sun on high, and sinless gods to glorify. Fresh from the purifying tide, resplendent Rama came, with Lakshman ever by his side, and the sweet Maital dame. So Rudra shines by walls adored, in glory undefiled, while Nandi stands beside his lord and King Himalaya's child. Cantos 17. Surpnakha. The bathing and the prayer were over. He turned him from the grassy shore, and with his brother and his spouse sought his fair home beneath the boughs. Sita and Lakshman by his side, on to his cart the hero hied, and, after rites at morning dew, within the leafy shade withdrew. Then, honoured by the devotees, as royal Rama sat at ease, with Sita near him over his head, a canopy of green boughs spread. He shone as shines the Lord of Night, by Chitra's side, his dear delight. With Lakshman there he sat and told sweet stories of the days of old, and as the pleasant time he spent, with heart upon each tale intent. A giantess, by fancy led, came wandering to his leafy shed. Fair Surpnakha, how of yore the 10 nectarians mother bore, saw Rama with his noble mien, bright as the gods in heaven are seen. Him from whose brow a glory gleamed, like lotus lips his full eyes beamed. Long-armed of elephantine gait, with hair close coiled in hermit plait, in youthful vigour nobly framed, by glorious marks a king proclaimed. Like some bright lotus lustrous-hued, with young Kandharpa's grace endued, as there like Indra's self he shone, she loved the youth she gazed upon. She, grim of eye and foul of face, loved his sweet glance and forehead's grace. She of unlovely figure, him, of stately form and shapely limb. She, whose dim locks disordered hung, him, whose bright hair on high brows clung. She, whose fierce accents counselled fear, him, whose soft tones were sweet to hear. She, whose dire form with age was dried, him, radiant in his youthful pride. She, whose false lips maintained their wrong, him in the words of virtue strong. She, cruel-hearted, stained with sin, him, just in deed and pure within. She, hideous fiend, a thing to hate, him, formed each eye to captivate. Fierce passion in her bosom woke, and thus to Raghu's son she spoke. With matted hair above thy brows, with bow and shaft and this thy spouse, how hast thou sought in hermit dress the giant-haunted wilderness? What dost thou here? The cause explain. Why art thou come, and what to gain? As Surpnakha questioned so, Rama, the terror of the foe, in answer to the monster's call, with fearless candour told her all. King Dasarath reigned of old, like God celestial, brave and bold. I am his eldest son and heir, and Rama is the name I bear. This brother Lakshman, younger born, most faithful love to me has sworn. My wife this princess, dear to fame, is Sita, the Videhan dame. Obedient to my sire's behest, and by the queen my mother pressed, to keep the law and merit win, I sought this wood to harbour in. But speak, for I of thee in turn, thy name and race and sire would learn. Thou art of giant race, I ween, changing at will thy form and mien. Speak truly and the cause declare, that bids thee to these shades repair. Thus Rama spoke, the demon heard, and thus replied by passion spurred. Of giant race, what form soever my fancy wills, it is mine to wear. Named Surpnakha, here I stray, and where I walk, spread wild dismay. King Ravan is my brother, fame has taught perchance his dreaded name. Strong Kumbhakaran slumbering deep, in chains of never-ending sleep, vivision of the duteous mind, in needs unlike his giant kind. Dushan and Kara, brave and bold, whose fame by every tongue is told. Their might by mine is far surpassed, but when, O best of man, I cast these fond eyes on thy form, I see my chosen love and Lord in thee. Endowed with wondrous might am I, wherever my fancy leads I fly. The poor misshapen Sita leave, and me thy worthier bride receive. Look on my beauty and prefer a spouse more meet than one like her. I'll eat that ill-formed omen there, thy brother too her fate shall share. But come, beloved, thou shalt roam with me through all our woodland home. Its very grove with me shalt seek, and gaze upon each mountain peak. As thus she spoke, the monster gazed with sparkling eyes where passion blazed. Then he, in law of language learned, this answer eloquent returned. Canto 18. The Mutilation. On her, and snared in Kama's net, his eyes the royal Rama set, and thus, her passion to beguile, addressed her with a gentle smile. I have a wife, behold her here, my Sita, ever true and dear, and one like thee will never brook upon a rival spouse to look. But there my brother Lakshman stands, unchained is he by nuptial bands, a youth heroic, loved of all, gracious and gallant, fair and tall, with winning looks most nobly bred, unmatched till now he longs to wed. Meet to enjoy thy youthful charms, O take him to thy loving arms. Enamoured on his bosom lie, fair damsel of the radiant eye, as the warm sunlight loves to rest upon her darling Meru's breast. The hero spoke, the monster heard, while passion still her bosom stirred. Away from Rama's side she broke, and thus in turn to Lakshman spoke. Come, for thy bride take me who shine in fairest grace that suits with thine. Thou by my side, from grove to grove, of Dandak's wild in bliss shalt rove. Then Lakshman, skilled in soft address, wooed by the amorous giantess, with art to turn her love aside, to Surpnakha thus replied. And can so high a dame agree the slave wife of a slave to be? I, lotus youth, in good and ill, am bondsman to my brother's will. Be thou, fair creature radiant-eyed, my honoured brother's younger bride. With faultless tint and dainty limb, a happy wife bring joy to him. He from his spouse, grown old and grey, deformed, untrue, will turn away. Her withered charms will gladly leave, and to his fair young darling cleave. For who could be so fond and blind, O loveliest of all female kind, to love another dame and slight thy beauties rich in all delight? Thus Lakshman praised in scornful jest the long-toothed fiend with loathly breast, who fondly heard his speech, nor knew his mocking words were aught but true. Again, inflamed with love, she fled to Rama in his leafy shed, where Sita rested by his side, and to the mighty victor cried, What, Rama, canst thou blindly cling to this old false misshapen thing? Wilt thou refuse the charms of youth for withered breast and grinning tooth? Canst thou this wretched creature prize, and look on me with scornful eyes? This aged crone, this very hour, before thy face will I devour. Then joyous, from all rivals free, through Dandak will I stray with thee. She spoke, and with a glance of flame rushed on the fawn-eyed metal dame. So the horrid meteor mar fair Rohini's soft beaming star. But as the furious fiend drew near, like death's dire news which chills with fear, the mighty chief her purpose stayed, and spoke his brother to upbraid. Never should you jest with creatures rude, of savage race and wrathful mood. Think, Lakshman, think how nearly slain my dear Videhan breathes again. Let not the hideous wretch escape without a mark to mar her shape. Strike, Lord of Man, the monstrous fiend, deformed and foul and evil-meined. He spoke, then Lakshman's wrath rose high, and there before his brother's eye he drew that sword which none could stay, and cleft her nose and ears away. Noseless and earless, torn and maimed, with fearful shrieks the fiend exclaimed, and frantic in her wild distress, resought the distant wilderness. Deformed, terrific, huge and dread, as on she moved, her gashes bled, and groan succeeded groan as loud as roars ere rain the thunder cloud. Still on the fearful monster passed, while streams of blood kept falling fast, and with a roar and arms outspread, within the boundless wood she fled. To Janastan the monster flew, fierce Khara there she found, with chieftains of the giant crew, in thousands ranged around. Before his awful feet she bent, and fell with piercing cries, as when a bolt in swift descent comes flashing from the skies. There for a while, with senses dazed, silent she lay and scared. At length her drooping head she raised, and all the tale declared. How Rama, Lakshman, and the dame had reached that lonely place, then told her injuries and shame, and showed her bleeding face. End of Cantos 16, 17, and 18. Cantos 19 to 21 of Book 3 of the Ramayan of Valmiki. Translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 19. The Rousing of Khara. When Khara saw his sister lie, with blood-stained limbs and troubled eye, wild fury in his bosom woke, and thus the monstrous giant spoke. Arise, my sister, cast away this numbing terror and dismay, and straight the impious hand declare that marred those features once so fair. For who his finger-tip will lay on the black snake in childish play, and unattacked with idle stroke his poison-laden fang provoke? Ill-fated fool, he little knows death's noose around his neck he throws, who rashly met thee and a draught of life-destroying poison quaffed. Strong, fierce as death, it was thine to choose thy way at will, its shape to use. In power and might, like one of us, what hand has maimed and marred thee thus? What god or fiend this deed has wrought? What bard or sage of lofty thought was armed with power supremely great, thy form to mar and mutilate? In all the worlds not one I see would dare a deed to anger me, not Indra's self, the thousand-eyed, beneath whose hand fierce Parker died. My life-destroying darts this day his guilty breath shall rend away, even as the thirsty wild swan drains each milk-drop that the wave retains, whose blood in foaming streams shall burst over the dry ground which lies athirst, when by my shafts transfixed and slain he falls upon the battle plain, from whose dead corpse shall birds of air the mangled flesh and sinews tear, and in their gory feast delight when I have slain him in the fight. Not god or bird or wandering ghost, no giant of our mighty host, shall step between us or avail to save the wretch when I assail. Collect each scattered sense, recall thy troubled thoughts, and tell me all what wretch attacked thee in the way and quelled thee in victorious fray. His breast with burning fury fired, Thus Kara of the fiend inquired, and then with many a tear and sigh, thus Surpnaka made reply. It is Dasarath's sons a pair, strong, resolute, and young and fair, in coats of dark and black deer's hide, and like the radiant lotus-eyed, on berries, roots, and fruit they feed, and lives of saintly virtue lead. With ordered senses undefiled, Rama and Lakshman are they styled. Fair as the minstrel's king are they, and stamped with signs of regal sway. I know not if the heroes trace their line from gods or Danav race. There, by these wandering eyes between, the noble youths a dame was seen, fair, blooming, young, with dainty waist, and all her bright apparel graced. For her, with ready heart and mind, the royal pair their strength combined, and brought me to this last distress, like some lost woman, comfortless. Perfidious wretch, my soul is fain, her foaming blood and dares to drain. Oh, let me head the vengeful fight, and with this hand my murderers smite. Come, brother, hasten to fulfill this longing of my eager will. On to the battle, let me drink their lifeblood as to art they sink. Then Kara, by his sister pressed, inflamed with fury, gave his haste to twice 7 giants of his crew, fierce as the god of death to view. 2 men equipped with arms who wear deer skin and bark and matted hair, leading a beauteous dame have strayed to the wild gloom of Dundak shade. These men their cursed omen slay, and hasten back without delay, that this my sister's lips may be red with the lifeblood of the tree. Giants, my wounded sister longs to take this vengeance for her wrongs. With speed her dearest wish fulfill, and with your might these creatures kill. Soon as your matchless strength shall lay these brothers dead in battle fray, she in triumphant joy will laugh, and their heart's blood delighted quaff. The giants heard the words he said, and fought with Surpnaka sped, as mighty clouds in autumn fly, urged by the wind along the sky. Canto 20. The Giant's Death. Fierce Surpnaka with her train to Rama's dwelling came again, and to the eager giants showed where Sita and the youths abode. With the leafy cot they espied the hero by his consort's side, and the faithful Lakshman ready still to wait upon his brother's will. Then noble Rama raised his eye and saw the giants standing nigh, and then, as nearer still they pressed, his glorious brother thus addressed. Be thine a while, my brother dear, to watch over Sita's safety here, and I will slay these creatures who the footsteps of my spouse pursue. He spoke, and reverend Lakshman heard, submissive to his brother's word. The son of Raghu, virtuous-souled, strung his great bow adorned with gold, and, with the weapon in his hand, addressed him to the giant band. Rama and Lakshman we, who spring from Dasarath, mighty king, we dwell a while with Sita here, in Dandak forest wild and drear. On woodland roots and fruit we feed, and lives of strictest rule we lead. Say, why would ye our lives oppress, who sojourn in the wilderness? Sent hither by the hermit's prayer, with bow and darts unused to spare. For vengeance am I come to slay your sinful band in battle fray. Rest as ye are, remain content, nor try the battle's dire event, unless your offered lives ye spurn. O rovers of the night, return. They listened while the hero spoke, and fury in each breast awoke. The Brahman slayers raised on high their mighty spears and made reply. They spoke with eyes aglow with ire, while Rama's burnt with vengeful ire, and answered thus in fury wild that peerless chief whose tones were mild. Nay, thou hast angered overbold Khara, our lord, the mighty souled, and for thy sin in battle strife shalt yield to us thy forfeit life. No power hast thou alone to stand against the numbers of our band. It were vain to match thy single might against us in the front of fight. When we, equipped for fight, advance with brandished pike and mace and lance, thou, vanquished in the desperate field, thy bow, thy strength, thy life shalt yield. With bitter words and threatening mien, thus furious spoke the fierce 14, and raising scimitar and spear, on Rama rushed in wild career. Their level spears the giant crew against the matchless hero threw. His bow the son of Raghu bent, and twice 7 shafts to meet them sent, and every javelin sundered fell by the bright darts he aimed so well. The hero saw, his anger grew, to fury from his side he drew. Fresh sun-bright arrows pointed keen, in number like his foes 14. His bow he grasped, the string he drew, and gazing on the giant crew, as Indra casts the levin, so shot forth his arrows at the foe. The hurtling arrows stained with gore, through the fiend's breasts a passage tore, and in the earth lay buried deep, as serpents through an anthill creep. Like trees uptorn by stormy blast, the shattered fiends to earth were cast. And there, with mangled bodies, they, bathed in their blood and breathless, lay. With fainting heart and furious eye, the demon saw her champions die. With drying wounds that scarcely bled, back to her brother's home she fled. Oppressed with pain, with loud lament, at Khara's feet the monster bent. There, like a plant, when slowly come the trickling drops of oozy gum, with her grim features pale with pain, she poured her tears in ceaseless rain. There rooted Surpnakha lay, and told her brother all the issue of the bloody fray, her giant champions' fall. Canto 21. The Rousing of Khara. Low in the dust he saw her lie, and Khara's wrath grew fierce and high. Aloud he cried to her who came, disgracefully with baffled aim, I sent with thee at thy request, the bravest of my giants, best of all who feed upon the slain. Why art thou weeping here again? Still to their master's interest true, my faithful, noble, loyal crew, though slaughtered in the bloody fray, would yet their monarch's word obey. Now I, my sister, fain would know the cause of this thy fear and war, why like a snake thou readest there, calling for aid in wild despair. Nay, lie not thus in lowly guise, cast off thy weakness and arise. With soothing word the giant chief assuaged the fury of her grief. Her weeping eyes she slowly dried, and to her brother thus replied, I sought thee in my shame and fear, with severed nose and mangled ear. My gashes like a river bled, I sought thee and was comforted. Those twice 7 giants, brave and strong, thou sentest to avenge the wrong, to lay the savage Rama low, and Lakshman who misused me so. But the shafts of Rama threw, the bodies of my champions flew. Though madly fierce their spears they plied, beneath his conquering might they died. I saw them, famed for strength and speed, I saw my heroes fall and bleed. Great trembling seized my every limb, at the great deed achieved by him. In trouble, horror, doubt and dread, again to thee for help I fled. While terror haunts my troubled sight, I seek thee, rover of the night. And canst thou not thy sister free from this wide waste of troublous sea, whose shocks are doubt and terror, where each reading wave is dark despair? Low lie on earth thy giant train, by ruthless Rama's arrows slain, and all the mighty demons fed on blood who followed me are dead. Now if within thy breast may be pity for them and love for me, if thou, O rover of the night, have valor and with him can fight, subdue the giant's cruel foe, who dwells where Dunduk's thickets grow. But if thine arm in vain essay this queller of his foes to slay, now surely here before thine eyes, wronged and ashamed, thy sister dies. Too well, alas, too well, I see, that strong in war as thou mayst be, thou canst not in the battle stand, when Rama meets thee hand to hand. Go forth, thou hero but in name, assuming might thou canst not claim. Call friend and kin, no longer stay, away from Janastan, away. Shame of thy race, thou weak alone, beneath thine arm may sink overthrown. Fly Rama and his brother, they are man too strong for thee to slay. How canst thou hope, O weak and base, to make this grove thy dwelling place? With Rama's might unmeet to vie, overmastered, thou wilt quickly die. A hero strong in valorous deed is Rama, Dasarath's seed, and scores of weaker might than he, his brother chief who mangled me. Thus wept and wailed in deep distress the grim misshapen giantess. Before her brother's feet she lay, overwhelmed with grief, and swooned away. End of Cantos 19, 20 and 21. Cantos 22 to 24 of Book 3 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 22, Kara's Wrath. Roused by the taunting words she spoke, the mighty Kara's wrath awoke, and there, while giants guard him round, in these fierce words an utterance found. I cannot, peerless one, contain mine anger at this high disdain, galling as salt when sprinkled over the rawness of a bleeding sore. Rama in little count I hold, weak man whose days are quickly told, the caitiff with his life today for all his evil deeds shall pay. Dry, sister, dry each needless tear, stint thy lament and banish fear, for Rama and his brother go this day to Yama's realm below. My warrior's axe shall stretch him slain ere set of sun upon the plain, then shall thy sated lips be red with his warm blood in torrent shed. As Kara's speech the demon heard, with sudden joy her heart was stirred. She fondly praised him as the boast and glory of the giant host. First moved to ire by taunts and stings, now soothed by gentle flatterings, to Dushan, who his armies led, the demon Kara spoke and said, Friend, from the host of giants call, full 14,000, best of all, slaves of my will, of fearful might, who never turn their backs in fight. Fiends who rejoice to slay and mar, dark as the clouds of autumn are. Make ready quickly, O my friend, my chariot and the bows I bend. My swords, my shafts of brilliant sheen, my divers lances long and keen, on to the battle will I lead these heroes of Pulastia's seed. And thus, O famed for warlike skill, Rama my wicked foeman kill. He spoke, and ere his speech was done, his chariot glittering like the sun, yoked and announced by Dushyant's care, with dappled steeds was ready there. High as a peak from Meru rent, it burned with golden ornament, the pole of ladulite of gold, where the bright wheels whereon it rolled, with gold and moonstone blazoned over, fish, flowers, trees, rocks, the panels bore, auspicious birds embossed thereon, and stars in costly emblem shone. Over flashing swords his banner hung, and sweet bells ever tinkling swung. That mighty host with sword and shield and oar was ready for the field, and Kara saw and Dushyant cried, "Forth to the fight, ye giants, ride!" Then banners waved and shield and sword flashed as the host obeyed its lord. From Janastan they sallied out, with eager speed and din and shout, armed with the mace for close attacks, the bill, the spear, the battle-axe, steel cord and club that flashed afar, his bow and sword and scimitar. The dart to pierce, the bolt to strike, the murderous bludgeon, lance and pike, so forth from Janastan intent, on Kara's will the monsters went. He saw their awful march not far, behind the host he drove his car, where of his master's will to speed the driver urged each gold-decked steed. Then forth the warriors' coursers sprang, and with tumultuous murmur rang each distant quarter of the sky, and realms that intermediate lie. High and more high within his breast his pride triumphant rose, while terrible as death he pressed onward to slay his foes. More swiftly yet, as on they fled, he cried in thundering tones, loud as a cloud that overhead hails down a flood of stones. Canto 23. The Omens. As forth upon its errand went that huge ferocious armament, an awful cloud in dust and gloom, with threatening thunders from its womb, poured in sad augury a flood of rushing water mixed with blood. The monarch steeds, though strong and fleet, stumbled and fell, and yet their feet passed over the bed of flowers that lay, fresh gathered on the royal way. No gleam of sunlight struggled through the sombre pall of midnight hue, edged with a line of bloody red, like whirling torches overhead. A vulture fierce of mighty size, terrific with his cruel eyes, perched on the stuff and wreathed with gold, whence hung the flag in many a fold. Each ravening bird, each beast of prey, where Janastan's wild thickets lay, rose with a long discordant cry, and gathered as the host went by. And from the south, long, wild and shrill, came spirit voices boding ill, like elephants in frantic mood, vast clouds terrific, sable-hued, hid all the sky wherever they bore their load of water mixed with gore. Above, below, around were spread thick shades of darkness strange and dread, nor could the wildered glance descry a point or quarter of the sky. Then came over heaven a sanguine hue, though evening's flush not yet was due, while each illumined bird that flies assailed the king with harshest cries. There screamed the vulture and the crane, and the loud jackal shrieked again, each hideous thing that bodes aright disaster in the coming fight, with gaping mouth that hissed and flamed, the ruin of the host proclaimed. Eclipse untimely reft away the brightness of the Lord of Day, and near his side was seen to glow a mace-like comet boding woe. Then, while the sun was lost to view, a mighty wind arose and blew, and stars like fireflies shed their light, nor waited for the distant night. The lilies drooped, the brooks were dried, the fish and birds that swarmed them died, and every tree that was so fair with flower and fruit was stripped and bare. The wild wind ceased, yet raised on high dark clouds of dust involved the sky. In doleful twitter long sustained, the restless sarikas complained, and from the heavens with flash and flame terrific meteors roaring came. Earth to her deep foundation shook, with rock and tree and plain and brook, as Kara with triumphant shout, borne in his chariot, sallied out. His left arm throbbed, he knew full well that omen, and his visage fell. Each awful sign the giant viewed, and sudden tears his eye bedewed. Care on his brow sat chill and black, yet mad with wrath he turned not back. Upon each fearful sight that raised the shuddering hair the chieftain gazed, and laughing in his senseless pride, thus to his giant legions cried. By sense of mightier strength upborne, these feeble signs I laugh to scorn. I could bring down the stars that shine in heaven with these keen shafts of mine. Impelled by warlike fury I could cause even Death himself to die. I will not seek my home again until my pointed shafts have slain this Raghu's son so fierce in pride, and Lakshman by his brother's side. And she my sister, she for whom these sons of Raghu meet their doom, she with delighted lips shall drain the lifeblood of her foeman slain. Fear not for me, I never have known defeat in battle overthrown. Fear not for me, O giants, true are the proud words I speak to you. The King of gods who rules on high, if while their Ravat bore him nigh, should fall before me bolt in hand, and shall these two my wrath withstand? He ended, and the giant host, who heard their chief's triumphant boast, rejoiced with equal pride elate, entangled in the news of fate. Then met on high in bright array, with eyes that longed to see the fray, god and Gandharva, sage and saint, with beings pure from earthly taint, blessed for good works aforetime wrought, thus each to other spake his thought. Now joy to Brahmins, joy to kine, and all who mould count half divine. May Raghu's offspring slay in fight Pulastya's sons who roam by night. In words like these and more, the best of high-souled saints their hopes expressed, bending their eager eyes from where, car-borne with gods, they rode in air. Beneath them stretching far they viewed the giants' death-doomed multitude. They saw where, aroused with fury, far before the host rolled Kara's car, and close beside their leader came 12 giant peers of might and fame, 4 other chiefs before the rest, behind their leader Dushan pressed. Impetuous, cruel, dark and dread, all thirsting for the fray, the hosts of giant warriors sped onward upon their way. With eager speed they reached the spot where dwelt a princely two, like planets in a league to blot the sun and moon from view. Canto 24. The Host in Sight. While Kara, urged by valiant rays, drew near that little hermitage, those wondrous signs in earth and sky smote on each princess watchful eyes. When Rama saw those signs of war, fraught with destruction to the foe, with bold impatience scarce repressed, his brother chief he thus addressed. These fearful signs, my brother bold, which threaten our foes, behold, all laden as they strike the view, with ruin to the fiendish crew. The angry clouds are gathering fast, their skirts with dusty gloom overcast, and harsh with loud-voiced thunder rain thick drops of blood upon the plain. See, burning for the coming fight, My shafts with wreaths of smoke are white, and my great bow embossed with gold troughs eager for the master's hold. Each bird that through the forest flies sends out its melancholy cries. All signs foretell the dangerous strife, the jeopardy of limb and life. Each sight, each sound gives warning clear that foam and meat and death is near. But courage, valiant brother, well, the travings of mine arm foretell that ruin waits the hostile powers, and triumph in the fight is ours. I hail the welcome omen, thou art bright of face and clear of brow. For Lakshman, when the eye can trace a cloud upon the warrior's face, stealing the cheerful light away, his life is doomed in battle fray. List, brother, to that awful cry, with shout and roar the fiends draw nigh, with thundering beat of many a drum, the savage-hearted giants come. The wise, who value safety, know to meet prepared the coming blow. In paths of prudence trained aright, they watch the stroke before it smite. Take thou thine arrows and thy bow, and with the Maita lady go for shelter to the mountain cave, where thicket trees their branches wave. I will not have thee, Lakshman, say one word in answer, but obey. By all the honour for these feet of mine, dear brother, I entreat. Thy warlike arm I know could smite to death these rovers of the night, but I this day would fight alone, till all the fiends be overthrown. He spake, and Lakshman answered not. His arrows and his bow he brought, and then with Sita following hied for shelter to the mountain side. As Lakshman and the lady through the forest to the cave withdrew, "It is well," cried Rama. Then he braced his coat of mail around his waist, when bright as blazing fire upon his mighty limbs the armour shone. The hero stood like some great light uprising in the dark of night. His dreadful shafts were by his side, his trusty bow he bent and plied. Prepared he stood, the bowstring rang, filling the welkin with the clang. The high-souled gods together drew, the wonder of the fight to view. The saints made free from spot and stain, and bright Gandharvas heavenly train. Each glorious sage the assembly sought, each saint divine of loftiest thought, and filled with cheer for Rama's sake. Thus they whose deeds were holy spake. Now be it well with Brahmans now, well with the wolves and every cow. Let Rama in the deadly fray the fiends who walk in darkness slay, as he who bears the discus slew the chieftains of the Asur crew. Then each with anxious glances viewed his fellow, and his speech renewed. There 'twice 7,000 giants stand, with impious heart and cruel hand. Here Rama stands by virtue known. How can the hero fight alone? Thus royal sage and Brahman saint, spirit and virtue free from taint, and all the gods of heaven who rode on golden cars their longing showed. Their hearts with doubt and terror rent, they saw the giants' armament, and Rama clothed in warrior might fought standing in the front of fight. Lord of the arm no toil might tire, he stood majestic in his ire, matchless in form as Rudra when his wrath is fierce on gods of man. While gods and saints in close array held converse of the coming fray, the army of the fiends drew near, with sight and sound that counselled fear. Long, loud, and deep their war cry pealed, as on they rushed with flag and shield, each of his proper valour proud, urging to fight the demon crowd. His ponderous bow each warrior tried, and swelled his bulk with martial pride. Mid shout and roar and trampling feet, and thunder of the drums they beat. Loud and more loud the tumult went throughout the forest's vast extent, and all the life that moved within the woodland trembled at the din. In eager haste all fled to find some tranquil spot, nor looked behind. With every arm of war supplied, on rushing wildly like the tide of some deep sea, the giant host approached where Rama kept his post. Then he, in battle skilled and tried, bent his keen eye on every side, and viewed the host of Kara face to face before his dwelling place. He drew his arrows forth and reared, and strained that bow which foemen feared, and yielded to the vengeful sway of fierce desire that host to slay. Terrific as the ruinous fire that danced the walls, he glowed in ire, and his tremendous form dismayed the gods who roamed the forest shade. For in the furious red that glowed within his soul, the hero showed, like Siva, when his angry might stayed Daksha's sacrificial rite. Like some great cloud on dawn of day, when first the sun upsprings, and over the gloomy mass its ray a golden radiance flings, thus showed the children of the night, whose mail and chariots trew, with gleams of bows and armlets bright, flashes of flaming hue. End of Cantos 22, 23, and 24. Cantos 25 to 27 of Book 3 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 25. The Battle. When Kara with the hosts he led drew near to Rama's leafy shed, he saw that queller of the foe stand ready with his ordered bow. He saw, and burning at the view, his clanging bow he raised and drew, and bade his driver urge apace his car to meet him face to face. Obedient to his master's haste, his eager steeds the driver pressed on to the spot where, none to aid, the strong-armed chief his weapon swayed. Soon as the children of the night saw Kara rushing to the fight, his lords with loud unearthly cry followed their chief and gathered nigh. As in his car the leader rode, with all his lords around, he showed like the red planet fiery Mars, surrounded by the lesser stars. Then with a horrid yell that rent the air, the giant chieftain sent 1,000 darts in rapid shower on Rama, matchless in his power. The rovers of the night, impelled by fiery rage which naught withheld, upon the unconquered prince who strained his fearful bow, their arrows rained. With sword and club, with mace and pike, with spear and axe to pierce and strike, those furious fiends on every side the unconquerable hero plied. The giant legions, huge and strong, like clouds the tempest drives along, rushed upon Rama with the speed of whirling car and mounted steed, and hill like elephant to slay the matchless prince in battle fray. Then upon Rama thick and fast the rain of mortal steel they cast, as labouring clouds their torrent shed upon the mountain monarch's head. As near and nearer round him drew the warriors of the giant crew, he showed like Siva, god by all his spirits when night's shadows fall. As the great deep receives its rill, and river rushing from the hill, he bore that flood of darts and broke with well-aimed shaft its murderous stroke. By stress of arrowy storm assailed, and wounded sore, he never failed, like some high mountain which defies the red balls flashing from the skies. With ruddy streams each limb was dyed, from gaping wounds in breast and side, showing the hero like the sun, mid crimson clouds ere day is done. Then at the sight of terror, faint, grew god, Gandharva, sage and saint, trembling to see the prince oppose his single might to myriad foes. But waxing wroth, with force unspent, he strained his bow to utmost bend, and fought his arrows keen and true, in hundreds, yea, in thousands flew. Shafts none could ward, and none endure, death's fatal news was cast so sure. As he tware in playful ease he sought his gilded shafts, and rested not. With swiftest flight and truest aim, upon the giant hosts they came. Each smote, each stayed a foeman's breath, as fatal as the coil of death. Each arrow through a giant tore a passage, and besmeared with gore, pursued its onward way, and through the air with flamy brilliance flew. Unnumbered were the arrows sent from the great bow which Rama bent, and every shaft with iron head the lifeblood of a giant shed. Their pennant bows were cleft, nor mail, nor shield of hide could aught avail, for Rama's myriad arrows tore through arms and bracelets which they wore, and severed mighty warriors' thighs like trunks of elephants in size, and cut resistless passes sheer through gold-decked horse and charioteer, slew elephant and rider, slew the horseman and the charger too, and infantry unnumbered sent to dwell beneath Yama's government. Then rose on high a fearful yell of rovers of the night who fell beneath that iron torrent sore, wounded by shafts that rent and tore. So mangled by the ceaseless storm of shafts of every kind and form, such joy they found as forests feel when scorched by flame from Rama's steel. The mightiest still the fight maintained, and furious upon Rama reigned, dart, arrow, spear, with wild attacks of mace and club and battle axe. But the great chief, unconquered yet, their weapons with his arrows met, which severed many a giant's head, and all the plain with corpses spread. With sundered bow and shattered shield, headless they sank upon the field. As the tall trees that felt the blast of Garuda's wing to earth were cast, the giants left unslaughtered there were filled with terror and despair, and to their leader Kara fled, faint, wounded, and discomfited. These fiery Dushyant strove to cheer, and poised his bow to calm their fear. Then fierce as he who rules the dead, when wrath on angered Rama sped. By Dushyant cheered, the demons cast their dread aside and rallied fast. With salts, rocks, palm trees in their hands, with nooses, maces, pikes, and brands, again upon the godlike man the mighty fiends infuriate ran, these casting rocks like hail, and these a whelming shower of leafy trays. Wild wondrous fight the eye to scare, and raise on end each shuddering hair, as with the fiends who loved to rove by night heroic Rama strove. The giants in their fury plied Rama with darts on every side. Then by the gathering demons pressed from north and south and east and west, by showers of deadly darts assailed, from every quarter fiercely hailed. Got by the foes who swarmed around, he raised a mighty shout, whose sound struck terror on the giant crew. His great Gandharva arrow flew. 1,000 mortal shafts were rained from the orbed bow the heroes trained, till east and west and south and north were filled with arrows volleyed forth. They heard the fearful shout, they saw his mighty hand the bowstring draw. Yet could no wounded giant's eye see the swift storm of arrows fly. Still firm the warrior stood and cast his deadly missiles thick and fast. Dark grew the air with arrowy hail, which hid the sun as with a veil. Fiends wounded, falling, fallen, slain, all in a moment spread the plain, and thousand scars alive were left, mangled and gashed, and torn and cleft. Dire was the sight, the plain overspread with trophies of the mangled dead. There lay, by Rama's missiles rent, full many a priceless ornament, with severed limb and broken gem, hauberk and helm and diadem. There lay the shattered car, the steed, the elephant of noblest breed, the splintered spear, the shivered mace, chowries and screens to shade the face. The giants saw with bitterest pain their warriors weltering on the plain, nor dared again his might oppose, who scours the cities of his foes. Canto 26. Dushan's Death. When Dushan saw his giant band slaughtered by Rama's conquering hand, he called 5,000 fiends and gave his orders, bravest of the brave, invincible of furious might. Never had they turned their backs in flight. They, as their leader, bade them seize spears, swords, and clubs, and rocks and trees, poured on the dauntless prince again a ceaseless shower of deadly rain. The virtuous Rama, undismayed, their missiles with his arrows stayed, and wakened ere it fell the shock of that dire hail of tree and rock, and like a bull with eyelids closed the pelting of the storm opposed. Then blazed desire, he longed to smite, to art the rovers of the night. The wrath that over his spirit came clothed him with splendor as of flame, while showers of mortal darts he poured, fierce on the giants and their lord. Dushan, the foeman's dusky dread, by frenzied rays inspirited, on Raghu's son his missiles cast, like Indra's bolts which rend and blast. But Rama, with a transient dart, cleft Dushan's ponderous bow apart, and then the gold-decked steeds who drew the chariot with 4 shafts he slew. One crescent dart he aimed, which shred clean from his neck the driver's head. 3 more with deadly skill addressed stood quivering in the giant's breast. Hurled from his car, steeds, driver slain, the bow he trusted cleft in twain. He seized his mace, strong, heavy, tread, high as a mountain's towering head. With plates of gold adorned and bound, embattled gods it crushed and ground. Its iron spikes yet bore the stains of mangled foemen's blood and brains. Its heavy mass of jagged steel was like a thunderbolt to feel. It shattered as on foes it fell, the city where the senses dwell. Fierce Dushan seized that ponderous mace, like monstrous form of serpent race, and all his savage soul aglow with fury rushed upon the foe. But Raghu's son took steady aim, and as the rushing giant came, shore with 2 shafts the arms whereon the demon's glittering bracelets shone. His arm at each huge shoulder lopped, the mighty body reeled and dropped, and the great mace to earth was thrown, like Indra's staff when storms have blown. As some vast elephant who lies shorn of his tusk and bleeding dies, so when his arms were rent away, low on the ground the giant lay. The spirits saw the monster die, and loudly rang their joyful cry, "Honor to Rama, nobly done! Well hast thou fought, Kakutsta's son!" But the great tree, the host who led, and raised to see their chieftain dead, as though death's toils were round them cast, rushed upon Rama fierce and fast. Mahakalpa ceased to strike his foeman down a ponderous pike. Stutalaksha charged with spear to fling, Pramati with his axe to swing. When Rama saw, with keen darts he received the onset of the tree. As calm as though he hailed a guest, in each who came for shade and rest, Mahakalpa's monstrous head fell with a trenchant dart he spade. His good right hand in battle skilled, Stutalaksha's eyes with arrows filled. And trusting still his ready bow, he laid the fierce smṛti low, who sank as some tall tree falls down, with bow and branch and leafy crown. Then with 5,000 shafts he slew the rest of Dushan's giant crew. 5,000 demons torn and rent to Yama's gloomy realm he sent. When Khara knew the fate of all, the giant band and Dushan's fall, he called the mighty chiefs who led his army and in fury said, "Now Dushan and his armed train lie prostrate on the battle plain. Lead forth an army mightier still, Rama this wretched man to kill. Fight ye with darts of every shape, nor let him from your wrath escape." Thus spoke the fiend, by rays impelled, and straight his course toward Rama held. With Sneagami and the rest of his 12 chiefs he onward pressed, and every giant as he went a storm of well-wrought arrows sent. Then with his pointed shafts that came with gold and diamond bright as flame, dead to the art the hero threw the remnant of the demon crew. Those shafts with feathers bright as gold, like flames with wreaths of smoke unfold, smote down the fiends like tall trees rent by red bolts from the firmament. 100 shafts he pointed well, by their keen barbs 100 fell. 1,000 and 1,000 more in battle's front lay drenched in gore. Of all defence and guard bereft, with sundered bows and harness cleft, their bodies red with bloody stain, fell the night rovers on the plain, which, covered with the loosened hair of bleeding giants prostrate there, like some great altar showed, arrayed for holy rites with grass overlaid. The dark Samud, each glade and dell, where the wild demons fought and fell, was like an awful hell whose floor is thick with mire and flesh and gore. Thus twice 7,000 fiends, a band, with impious heart and bloody hand, by Raghu's son were overthrown, a man on foot, and all alone. Of all who met on that fierce day, Khara, great chief, survived the fray. The monster of the triple head, and Raghu's son, the foeman's dread. The other demon warriors, all, skillful and brave and strong and tall, in front of battle side by side, struck down by Lakshman's brother, died. When Khara saw the host he led, triumphant forth to fight, stretched on the earth, all smitten dead by Rama's nobler might, upon his foe he fiercely glared, and drove against him fast, like Indra when his arm is bared, his thundering bolt to cast. Canto 27. The Death of Trisiras. But Trisiras, a chieftain dread, marked Khara as he onward sped, and met his car and cried to stay the giant from the purposed fray. Mine be the charge, let me attack, and turn thee from the contest back. Let me go forth, and thou shalt see the strong-armed Rama slain by me. True are the words I speak, my lord, I swear it as I touch my sword, that I this Rama's blood will spill, whom every giant's hand should kill. This Rama will I slay, or he in battle fray shall conquer me. Restrain thy spirit, check thy car, and view the combat from afar. Thou joying over the prostrate foe, to Janastan again shalt go. Or if I fall in battle's chance, against my conqueror advance. Thus Trisiras for death who yearned, and Khara from the conflict turned. Go forth to battle, Khara cried, and toward his foe the giant hied. Borne on a car of glittering hue, which harnessed coursers fleetly drew. Like some huge hill with triple peak, he onward rushed the prince to seek, still like a big cloud, sending out his airy rain with many a shout, like the deep sullen roars that come discordant from a moistened drum. But Raghu's son, whose watchful eye beheld the demon rushing nigh, from the great bow he raised and bent, a shower of shafts to meet him sent. Wild grew the fight, and wilder yet, as fiend and man in combat met, as when in some dark woods retreat an elephant and a lion meet. The giant bent his bow, and true to Rama's brow 3 arrows flew. Then, raising as he felt the stroke, these words in anger Rama spoke: "Heroic chief, is such the power of fiends who rove at midnight hour? Soft as the touch of flowers I feel the gentle blows thine arrows deal. Receive in turn my shafts, and know what arrows fly from Rama's bow." Thus as he spoke, his wrath grew hot, and twice 7 deadly shafts he shot, which, dire as serpent's deadly fang, straight to the giant's bosom sprang. 4 arrows more, each shape to deal a mortal wound with barbed steel, the glorious hero shot and slew the 4 good steeds the car that drew. 8 other shafts flew straight and fleet, and hauled the driver from his seat, and in the dust the banner laid that proudly over the chariot played. Then as the fiend prepared to bound forth from his useless car to ground, the hero smote him to the heart, and numbed his arm with deadly smart. Again the chieftain, peerless-souled, sent forth 3 rapid darts, and rolled with each keen arrow deftly sped low in the dust a monstrous head. Then, yielding to each deadly stroke, forth spouting streams of blood and smoke, the headless trunk, betranced with gore, fell to the ground and moved no more. The fiends who yet were left with life, rooted and crushed in battle strife, to Kara's side like trembling deer, scared by the hunter, fled in fear. King Kara saw with furious eye his scattered giants turn and fly. Then rallying his broken train, at Raghu's son he drove amain. Like Rahu when his deadly might comes rushing on the Lord of Night. End of Cantos 25, 26 and 27. Cantos 28 to 30 of Book 3 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 28. Kara dismounted. But when he turned his eye, where bled both Trishiras and Dushan dead, fear over the giant spirit came of Rama's might, which naught could tame. He saw his savage legions those whose force no creature dared oppose. He saw the leader of his train by Rama's single prowess slain. With burning grief he marked a few still left him of his giant crew. As Namuchi and Indra, so rushed the dead demon on his foe. His mighty bow the monster strained, and angrily on Rama rained his mortal arrows in a flood, like serpent fangs athirst for blood. Skilled in the bowman's warlike art, he plied the string and poised the dart. Here on his car and there he rode, and passages of battle showed, while all the sky regions grew dark with his arrows as they flew. Then Rama seized his ponderous bow, and straight the heaven was all aglow with shafts whose stroke no life might bear, that filled with flash and flame the air, thick as the blinding torrents sent down from the Parjania's firmament. In space itself no space remained, but all was filled with arrows rained incessantly from each great bow wielded by Rama and his foe. As does in furious combat wrought, to mortal hate the warriors fought. The sun himself grew faint and pale, obscured behind that arrowy veil. As when beneath the driver's steel an elephant is forced to kneel, so from the hard and pointed head of many an arrow Rama bled. High on his car the giant rose, prepared in deadly strife to close. And all the spirits saw him stand, like Yama, with his nose in hand. For Khara deemed in senseless pride that he, beneath whose hand had died, the giant legions failed at length, slow sinking with exhausted strength. But Rama, like a lion, when a trembling deer comes nigh to his den, feared not the demon, mad with hate, of lion might and lion gait. Then in his lofty car that glowed with sun-like brilliance Khara rode. At Rama, madly on he came, like a poor moth that seeks the flame. His archer skill the fiend displayed, and at the place where Rama laid his hand an arrow cleft in two, the mighty bow the hero drew. 7 arrows by the giant sent, bright as the bolts of Indra, rent their way through mail and harness joints, and pierced him with their iron points. Of Rama, hero unsurpassed, 1,000 shafts smote thick and fast, while, as each missile struck, rang out the giant's awful battle shout. His knotted arrows pierced and tore the sun-bright mail the hero wore, till band and buckle ran away, glittering on the ground it lay. Then pierced in shoulder, breast, and side, till every limb with blood was dyed, the chieftain in majestic ire shone glorious as the smokeless fire. Then loud and long the war-cry rose of Rama, terror of his foes, as on the giant's death intent a ponderous bow he strung and bent. Lord Vishnu's own, of wondrous size, Agastya gave the heavenly prize. Then rushing on the demon foe, he raised on high that mighty bow, and with his well-wrought shafts whereon bright gold between the feathers shone, he struck the pennon fluttering over the chariot, and it waved no more. That glorious flag, whose every fold was rich with blazonry and gold, fell as the sun himself by all the gods' decree might outward fall. From wrathful Khara's hand, whose art well knew each vulnerable part, 4 keenly piercing arrows flew, and blood in Rama's bosom drew. With every limb disdained with gore, from deadly shafts which rent and tore, from Khara's clanging bowstring shards, the prince's wrath waxed wondrous hot. His hand upon his bow that best of mighty archers firmly pressed, and from the well-drawn bowstring true, each to its mark, 6 arrows flew. 1 quivered in the giant's head, with 2 his brawny shoulders bled. 3 with the crescent heads they bore, deep in his breast a passage tore. 13, to which the stone had lent the keenest point, were swiftly sent on the fierce giant, every one destructive, gleaming like the sun. With 4 the dappled steeds he slew, 1 cleft the chariot yoke in 2, 1 in the heat of battle sped, smote from the neck the driver's head. The poles were rent apart by 3, 2 broke the splintered axle tree. Then from the hand of Rama, while across his lips there came a smile, the 12th, like thunderbolt impelled, cut the great hand and bow it held. Then, scarce by Indra's self surpassed, he pierced the giant with the last. The bow he trusted cleft in twain, his driver and his horses slain. Down sprang the giant, mace in hand, on foot against the foe to stand. The gods and saints in bright array, close gathered in disguise, the prince's might in battle fray beheld with joyful eyes. Uprising from their golden seats, their hands in honor raised, they looked on Rama's noble feats and blessed him as they praised. Canto 29. Kara's Defeat. When Rama saw the giant nigh, on foot alone, with mace reared high, in mild reproof at first he spoke, then forth his threatening anger broke. Thou with the host it was thine to lead, with elephant and car and steed, hast wrought an act of sin and shame, an act which all who live must blame. Know that the wretch, whose evil mind joys in the grief of humankind, though the three worlds confess him Lord, must perish dreaded and abhorred. Night rover, when a villain's deeds distress the world, he little heeds. Each hand is armed his life to take, and crush him like a deadly snake. The end is near, when man begin, through greed or lust, a life of sin. Even as a Brahman's dame unwise eats of the fallen hail and dies, thy hand has slain the pure and good, the hermit saints of Danda good, of holy life the heirs of bliss, and thou shalt reap the fruit of this. Not long shall they whose cruel breasts joy in the sin the world detests, retain their guilty power and pride, but fade like trees whose roots are dried. Yes, as the seasons come and go, each tree its kindly fruit must show, and sinners reap in fitting time the harvest of each earlier crime. As those must surely die who eat unwittingly of poisoned meat, they too whose lives in sin are spent receive ere long the punishment. And now, thou river of the night, that I, a king, am sent to smite the wicked down, who court the hate of man whose laws they violate. This day my vengeful hand shall send shafts bright with gold to tear and rend, and pass with fury through thy breast, as serpents pierce the emmet's nest. Thou with thy host this day shalt be among the dead below, and see the saints beneath thy hand who bled, whose flesh thy cruel maw has fed. They, glorious on their seats of gold, their slayer shall in hell behold. Fired with all strength thou callest thine, mean scion of ignoble line. Still, like the palm tree's fruit, this day my shafts thy head in dust shall lay. Such were the words that Rama said. Then Kara's eyes with wrath glowed red, who, maddened by the rage that burned within him, with a smile returned. Thou Dasarath's son hast slain the meaner giants of my train, and canst thou idly vaunt thy might, and claim the praise not thine by right? Not thus in self-laudation rave the truly great, the nobly brave. No empty boasts like thine disgrace the foremost of the human race, the mean of soul unknown to fame, who taint their warrior race with shame. Thus speak in senseless pride as thou, O Raghu's son, hast boasted now. What hero, what the war cry rings, vaunts the high race from which he springs, or seeks, when warriors meet and die, his own descent to glorify. Weakness and folly show confessed, in every want thou utterest, as when the flames fed high with grass detect the simulating brass. Dost thou not see me standing here, armed with the mighty mace I rear, firm as an art upholding hill, whose summit veins of metal feel? Lo, here I stand before thy face, to slay thee with my murderous mace. As Death, the universal Lord, stands threatening with his fatal cord, enough of this, much more remains that should be done, but time constrains. Ere to his rest the sun descend, and shades of night the combat end, the twice 7,000 of my band, who fell beneath thy bloody hand, shall have their tears all wiped away, and triumph in thy fall today. He spoke, and loosing from his hold, his mighty mace ringed round with gold, like some red bolt alive with fire, hurled it at Rama, mad with ire. The ponderous mace, which Kara threw, sent fiery flashes as it flew. Trees, shrubs were scorched beneath the blast, as onward to its aim it passed. But Rama, watching as it sped, dire as his news, who rules the dead, cleft it with arrows as it came, on rushing with a hiss and flame. Its fury spent and burnt away, harmless upon the ground it lay, like a great snake in furious mood, by harps of numbing power subdued. Canto 30. Kara's Death. When Rama, pride of Raghu's race, virtue's dear son, had cleft a maze, thus with superior smile the best of chiefs the furious fiend addressed: Thou, worst of giant kind, at length hast shown the utmost of thy strength, and forced by greater might to bow. Thy vaunting threats are idle now. My shafts have cut the club in twain, useless it lies upon the plain, and all thy pride and haughty trust lie with it levelled in the dust. The words that thou hast said to-day, that thou wouldst wipe the tears away of all the giants I have slain, my deeds shall render void and vain. Thou meanest of the giant's breed, evil in thought and word and deed, my hand shall take the life of thine, as Garur seized the juice divine. Thou, rent by shafts, this day shalt die, low on the ground thy corse shall lie, and bubbles from the cloven neck with froth and blood thy skin shall deck. With dust and mire all rudely dyed, thy torn arms lying by thy side, while streams of blood each limb shall steep, thou on earth's breast shalt take thy sleep. Like a fond lover when he strains the beauty whom at length he gains. Now when thy heavy eyelids close for ever in thy deep repose, again shall Dandak forest be safe refuge for the devotee. Thou slain, and all thy race who held the realm of Janastan expelled, again shall happy hermits rove, fearing no danger through the grove. Within those bounds, their brethren slain, no giant shall this day remain, but all shall fly with many a tear, and fearing, rid the saints of fear. This bitter day shall misery bring on all the race that calls thee king. Fierce as their lord, thy dames shall know, bereft of joys, the taste of woe. Base, cruel wretch of evil mind, plaguer of Brahmins and mankind, with trembling hands each devotee feeds holy fires in dread of thee. Thus with wild fury unrepressed, Raghu's brave son the fiend addressed, and Khara, as his wrath grew high, thus thundered forth his fierce reply. By senseless pride to madness wrought, by danger got thou fearest not, nor heedest, numbered with the dead, what thou shouldst say and leave unsaid. When fate's tremendous coils enfold the captive in resistless hold, he knows not right from wrong, each sense numbed by the deadly influence. He spoke, and when his speech was done, bent his fierce brows on Raghu's son. With eager eyes he looked around, if little arms might yet be found. Not far away and full in view, a psaltery towering upward grew. His lips in mighty strain compressed, he tore it up with root and crest. With huge arms waved it over his head, and hurled it shouting, "Thou art dead." But Rama, unsurpassed in might, stayed with his shafts its onward flight, and furious longing seized his soul, the giant in the dust to roll. Great drops of sweat its limb bedewed, his red eyes showed his wrathful mood. 1,000 arrows swiftly sent, the giant's bosom tore and rent. From every gash his body showed, the blood in foamy torrents flowed. As springing from their caverns leap swift rivers down the mountain steep, when Khara felt each deadened power yielding beneath that murderous shower, he charged, infuriate with the scent of blood in dire bewilderment. But Rama watched with ready bow the onset of his bleeding foe, and ere the monster reached him, drew backward in haste a yard or two. Then from his side a shaft he took, whose mortal stroke no life might brook. Of peerless might it bore the name of Brahma's staff, and glowed with flame. Lord Indra, ruler of the skies, himself had given the glorious prize. His bow the virtuous hero drew, and at the fiend the arrow flew. Hissing and roaring like the blast of tempest, through the air it passed, and fixed by Rama's vigour sped in the foe's breast its pointed head. Then fell the fiend, the quenchless flame, burnt furious in the wounded frame. So, burnt by Rudra, Antak fell in Swetaranya's silvery dell. So Namuchi and Britra died by steaming bolts that tamed their pride. So Bala fell by lightning sent by him who rules the firmament. Then all the gods in close array, with the bright hosts who sing and play, filled full of rapture and amaze, sang hymns of joy in Rama's praise. Beat their celestial drums and shed rain of sweet flowers upon his head. For 3 short hours had scarcely flown, and by his pointed shafts overthrown the twice 7,000 fiends whose will could change their shapes in death were steel. With Drisidas and Dushan slain, and Khara leader of the train, O wondrous deed the bards began, the noblest deed of virtuous man, heroic strength that stood alone, and firmness even as Vishnu's own. Thus having sung, the shining train turned to their heavenly homes again. Then the high saints of royal race and loftier station sought the place, and by the great Agastya led, with reverence to Rama said, For this Lord Indra, glorious sire, majestic as the burning fire, who crushes cities in his rays, sought Sarvanga's hermitage. Thou wast this great design to aid, led by the saints to seek this shade, and with thy mighty arm to kill the giants who delight in ill. Thou, Dasarath's noble son, the battle for our sake hast won, and saints in Dandak's wild who leave their days to holy tasks can give. Forth from the mountain cavern came the hero Lakshman with the dame, and rapture beaming from his face resought the hermit dwelling place. Then when the mighty saints had paid due honor for the victor's aid, the glorious Rama, honored too by Lakshman, to his cart withdrew. When Sita looked upon her lord, his foeman slain, the saints restored, in pride and rapture uncontrolled, she clasped him in her loving hold. On the dead fiends her glances fell. She saw her lord alive and well, victorious after toil and pain, and Janak's child was blessed again. Once more, with new delight, her tender arms she threw round Rama, whose victorious might had crushed the demon crew. Then as his grateful reverence paid, each saint of lofty soul, over her sweet face all fears allayed, the flush of transport stole. End of Cantos 28, 29 and 30. Cantos 31 to 33 of Book 3 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph G. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 31, Ravan. But of the host of giants, one, accompanied from the field, had run, and sped to Lanka to relate in Ravan's ear the demon's fate. King, many a giant from the shade of Janastan in death is laid. Khara the chief is slain, and I could scarcely from the battle fly. Fierce anger, as the monarch heard, inflamed his look, his bosom stirred, and while with scorching glance he eyed the messenger, he thus replied: What fool has dared, already dead, strike Janastan, the general dread? Who is the wretch shall vainly try in aught heaven, hell, from me to fly? Vaishravan, Indra, Vishnu, he who rules the dead, must reverence me. For not the mightiest lord of these can brave my will and live at ease. Fate finds in me a mightier fate, to burn the fires that devastate. With unresisted influence I can force even death himself to die. With all surpassing might restrain the fury of the hurricane, and burn in my tremendous ire the glory of the sun and fire. As does the fiend's hot fury blazed, his trembling hands a company raised, and with a voice which fear made weak, permission craved his tale to speak. King Ravan gave the leave he sought, and bade him tell the news he brought. His courage rose, his voice grew bold, and thus his mournful tale he told. A prince with mighty shoulders sprung from Dasarath, brave and young, with arms well moulded, bears the name of Rama, with a lion's frame. Renowned, successful, dark of limb, aught has no warrior equals him. He fought in Janastan and slew Dushan the fierce, and Khara too. Ravan, the giant's royal chief, received Akampan's tale of grief. Then, panting like an angry snake, these words in turn the monarch spake: Say quick, did Rama seek the shade of Janastan with Indra's aid, and all the dwellers in the skies to back his hardy enterprise. A company hard and straight obeyed his master, and his answer made. Then thus the power and might he told of Raghu's son, the lofty-souled. Best is that chief of all who know with deftest art to draw the bow. He's a strange arms of heavenly might, and none can match him in the fight. His brother Lakshman, brave as he, fair as the rounded moon to see, with eyes like night and voice that comes deep as the roll of beaten drums, by Rama's side stands ever near, like wind that aids the flame's carrier. That glorious chief, the prince of kings, of Janastan this ruin brings. No gods were there, dismissed the thought, no heavenly legions came and fought. His swift-winged arrows Rama sent, each bright with gold and ornament. To serpents many-faced they taunt, the giant hosts they ate and burned. Wherever these fled in wild dismay, Rama was there to strike and slay. By him, O king of high estate, is Janastan left desolate. A company seized, in angry pride, the giant monarch thus replied, To Janastan myself will go, and lay these daring brothers low. Thus spoke the king in furious mood, accompanied then his speech renewed. O listen while I tell at length the terror of the hero's strength. No power can check, no might can tame Rama, a chief of noblest fame. He with resistless shafts can stay the torrent foaming on its way. Skies, stars, and constellations all to his fierce might would yield and fall. His power could art itself uphold, down sinking as it sank of old, or all its plains and cities drawn, breaking the wild sea's barrier down. Crush the great deep's impetuous will, or bid the furious wind be still. He glorious in his high estate, the triple world could devastate, and there, supreme of man, could place his creatures of a new-born race. Never can mighty Rama be overcome in fight, my king, by thee. Thy giant host the day might win from him if heaven were gained by sin. If gods were joined with demons, they could never, I win, that hero slay. But guile may kill the wondrous man. Attend while I disclose the plan. His wife, above all women graced, is Sita of the dainty waist, with limbs to fair proportion true, and a soft skin of lustrous hue. Round neck and arm rich gems are twined. She is the gem of womankind. With her no bright Gandharvi vies, no nymph or goddess in disguise, and none to rival her would dare, mid dames who part the long black hair. That hero in the wood beguile, and steal his lovely spouse the while. Reft of his darling wife, be sure, brief days the mourner will endure. With flattering hope of triumph moved, the giant king that plan approved, pondered the counsel in his breast, and then accompanied thus addressed. Forth in my car I go at morn, none but the driver with me borne, and this fair Sita will I bring back to my city triumphing. Forth in his car by asses drawn, the giant monarch sped at dawn. Bright as the sun the chariot cast light through the sky as on it passed. Then high in air that best of cars traversed the path of lunar stars, sending a fitful radiance pale as moonbeam shot through cloudy veil. Far on his airy way he flew, near Tarakea's grove he drew. Maricha welcomed him and placed before him food which giants taste. With honor led him to a seat, and brought him water for his feet, and then with timely words addressed such question to his royal guest. Speak, is it well with thee whose sway the giant multitudes obey? I know not all, and ask in fear the cause, O king, why thou art here. Ravan, the giant's mighty king, heard wise Maricha's questioning, and told with ready answer, taught in eloquence the cause he sought. My gods, the bravest of my band, are slain by Rama's vigorous hand, and Janastan that feared no hate of foes is rendered desolate. Come, aid me in the plan I lay, to steal the conqueror's wife away. Maricha heard the king's request, and thus the giant chief addressed. What foe in friendly guise is he, who spoke of Sita's name to thee? Who is the wretch whose thought would bring destruction on the giant's king? Whose is the evil counsel, say, that bids thee bear his wife away, and careless of thy life provoke art's loftiest with threatening stroke? A foe is he who dared suggest this hopeless folly to thy breast, whose ill advice would bid thee draw the venomed fang from serpent's jaw, by whose unwise suggestion led wilt thou the path of ruin tread, whence falls the blow that would destroy thy gentle sleep of ease and joy. Like some wild elephant is he that rears his trunk on high, lord of ancient pedigree, huge tusks and furious eye. Ravan, thou rover of the night, with bravest heart can brook, met in the front of deadly fight, on Raghu's son to look. The giant hosts were brave and strong, good at the bow and spear, but Rama slew the rooted throng, a lion mid the deer. No lion's tooth can match his sword, or arrows fiercely shot. He sleeps, the lion lord, be wise and rouse him not. O monarch of the giants, well upon my counsel think, lest thou forever in the hell of Rama's vengeance sink. A hell where deadly shafts are sent from his tremendous bow, while his great arms all flight prevent, like deepest mire below. Where the wild floods of battle rave above the foeman's head, and each with many a fiery wave of shafts is garlanded. Oh, quench the flames that in thy breast with raging fury burn, and pacified and self-possessed to Lanka's town return. Rest thou in her imperial bowers, with thine own wife's content, and in the wood let Rama's hours with Sita still be spent. The lord of Lanka's isle obeyed the counsel, and his purpose stayed. Borne in his car he parted thence, and gained his royal residence. Canto 32. Ravan Roost. But Surpnaka saw the plain spread with 14,000 slain, doers of cruel deeds overthrown by Rama's mighty arm alone. At Trishiras and Dushan dead, and Kada with the hosts they led. Their death she saw, and mad with pain, roared like a cloud that brings the rain, and fled in anger and dismay to Lanka, seat of Ravan's sway. There on a throne of royal state, exalted sat the potentate, begot with counsellor and peer, like Indra with the storm gods near. Bright as the sun's full splendour shone, the glorious throne he sat upon, as when the blazing fire is red, upon a golden altar fed. Wide gaped his mouth at every breath, tremendous as the jaws of death. With him high saints of lofty thought, Gandharvas, gods, had vainly fought. The wounds were on his body yet, from wars where gods and demons met, and scars still marked his ample chest, by fierce Airavat's tusk impressed. A score of arms, 10 necks had he, his royal gear was brave to see. His massive form displayed each sign that marks the heir of kingly line. in stature like a mountain height. His arms were strong, his teeth were wide, and all his frame of massive mould seemed ledulite adorned with gold. 100 seams impressed each limb, where Vishnu's arm had wounded him, and chest and shoulder bore the print of sword and spear and arrow dint, where every god had struck a blow in battle with the giant foe. His might to wildest rage could wake the sea, whose fate naught else can shake, hurl towering mountains to the earth, and crush even foes of heavenly birth. The bonds of law and right he spurned, to others' wives his fancy turned. Celestial arms he used in fight, and loved to mar each holy rite. He went to Bhagavati's town, where Vasuki was beaten down, and still, victorious in the strife, lured Takshak's beloved wife. Kailas's lofty crest he sought, and when in vain Kuvera fought, stole Pushpak thence the car that through the air as will the master flew. Impelled by furious anger he spoiled Nandan's shade and Nalini, and Chaitrarat's heavenly grove, the haunts where gods delight to rove. Tall as a hill that cleaves the sky, he raised his mighty arms on high, to check the blessed moon and stay the rising of the Lord of Day. 10,000 years the giant spent on dire austerities intent, and of his heads an offering laid before the self-existent maid. No god or fiend his life could take, Gandharva, goblin, bird or snake, safe from all fears of death, except from human arm that life was kept. Oft when the priests began to raise their consecrating hymns of praise, he spoiled the Soma's sacred juice, poured forth by them in solemn use. The sacrifice his hands overthrew, and cruelly the Brahmans slew. His was a heart that naught could melt, joying in wars which others felt. She saw the ruthless monster there, dread of the walls, unused to spare, in robes of heavenly texture dressed, celestial wreaths adorned his breast. He set a shape of terror like destruction ere the walls it strike. She saw him in his pride of place, the joy of old Pulastia's race. Begot by counsellor and peer, Ravan, the foeman's mortal fear, and terror in her features shone, the giantess approached the throne. Then Surpnakha bearing yet each deeply printed trace, where the great-hearted chief had set a mark upon her face. Impelled by terror and desire, still fierce, no longer bold, to Ravan of the eyes of fire, her tale infuriate told. Canto 33, Surpnakha's speech. Burning with anger in the ring of counsellors who got their king, to Ravan, ravener of man, with bitter words she thus began. Wilt thou absorbed in pleasure still, pursue unchecked thy selfish will, nor turn thy heedless eyes to see the coming fate which threatens thee? The king who days and hours employs in base pursuit of vulgar joys must in his people's sight be vile as fire that smokes on funeral pile. He who, when duty calls him spares no time for thought of royal cares, must with his realm and people all involved in fatal ruin fall. As elephants in terror shrink from the false river's miry brink, thus subjects from a monarch flee, whose face their eyes may seldom see, who spends the hours for toil ordained in evil courses unrestrained. He who neglects to guard and hold his kingdom by himself controlled, sinks nameless like a hill whose head is buried in the ocean's bed. Thy foes are calm and strong and wise, friends, gods, and warriors of the skies. How, heedless, wicked, weak, and vain, wilt thou thy kingly state maintain? Thou, Lord of giants, void of sense, slave of each changing influence, heedless of all that makes a king, destruction on thy head wilt bring. O conquering chief, the prince who boasts of treasury and rule and hosts, by others led, though lord of all, is meaner than the lowest thrall. For this a monarch said to be, long-sighted, having power to see things far away by faithful eyes of messengers and loyal spies. But aid from such thou wilt not seek, thy counsellors are blind and weak, or thou from these hadst surely known thy legions and thy realm overthrown. Now twice 7,000, fierce in might, are slain by Rama in the fight, and they, the giant host who led Kara and Dushan, both are dead. Now Rama with his conquering arm has freed the saints from dread of harm, has smitten Janastan and made asylum safe in Dandak's shade. Enslaved and dull, of blinded sight, intoxicate with vain delight, thou closest still thy heedless eyes to dangers in thy realm that rise. A king besotted, mean, unkind, of niggard hand and slavish mind, will find no faithful followers heed their master in his hour of need. The friend on whom he most relies, in danger from a monarch flies. Imperious in his high estate, considered proud and passionate, who never to state affairs attends, with wholesome fear when war impends. Most weak and worthless as the grass, soon from his sway the realm will pass. For rotting wood a use is found, for clods and dust that strew the ground. But when a king has lost his sway, useless he falls and sinks for aye. As raiment by another worn, as faded garland crushed and torn, so is unthroned the proudest king, though mighty once a useless thing. But he who every sense subdues, and each event observant views, rewards the good and keeps from wrong, shall reign secure and flourish long. Thou lulled in sleep his senses lie, he watches with a ruler's eye, untouched by favor, ire, and hate, and him the people celebrate. O weak of mind, without a trace of virtues that a king should grace, who hast not learned from watchful spy that low in death the giants lie. Scorn of others but enchained by every base desire, by thee its duty is disdained, which time and place require. Soon wilt thou, if thou canst not learn, ere yet it be too late, the good from evil to discern, fall from thy high estate. As thus she ceased not to upbraid the king with cutting speech, and every fault to view displayed, naming and marking each. The monarch of the sons of night, of wealth and power possessed, and proud his imperial might, long pondered in his breast. End of Cantos 31, 32, and 33. Cantos 34 to 36 of Book 3 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 34. Surpnakha's Speech. Then forth the giant's fury broke, as Surpnakha harshly spoke. Caught by his lords the demon king looked on her, fiercely questioning. Who is this Rama, whence and where? His form, his might, his deeds declare. His wandering steps what purpose led to Dandak forest hard to tread? What arms are his that he could smite in fray the rovers of the night? And Trishiras and Dushan lay low on earth and Kara slay. Tell all, my sister, and declare who maimed thee thus of form most fair. Thus by the giant king addressed, while bound her fury unrepressed, the giantess declared at length the hero's form and deeds and strength. Long are his arms and large his eyes, a black deer skin his dress supplies. King Dasarath's son is he, fair as Kandharpa's self to see. Adorned with many a golden band, a bow like Indra's arms his hand, and shoots a flood of arrows fierce, as venom snakes to burn and pierce. I looked, but never saw his mighty hand the bowstring draw, that sent the deadly arrows out, while rang through air his battle shout. I looked, and saw too well how with that hail the giants fell, as falls to earth the golden grain struck by the blows of Indra's rain. He fought, and twice 7,000 all, terrific giants, strong and tall, fell by the pointed shafts overthrown, which Rama shot on foot alone. 3 little hours had scarcely fled, Kara and Dushan both were dead, and he had freed the saints and made a solemn show in Dandak's shade. May of his grace the victor spared, or I the giant's fate had shared. The high-souled Rama would not deign his hand with woman's blood to stain. The glorious Lakshman, justly dear, in gifts and warrior might his peer, serves his great brother with the whole devotion of his faithful soul. Impetuous victor, bold and wise, first in each hardy enterprise, still ready by his side to stand, his second self or better hand. And Rama has a large-eyed spouse, pure as the moon her cheek and brows, dearer than life in Rama's sight, whose happiness is her delight. With beauteous hair and nose the dame, from head to foot has naught to blame. She shines the wood's bright goddess, queen of beauty, with her noble mien. First in the ranks of women placed is Sita of the dainty waist. In all the earth mine eyes have never seen female form so sweetly fair. Goddess or nymph can vie with her, nor bride or heavenly chorister. He who might call this dame his own, her eager arms about him thrown, would live more blessed in Sita's love than Indra in the world above. She, peerless in her form and face, and rich in every gentle grace, is worthy bride, O king, for thee, as thou art meet her lord to be. I, even I, will bring the bride in triumph to her lover's side. This beauty fairer than the rest, with rounded limb and heaving breast. Each wound upon my face I owe to cruel Lakshman's savage blow, but thou, O brother, shalt survey her moonlike loveliness today, and Kama's piercing shaft shall smite thine amorous bosom at the sight. If in thy breast the longing rise to make thine own the beauteous prize, up, let thy better foot begin the journey and the treasure win. If, giant lord, thy favouring eyes regard the plan which I advise, up, cast all fear and doubt away, and execute the words I say. Come, giant king, this treasure seek, for thou art strong and they are weak. Let Sita of the faultless frame be borne away and be thy dame. Thy host in Janastan who dwelt, fought to the battle hied, and by the shafts which Rama dealt, they perished in their pride. Dushan and Kara breathe no more, laid low upon the plain. Arise, and ere the day be over, take vengeance for the slain. Canto 35. Ravan's Journey. When Ravan, by her fury's part, that terrible advice had heard, he bade his nobles quit his sight, and to the work his thought applied. He turned his anxious mind to scan on every side the hardy plan. The gain against the risk he laid, each hope and fear with care surveyed, and in his heart at length decreed to try performance of the deed. Then steady in his dire intent, the giant to the courtyard went. There to his charioteer he cried, "Bring forth the car whereon I ride." Aye ready at his master's word, the charioteer the order heard, and yoked with active zeal the best of chariots at his lord's behest. Asses with heads of goblins drew that wondrous car wherever it flew. Obedient to the will it rolled, adorned with gems and glistering gold. Then mounting with a roar as loud as thunder from a labouring cloud, the mighty monarch to the tide of ocean, lord of rivers, hied. Wide was the shade above him spread, white chowries waved around his head, and he with gold and jewels bright shone like the glassy lazulite. 10 necks and 20 arms had he, his royal gear was good to see, the heavenly gods' insatiate foe, who made the blood of hermits flow. He, like the Lord of Hills, appeared, with 10 huge heads to heaven upreared. In the great car whereon he rode, like some dark cloud the giant showed. When round it in their close array, the cranes mid wreaths of lightning play, he looked and saw, from realms of air, the rocky shore of ocean where unnumbered trees delightful grew, with flower and fruit of every hue. He looked on many a lilied pool, with silvery waters fresh and cool, and shores like spacious altars meet for holy hermits' lone retreat. The graceful palm adorned the scene, the plantain waved her glossy green. There grew the sorrel and beetle, there on bending boughs the flowers were fair. There hermits dwelt who tamed each sense by strictest rule of abstinence. Gandharvas, Kinnars thronged the place, Nagas and birds of heavenly race, bright minstrels of the ethereal choir, and saints exempt from low desire. With others, sons of Brahma's line, Marichapas of seed divine, Vaikanas and Mashas strayed, and Balakilyas in the shade. The lovely nymphs of heaven were there, celestial wreaths confined their hair, and to each form new grace was lent by wealth of heavenly ornament. Well skilled was each in play and dance, and gentle arts of dalliance. The glorious wife of many a god those beautiful recesses trod. Their gods and Danabs, all who eat the food of heaven, rejoice to meet. The swan and saras thronged each bay, with curlews, ducks, and divers gay. Where the sea spray rose soft and white over rocks of glossy lazulite, as his swift way the fiend pursued, pale chariots of the gods he viewed, bearing each lord whose rites austere had raised him to the heavenly sphere. Thereon celestial garlands hung, their music played and songs were sung. Then bright Gandharvas made his view, and heavenly nymphs as on he flew. He saw the sandalwoods below, and precious trees of odorous flow, that to the air around them lent their reaches of delightful scent. Now failed his roving eye to mark tall aloe trees in grove and park. He looked anew with gaseous field, and plants with balmy sweets distilled, where her fair flowers the beetle showed, and the bright pods of pepper glowed. The pearls in many a silver heap lay on the margin of the deep, and grey rocks rose amid the red of coral washed from the ocean's bed. High soared the mountain peaks that bore treasures of gold and silver ore, and leaping down the rocky walls came wild and glorious waterfalls. fair towns which grain and treasure held, and dames who every gem excelled, he saw outspread beneath him far, with steed and elephant and car. That ocean shore he viewed that showed, fair as the blessed God's abode, where cool delightful breezes played over levels in the freshest shade. He saw a fig tree like a cloud, with mighty branches outward bowed. It stretched 100 leagues and made for hermit bands a welcome shade. Deeded the feathered king of yore an elephant and tortoise bore, and lighted on a bough to eat the captives of his taloned feet. The bough, unable to sustain the crushing wet and sudden strain, loaded with sprays and leaves of spring, gave way beneath the feathered king. Under the shadow of the tree dwelt many a saint and devotee, Ajas, the sons of Brahma's line, Mashas, Marichipas divine, Vaikhanasas and all the race of Balakilyas loved the place. But pitying their sad estate, the feathered monarch raised the weight of the huge bough and bore away the loosened load and captured prey. 100 leagues away he sped, 10 on his monstrous booty fed, and with the bow he smote the lands where dwelt the wild Nishada bands. High joy was his, because his deed from jeopardy the hermits freed. That pride for great deliverance wrought, a double share of valor brought. His soul conceived the high emprise to snatch the amrit from the skies. He ran the nets of iron first, then through the jewel chamber burst, and bore the drink of heaven away, that watched in Indra's palace lay. Such was the hermit's sheltering tree, which Ravan turned his eye to see. Still marked where Garur sought to rest, the fig tree bore the name of blessed. When Ravan stayed his chariot over the ocean's hot enchanting shore, he saw a hermitage that stood sequestered in the holy wood. He saw the fiend Maricha there, with deerskin garb and matted hair, called up in hermit guise, who spent his days by rule most abstinent. As guest and host are wont to meet, they met within that lone retreat. Before the king Maricha placed food never known to human taste. He entertained his guest with meat, and gave him water for his feet, and then addressed the giant king with timely words of questioning. Lord, is it well with thee, and well with those in Lanka's town who dwell? What sudden thought, what urgent need, has brought thee with impetuous speed? The fiend Maricha thus addressed Ravan the king, his mighty guest, and he, well skilled in arts that guide the eloquent, in turn replied. Canto 36, Ravan's speech. Hear me, Maricha, while I speak, and tell thee why thy home I seek. Sick and distressed am I, and see my surest hope and help in thee. Of Janastan I need not tell, where Supnaka Kara dwell, and Dushan with the arm of might, and Trishiras the fierce in fight, who feeds on human flesh and gore, and many noble giants more, who roam in dark of midnight through the forest, brave and strong and true. By my command they live at ease, and slaughter saints and devotees, those twice 7,000 giants, all obedient to their captain's call, joying in war and ruthless deeds, follow where mighty Kara leads. Those fearless warrior bands who roam through Janastan, their forest home, in all their terrible array met Rama on the battle fray. God with all weapons fought they sped, with Kara at the army's head. The front of battle Rama held, with furious wrath his bosom swelled. Without a word his hate to show, he launched the arrows from his bow. On the fierce hosts the missiles came, each burning with destructive flame.
the twice 7,000 fell overthrown, by him, a man on foot alone. Khara, the army's chief and pride, and Dushan, fearless warrior, died, and Trishiras the fierce was slain, and Dandakut was free again. He, banished by his angry sire, roams with his wife in mean attire. This wretch, his warrior tribe's disgrace, has slain the best of giant race. Harsh, wicked, fierce, and greedy-souled, a fool with senses uncontrolled, no thought of duty steers his breast. He joys to see the world distressed. He sought the earth with fair pretence of truthful life and innocence, but his false hand my sister left, mangled, of nose and ears bereft. This Rama's wife, who bears the name of Sita, in her face and frame, fair as a daughter of the skies, her will I seize and bring the prize. Triumphant from the forest shade, for this I seek thy willing aid. If thou, O Mighty One, wilt lend thy help and stand beside thy friend, I with my brothers may defy all gods embattled in the sky. Come, aid me now, for thine the power to succor in the doubtful hour. Thou art in war and time of fear, for heart and hand without a peer, for thou art skilled in art and wile, a warrior brave and trained in guile. With this one hope, this only aim, O rover of the night, I came. Now let me tell what aid I ask, to back me in my purpose task. In semblance of a golden deer, adorned with silver spots appear. Go seek his dwelling in the way of Rama and his consort stray. Doubt not the lady, when she sees the wondrous deer amid the trees, will bid her lord and Lakshman take the creature for its beauty's sake. Then when the chiefs have parted thence, and left her alone without defence, as Rahu storms the moonlight, I will seize the lovely dame and fly. Her lord will waste away and weep, for her his valour could not keep. Then boldly will I strike the blow, and wreak my vengeance on the foe. When wise Maricha heard the tale, his heart grew faint, his cheek was pale. He stared with open orbs, and tried to moisten lips which terror dried. And grief, like death, his bosom rent, as on the king his look he bent. The monarch's will he strove to stay, distracted with alarm, for well he knew the might that lay in Rama's matchless arm. With suppliant hands Maricha stood, and thus began to tell his counsel for the tyrant's good, and for his own as well. End of Cantos 34, 35, and 36. Cantos 37 to 39 of Book 3 of the Ramayana of Valmiki. Translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 37. Maricha's Speech. Maricha gave attentive ear, the ruler of the fiends to hear. Then, trained in all the rules that teach, the eloquent began his speech. It is easy task, O king, to find smooth speakers who delight the mind, but they who urge and they who do distasteful things and wise are few. Thou hast not learned by proof untaught, and borne away by eager thought, that Rama, formed for high emprise, with Varun or Indra wise. Still let thy people live in peace, nor let their name and lineage cease. For Rama with his vengeful hand can sweep the giants from the land. Oh, let not Janak's daughter bring destruction on the giant king. Let not the lady Sita wake a tempest on thy head to break. Still let the dame, by care untried, be happy by her husband's side, lest swift avenging ruin fall on glorious Lanka, thee and all. Man such as thou, with wills unchained, advised by sin and unrestrained, destroy themselves the king, the state, and leave the people desolate. Rama, in bonds of duty held, was never by his sire expelled. He is no wretch of greedy mind, dishonour of his warrior kind. Free from all touch of rancour or spite, all creatures good is his delight. He saw his sire of truthful heart deceived by Queen Kaikeyi's art, and said, a true and duteous son, what thou hast promised shall be done. To gratify the lady's will, his father's promise to fulfil, he left his realm and all the light for the good and anchorite. No cruel wretch, no senseless fool is Rama, unrestrained by rule. This groundless charge has never been heard, nor shouldst thou speak the slanderous word. Rama in truth and goodness bold, is virtue's self in human mould. The sovereign of the world confessed, as Indra rules among the blessed. And dost thou plot from him to rend the darling whom his arms defend? Less vain the hope to steal away the glory of the Lord of Day. O Ravan, guard thee from the fire of vengeful Rama's kindled ire. Each spark a shaft with deadly aim, while bow and falchion feed the flame. Cast not away in hopeless strife thy realm, thy bliss, thine own dear life. O Ravan, of his might be aware, a god of death who will not spare. That bow he knows so well to draw is the destroyer's flaming jaw. And with his shafts, which flash and glow, he slays the armies of the foe. Thou never canst win, the thought forego, from the safeguard of shaft and bow. King Janak's child, the dear delight of Rama unapproached in might. The spouse of Raghu's son confessed, lion of man with lion chest, dearer than life, through good and ill, devoted to her husband's will. The slender waisted steel must be from thy polluting touches free. Far better grasp with venturous hand the flame to wildest fury fanned. What king of giants canst thou gain from this attempt so wild and vain? If in the fight his eye he bend upon thee, Lord, thy days must end. So life and bliss and royal sway, last beyond hope, will pass away. Summon each lord of high estate and chief division to debate. With peers in law of counsel tried, consider, reason, and decide. Scan strength and weakness, count the cost, what may be gained and what be lost. Examine and compare aright thy proper power and Rama's might. Then, if thy will be still thy care, thou wilt be prudent and forbear. O giant king, the contest shun, thy force is all too weak, the lord of Kaushal's mighty son in deadly fray to seek. King of the hosts that rove at night, O hear what I advise. My prudent counsel do not slight, be patient and be wise. Canto 38, Maricha's Speech. Once my strength and vigor's pride, I roamed this art from side to side, and towering like a mountain's crest, 1,000 Nagas might possessed. Like some vast sable cloud I showed, my golden armlets flashed and glowed. A crown I wore, and aches I swayed, and all I met were sore afraid. I roved where Dandagood is spread, on flesh of slaughtered saints I fed. Then Vishwamitra, sage revered, holy of heart, my fury feared. To Dasarath's court he sped, and went before the king, and said, with me, my lord, thy Rama send, on holy days his aid to lend. Maricha fills my soul with dread, and keeps me sore disquieted. The monarch heard the saint's request, and thus the glorious sage addressed. My boy, as yet in arms untrained, the age of 12 has scarce attained, but I myself a host will lead, to guard thee in the hour of need. My host with fourfold troops complete, the rover of the night shall meet, and I, O best of saints, will kill thy foeman and a prayer fulfill. The king vouchsafed his willing aid, the saint again this answer made. By Rama's might and his alone can this great fiend be overthrown. I know in days of yore the blessed, thy saving help in fight confessed. Still of thy famous deeds they tell, in heaven above, in earth and hell. A mighty host obeys thy hest. Here let it still, I pray thee, rest. Thy glorious son, though yet a boy, will in the fight that fiend destroy. Rama alone with me shall go, be happy, victor of the foe. He spoke, the monarch gave assent, and Rama to the hermit lent. So to his woodland home in joy went Vishwamitra with the boy. With ready bow the champion stood, to guard the rites in Dandak wood. With glorious eyes most bright to view, beardless as yet and dark of hue, a single robe his only wear, his temples veiled with waving hair. Around his neck a chain of gold, he grasped a bow he loved to hold, and a young hero's presence made a glory in the forest shade. Thus Rama with his beauteous mien, like the young rising moon was seen, I like a cloud which tempest brings, my arms adorned with golden rings. Proud of the boon which lent me might, approached where dwelt the anchorite. But Rama saw me venturing nigh, raising my murderous aches on high. He saw, and fearless of the foe, strung with calm hand his trusty bow. By pride of conscience strength beguiled, I scorned him as a feeble child, and rushed with an impetuous bound on Vishwamitra's holy ground. A keen swift shaft he pointed well, the foeman's rage to check and quell, and hurled 100 leagues away, deep in the ocean waves I lay. He would not kill, but nobly brave, my forfeit life he chose to save. So there I lay with wandering sense, dazed by that arrow's violence. Long in the sea I lay, at length, slowly returned my sense and strength, and rising from my watery bed, to Lanka's town again I sped. Thus was I spared, but all my band fell slain by Rama's conquering hand. A boy untrained in warrior skill, of iron arm and dauntless will. If thou with Rama still in spite of warning and of prayer wilt fight, I see terrific woes impend, and dire defeat thy days will end. The giants all will feel the blow, and share the fatal overthrow, who love the taste of joy and play, the banquet and the festal day. Thine eyes will see destruction take, thy Lanka lost for Sita's sake. And stately pile and palace fall, with terrace, dome, and jewelled wall. The good will die, the crime of kings, destruction on the people brings. The sinless die as in the lake, the fish must perish with the snake. The prostrate giants thou wilt see, slain for this folly wrought by thee. Their bodies bright with precious scent, and sheen of heavenly ornament, all see the remnant of thy train, seek refuge far, when help is vain. And with their wives, all widowed, fly to every quarter of the sky. Thy mournful eyes, wherever they turn, will see thy stately city burn, where royal homes with fire are red, and heroine nets around are spread. A sin that tops all sins in shame, each outrage to another's dame. 1,000 wives thy palace feel, and countless beauties wait thy will. O rest contented with thine own, nor let thy race be overthrown. If thou, O king, hast still delight in rank and wealth and power and might, in noble wives, in troops of friends, in all that royal state attends, I warn thee, cast not all away, nor challenge Rama to the fray. If deaf to every friendly prayer, thou still wilt seek the strife, and from the side of Rama tear his lovely maternal wife, soon will thy life and empire end, destroyed by Rama's bow, and thou with kith and kin and friend to Yama's realm must go. Canto 39. Maricha's Speech. I told thee of that dreadful day when Rama smote and spared to slay. Now hear me, Ravana, while I tell what in the aftertime befell. At length, restored to strength and pride, I and two mighty fiends beside assumed the forms of deer and strayed through the underwood in lawn and glade. I reared terrific horns beneath, where flaming tongue and pointed teeth. I roamed wherever my fancy led, and on the flesh of hermits fed. In sacred haunt by hallowed tree, wherever the ritual fires might be, a fearful shape I wandered through the wood, and many a hermit slew. With ruthless rage the saints I killed, who in the grove their tasks fulfilled. When smitten to the earth they sank, their flesh I ate, their blood I drank. And with my cruel deeds dismayed all dwellers in the forest shade, spoiling their rites in bitter hate, with human blood inebriate, once in the wood I chanced to see Rama again, a devotee, a hermit fed on scanty fare, who made the good of all his care. His noble wife was by his side, and Lakshman in the battle tried. In senseless pride I scorned the might of that illustrious anchorite, and heedless of a hermit foe, recalled my earlier overthrow. I charged him in my rage and scorn, to slay him with my pointed horn. In heedless haste to fury wrought, as on my former wounds I thought. Then from the mighty bow he drew, 3 destroying arrows flew, keen-pointed leaping from the string, swift as the wind of feathered king. Dire shafts on flesh of foemen fed, like rushing thunderbolts they sped. With knots well smoothed and barbs well bent, shot even as one the arrows went. But I, who Rama's might had felt, and knew the blows the hero dealt, escaped by rapid flight. The two who lingered on the spot he slew. I fled from the mortal danger, freed from the dire shaft by timely speed. Now to deep thought my days I gave, and as a humble hermit live. In every shrub, in every tree, I view the noblest devotee. In every knotted trunk I mark his deerskin and his coat of bark, and see the bow-armed Rama stand, like Yama with his nose in hand. I tell thee, Ravan, in my fright, 1,000 Ramas mock my sight. This wood, with every bush and bough, seems all one fearful Rama now. Throughout the grove there is no spot so lonely where I see him not. He haunts me in my dreams by night, and wakes me with a wild affright. The letter that begins his name sends terror through my startled frame. The rapid cars whereon we ride, to reach rare jewels once my pride, have names that strike upon mine ear, with hated sound that counsels fear. His mighty strength too well I know, nor art thou match for such a foe. Too strong were Raghu's son in fight, for Namuchi or Bali's might. Then Rama to the battle dare, or else be patient and forbear. But wouldst thou see me live in peace, let mention of the hero cease. The good, whose holy lives were spent in deepest thought most innocent, with all their people many a time, have perished through another's crime. So in the common ruin I must for another's folly die. Though all thy strength and courage can, but never will I approve the plan. For he, in might supremely great, the giant world could extirpate. Since when impetuous Kara sought the grove of Janastan and fought, for Surpnakha's sake he died, by Rama's hand in battle tried. How has he wronged thee, soothly swear, and Rama's fault and sin declare? I warn thee, and my words are wise, I seek thy people's weal. But if this rede thou wilt despise, nor hear my last appeal, thou with thy kin and all thy friends in fight this day wilt die, when his great bow the hero bends, and shafts unerring fly. End of Cantos 37, 38 and 39. Cantos 40 to 42 of Book 3 of the Ramayana of Valmiki. Translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 40. Ravan's Speech. But Ravan scorned the rede he gave, in timely words to warn and save. Even as the wretch who hates to leave rejects the harp the leeches give. By fate to sin and ruin's part, that sage advice the giant hard. Then in reproaches hard and stern, Judge to Maricha spoke in turn. Is this thy counsel, weak and base, unworthy of thy giant race? Thy speech is fruitless, vain thy toil, like casting seed on barren soil. The words of thine shall drive me back from Rama and the swift attack. A fool is he inured to sin, and more of human origin. The craven at a woman's call to leave his sire, his mother, all. The friends he loved, the power and sway, and hastened to the woods away. But now his anger will I rouse, stealing away his darling spouse. I in thy sight will ravish her from Kara's cruel murderer. Upon this plan my soul is bent, and naught shall move my firm intent, not if the way through demons led, and gods with Indra with their head. It is thine when questioned to explain the hope and fear, the loss and gain, and when thy king thy thoughts would know, the triumph or the danger show. A prudent counsellor should wait, and speak when ordered in debate, with hands uplifted, calm and meek, if honour and reward he seek. Or when some prudent cause he sees, which, spoken, may his king displease, he should by hints of dexterous art his counsel to his lord impart. But prudent words are said in vain, when the blunt speech brings grief and pain. A high-souled king will scarcely thank the man who shames his royal rank. 5 are the shapes that kings assume, of majesty, of grace and gloom, like Indra now or Agni now, like the dear moon with placid brow, like mighty Varun now they show, now fierce as he who rules below. O giant, monarchs lofty-souled, are kind and gentle, stern and bold, with gracious love their gifts dispense, and swiftly punish each offence. Thus subjects should their rulers view, with all respect and honour due. But folly leads thy heart to slight thy monarch and neglect his right. Thou hast in lawless pride addressed with bitter words thy royal guest. I ask thee not my strength to scan, or loss or profit in the plan. I only spoke to tell the deed, O mighty one, by me decreed, and bid thee in the peril land thy succour to support thy friend. Hear me again, and I will tell how thou canst aid my venture well. In semblance of a golden deer, adorned with silver drops, appear, and near the cottage in the way of Rama and his consorts stray. Draw nigh and wandering through the brake, with thy strange form half fancy take, the metal dame with wondering eyes will took upon thy fair disguise, and quickly bid her husband go, and bring the deer that charms her so. When Raghu's son has left the place, still pressing onward in the chase, cry out, O Lakshman, are mine own, with voice resembling Rama's tone. When Lakshman hears his brother's cry, impelled by Sita he will fly, restless with eager love, to aid the hunter in the distant shade. When both her gods have left her side, even as Indra thousand-eyed clasps Sachi, will I bear away the metal dame an easy prey. When thou, my friend, this aid hast lent, go where thou wilt and leave content. True servant, faithful to thy vow, with half my realm I thee endow. Go forth, may luck thy way attend, that leads thee to the happy end. I in my car will quickly be, indent the good, and follow thee. So will I cheat this Rama's eyes, and win without a blow the prize, and safe return to Lanka's town, with thee, my friend, this day shall crown. But if thou wilt not aid my will, my hand this day thy blood shall spill. Yea, thou must share the destined task, for force will take the help I ask. No bliss that rebel's life attends, whose stubborn will his lord offends. Thy life, if thou the task essay, in jeopardy may stand. Oppose me, and this very day thou diest by this hand. Now ponder all that thou hast heard within thy prudent breast. Reflect with care on every word, and do what seems the best. Canto 41. Maricha's reply. Against his judgment sorely pressed by his imperious lord's behest, Maricha treats of death defied, and thus with bitter words replied. Ah, O my king, with sinful thought, this wild and wicked counsel taught, by which destruction soon will fall on thee, thy sons, thy realm, and all. Who is the guilty wretch who sees with envious eye thy blissful ease, and by this plan, so falsely shown, death's gate for thee has open thrown? With souls impelled by mean desire, thy foes against thy life conspire. They urge thee to destruction's brink, and gladly would they see thee sink. Who with base thought to walk thee war, this fatal road has dared to show, and triumph in his wicked eye, would see thee enter in and die. To all thy counsellors untrue, the punishment of death is due. Who see thee tempt the dangerous way, nor strain each nerve thy foot to stay. Wise lords whose king, by passion led, the path of sin begins to tread, restrain him while there yet is time, but thine, they see nor heed the crime. These, by their master's will, obtain merit and fame and joy and gain. It is only by their master's grace that servants hold their lofty place. But when the monarch stoops to sin, they lose its joy they strive to win, and all the people high and low, fall in the common overthrow. Merit and fame and honor spring, best of the mighty from the king. So all should strive with heart and will, to keep the king from every ill. Pride, violence, and sullen hate will never maintain a monarch's state, and those who cruel deeds advise must perish when their master dies. Like drivers with their cars overthrown, in places rough with root and stone, the good, whose holy lives were spent on duty's highest laws intent, with wives and children many a time, have perished for another's crime. Hapless are they whose sovereign lord, opposed to all, by all avowed, is cruel-hearted, harsh, severe. Does mighty jackal tend the deer? Now all the giant race await, destroyed by thee, a speedy fate. Ruled by a king so cruel-souled, foolish in heart and uncontrolled. Think not I fear the sudden blow that threatens now to lay me low. I mourn the ruin that I see impending over thy host and thee. Me first by chance will Rama kill, but soon his hand thy blood will spill. I die, and if by Rama slain, and not by thee, I count it gain. Soon as the hero's face I see, his angry eyes will murder me, and if on hard thy hands thou lay, thy friends and thou are dead this day. If with my help thou still must dare the lady from her lord to tear, farewell, to all our days are over, Lanka and giants are no more. In vain, an honest friend, I warn thee, king, and pray, thou wilt not to my prayers attend, or heed the words I say. So man, when life is fleeting fast, and death's sad hour is nigh, heedless and blinded to the last, reject advice and die. Canto 42. Maricha transformed. Maricha does in wild unrest, with bitter words the king addressed, then to his giant lord in dread, "Arise and let us go," he said. "Ah, I have met that mighty lord, armed with his shafts and bow and sword, and if again that bow he bend, our lives that very hour will end. For none that warrior can provoke, and think to fly his deadly stroke. Like Yama with his staff is he, and his dread hand will slaughter thee. What can I more? My words can find no passage to thy stubborn mind. I go, great king, thy task to share, and may success attend thee there." With that reply and bold consent, the giant king was well content. He strained Maricha to his breast, and thus with joyful words addressed. There spoke a hero dauntless still, obedient to his master's will. Maricha's proper self once more, some other took thy shape before. Come, mount my jewelled car that flies, wheel-governed through the yielding skies. These asses, goblin-faced, shall bear us quickly through the fields of air. Attract the lady with thy shape, then through the wood at will escape. And I, when she has no defence, will seize the dame and bear her thence. Again Maricha made reply, consent and will to signify. With rapid speed the giants two from the calm hermit dwelling flew. Borne in that wondrous chariot, meet for some great god's celestial seat, they from their airy path looked down on many a wood and many a town, on lake and river, brook and rill, city and realm and towering hill. Soon he, whom giant hosts obeyed, Maricha by his side surveyed the dark expanse of Dandagud, where Rama's hermit cottage stood. They left the flying car whereon the wealth of gold and jewels shone, and thus the giant king addressed Maricha as his hand he pressed. "Maricha, look, before our eyes, round Rama's home the plantains rise. His hermitage is now in view. Quick to the work we came to do." Thus Ravan spoke, and Maricha heard, obedient to his master's word, threw off his giant shape, and near the cottage strayed a beauteous deer. With magic power, by rapid change, his borrowed form was fair and strange. A sapphire tipped each horn with light. His face was black, relieved with white. The turquoise and the ruby shed a glory from his ears and head. His arching neck was proudly raised, and legulite beneath it blazed. With roseate bloom his flanks were dyed, and lotus tints adorned his height. His shape was fair, compact, and slight. His hoofs were carven legulite. His tail, with every changing glow, displayed the hues of Indra's bow. With glossy skin so strangely flecked, the tints of every gem bedecked, a light over Rama's home he sent, and through the wood wherever he went. The giant, clad in that strange dress that took the soul with loveliness, to charm the fair Videhan's eyes with mingled wealth of mineral dyes, moved onward, cropping in his way the grass and grain and tender spray. His coat, with drops of silver bright, a form to gaze on with delight. He raised his fair neck as he went, to browse on bud and filament. Now in the cassia grove he strayed, now by the cut in plantain shade. Slowly and slowly on he came, to catch the glances of the dame. And the tall deer of splendid hue shone full at length in Sita's view. He roamed wherever his fancy chose, where Rama's leafy cottage rose. Now near, now far, in careless ease, he came and went among the trees. Now with light feet he turned to fly, now reassured, again drew nigh. Now gambolled close with leap and bound, now lay upon the grassy ground. Now sought the door, devoid of fear, and mingled with the troop of deer. Led them a little away, and thence again returned with confidence. Now flying far, now turning back, emboldened on his former track. Seeking to win the lady's glance, he wended through the green expanse. Then thronging round the woodland deer, gazed on his form with wondering fear. A while they followed where he led, then snuffed the train gale and fled. The giant, though he longed to slay the startled quarry, spared the prey, and mindful of the shape he wore, to veil his nature still forbore. Then Sita of the glorious eye, returning from her task, drew nigh. For she had sought the wood to bring its loveliest flower of early spring. Now would the bright-eyed lady choose some gorgeous bud with blending hues. Now pluck the mango spray, and now the bloom from an ashoka bough. She with her beauteous form unmeet for woodland life and lone retreat. That wondrous dappled deer beheld, gemmed with rich pearls unparalleled. His silver hair the lady saw, his radiant teeth and lips and jaw, and gazed with rapture as her eyes expanded in their glad surprise. And when the false deer's glances fell on her whom Rama loved so well, he wandered here and there, and cast a luminous beauty as he passed. And Janak's child with strange delight kept gazing on the unwonted sight. End of Cantos 40, 41 and 42. Cantos 43 to 45 of Book 3 of the Ramayana of Valmiki. Translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 43. The Wondrous Deer. She stopped, her hands with flowers to feel, but gazed upon the marvel still. Gazed on its back and sparkling side, where silver hues with golden vied. Joyous was she of faultless mould, with glossy skin like polished gold, and loudly to her husband cried, and bow-armed Lakshman by his side. Again, again she called in glee, "Oh, come, this glorious creature see! Quick, quick, my lord, this deer to view, and bring thy brother Lakshman too." As to the wood, her clear tones rang, swift to her side the brother sprang. With eager eyes the grove they scanned, and saw the deer before them stand. But doubt was strong in Lakshman's breast, who thus his thought and fear expressed. "Stay, for the wondrous deer we see, the fiend Maricha's self may be. Ere now have kings who sought this place, to take their pastime in the chase, met from his wicked art to defeat, and fallen slain by like deceit. He wears, well trained in magic guile, the figure of a deer awhile, bright as the very sun or place where dwell the gay Gandharva race. No deer, O Rama, ever was seen thus decked with gold and jewels sheen. It is magic, for the world has never, Lord of the world, shown aught so fair." But Sita, of the lovely smile, a captive to the giant's wile, turned Lakshman's prudent speech aside, and thus with eager words replied, "My honoured lord, this deer I see, with beauty rare enraptures me. Go, chief of mighty arm, and bring, for my delight, this precious thing. Fair creatures of the woodland roam, untroubled, near our home at home. The forest cow and stag are there, the fawn, the monkey, and the bear, where spotted deer delight to play, and strong and beauteous kinder stray. But never, as they wandered by, has such a beauty charmed mine eye, as this with limbs so fair and slight, so gentle, beautiful, and bright. Oh, see, how fair it is to view, with jewels of each varied hue. Bright as the rising moon it glows, lighting the wood wherever it goes. Ah me, what form and grace are there, its limbs how fine, its hues how fair. Transcending all that words express, it takes my soul with loveliness. Oh, if thou would, to please me, strive to take the beauteous thing alive, how thou wouldst gaze with wondering eyes, delighted on the lovely prize. And when our woodland life is over, and we enjoy our realm once more, the wondrous animal will grace the chambers of my dwelling place. And the dear treasure will it be to Bharat and the queens and me, and all with rapture and amaze upon its heavenly form will gaze. But if the beauteous deer, pursued, thine arts to take it still elude, strike it, O chieftain, and the skin will be a treasure laid within. Oh, how I long my time to pass, striking upon the tender grass, with that soft fell beneath me spread, bright with its hair of golden thread. This strong desire, this eager wail, befits a gentle lady ill. But when I first beheld its look, my breast with fascination took. See, golden hair its flank adorns, and sapphires tip its branching horns, resplendent as the lunar way, or the first blush of opening day. With graceful form and radiant hue, it charmed thy heart, O chieftain, too. He heard her speech with willing ear. He looked again upon the deer. Its lovely shape his breast beguiled, moved by the prayer of Janak's child, and yielding for her pleasure's sake, to Lakshman Rama turned and spake. Mark, Lakshman, mark how Sita's breast with eager longing is purchased. Today this deer of wondrous breed must for his passing beauty bleed. Brighter than ever in Nandan strait, or Chitrarat's heavenly shade. How should the groves of art purchase such all-surpassing loveliness? The hair lies smooth and bright and fine, or waves upon each curving line. and drafts of living gold bedeck the beauty of his side and neck. Oh look, his crimson tongue between his teeth like flaming fire is seen, flashing whenever his lips he parts, as from a cloud the lightning darts. Oh see his sun-like forehead shine with emerald tints and almandine, while pearly light and roseate glow of shells adorn his neck below. No eye on such a deer can rest, but soft enchantment takes the breast. No man so fair a thing behold, ablaze with light of radiant gold, celestial, bright with jewel sheen, nor marvel when his eyes have seen. A king equipped with bow and shaft delights in gentle forest craft, and, as in boundless woods he strays, the quarry for the vanishing slays. There, as he wanders with his train, a store of wealth he oft may gain. He claims by right the precious ore, he claims the jewel's sparkling store. Such gains are dearer in his eyes than wealth that is in chamber lies. The dearest things his spirit knows, dear as the bliss which Sukra chose. But of the rich expected gain, which heedless man pursue in vain, the sage who prudent counsels know, explain and in a moment show. This best of dear, this gem of all, to yield his precious spoil must fall, and tender Sita by my side shall sit upon the golden hide. Never could I find so rich a coat on spotted deer or sheep or goat. No buck or antelope has such, so bright to view, so soft to touch. This radiant deer and one on high, that moves in glory through the sky, alike in heavenly beauty are, one on the earth and one a star. But brother, if thy fears be true, and this bright creature that we view be fierce Maricha in disguise, then by this hand he surely dies. For that dire fiend whose pawns control, with bloody hand and cruel soul, has roamed this forest and dismayed the holiest saints who haunt the shade. Great archers, sprung of royal race, pursuing in the wood the chase, have fallen by his wicked art, and now my shaft shall strike his heart. Vatapi by his magic power made heedless saints his flesh devour. Then from within the frames he rent, forth bursting from imprisonment. But once his art in senseless pride upon the mightiest saint he tried, Augustia's self, and caused him taste the baited meal before him placed. Vatapi, when the ride was over, would take the giant form he wore, but Saint Augustia knew his wile, and checked the giant with smile. Vatapi, thou with cruel spite hast conquered many an anchorite, the noblest of the Brahman caste, and now thy ruin comes at last. Now if my power he thus defies, this giant like Vatapi dies, daring to scorn a man like me, a self-subduing devotee. Yea, as Augustia slew the foe, my hand shall lay Maricha low. Clad in thine arms, thy bow in hand, to guard the mighty lady stand. With watchful eye and thoughtful breast, keeping each word of my behest, I go and hunting through the brake, this wondrous deer will bring or take. Yes, surely I will bring the spoil, returning from my hunter's toil. See, Lakshman, how my concert's eyes are longing for the lovely prize. This day it falls that I may win the treasure of so fair a skin. Do thou and Sita watch with care, lest danger siege you unaware. Swift from my bow one shaft will fly, the stricken deer will fall and die. Then quickly will I strip the game, and bring the trophy to my dame. Jatayus, guardian good and wise, our old and faithful friend, the best and strongest bird that flies, his willing aid will lend. The mighty lady will protect, for every chance provide, and in thy tender care suspect a foe on every side. Canto 44. Maricha's Death. Thus, having warned his brother bold, he grasped his sword with haft of gold, and bow with triple flexure bent, his own delight and ornament. Then bound two quivers to his side, and hurried forth with eager stride. Soon as the Antillean monarch saw the lord of monarchs near him draw, a while with trembling heart he fled, then turned and showed his stately head. With sword and bow the chief pursued, wherever the fleeing deer he viewed, sending from dell and lone recess the splendor of his loveliness. Now full in view the creature stood, now vanished in the depth of wood, now running with a languid flight, now like a meteor lost to sight. With trembling limbs away he sped, then like the moon with clouds overspread, gleamed for a moment bright between the trees, and was again unseen. Thus in the magic deer's disguise Maricha lured him to the prize, unseen a while, then lost to view, far from his cot the hero drew. Still by the flying game deceived, the hunter's heart was wrought and grieved, and, wearied with fruitless chase, he stayed him in a shady place. Again the rover of the night, and raised the chieftain full in sight, slow moving in the coppice near, surrounded by the woodland deer. Again the hunter sought the game that seemed a while to court his aim, but seized again with sudden dread, beyond his sight the creature fled. Again the hero left the shade, again the deer before him strayed. With surer hope and stronger will, the hunter longed his prey to kill. Then as his soul impatient grew, an arrow from his side he drew, resplendent at the sunbeam's glow, the crusher of the smitten foe. With skilful heed the mighty lord fixed well shaft and strained the cord. Upon the deer his eyes he bent, and like a fiery serpent went the arrow Brahma's self had framed, alive with sparks that hissed and flamed. Like Indra's flashing levin true, to the false deer the missile flew. Cleaving his flesh, that wondrous dart stood quivering in Maricha's heart. Scarce from the ground 1 foot he sprang, then stricken fell with deadly pang. Half lifeless, as he pressed the ground, he gave a roar of awful sound, and ere the wounded giant died, he threw his borrowed form aside. Remembering still his lord's behest, he pondered in his heart how best Sita's might send her guard away, and Ravana seized the helpless prey. The monster knew the time was nigh, and called aloud with eager cry, "O Sita, Lakshman!" and the tone he borrowed was like Rama's own. So by that matchless arrow cleft, the deer's bright form Maricha left, resumed his giant shape and size, and closed in death his languid eyes. When Rama saw his awful foe, gasp, smeared with blood, in deadly throe, his anxious thoughts to Sita sped, and the wise words that Lakshman said. That this was false Maricha's art, returned again upon his heart. He knew the foe he triumphed over, the name of great Maricha bore. The fiend he pondered, ere he died, "O Lakshman, O my Sita!" cried. Ah, if that cry has reached her ear, how dire must be my darling's fear! And Lakshman of the mighty arm, what thinks he in his wild alarm? As thus he thought in sad surmise, its startled hair began to rise. And when he saw the giant slain, and thought upon that cry again, his spirit sank, and terror pressed full sorely on the hero's breast. Another deer he chased and struck, he bore away the fallen buck. The Janus turned and turned his face, and hastened to his dwelling place. Canto 45. Lakshman's Departure. But Sita, hearing, as she thought, her husband's cry with anguish fraught, called to her guardian, Lakshman, run, and in the wood seek Raghu's son. Scarce can my heart retain its throne, scarce can my life be called mine own, as all my powers and senses fail at that long, loud, and bitter wail. Haste to the wood with all thy speed, and save thy brother in his need. Go save him in the distant glade, while loud he calls for timely aid. He falls beneath some giant foe, a bull whom lions overthrow. Deaf to her prayer, no step he steered, obedient to his mother's word. Then Janak's child, with ire inflamed, in words of bitter scorn exclaimed, Sumitra's son, a friend in show, thou art in truth thy brother's foe. Who canst at such any hour deny thy succour and neglect his cry? Yes, Lakshman, smit with love of me, thy brother's death thou fain wouldst see. This guilty love thy heart has swayed, and makes thy feet so loath to aid. Thou hast no love for Rama, no, thy joy is vice, thy thoughts are low. Hence thus unmoved thou yet canst stay, while my dear Lord is far away. If aught of ill my Lord betide, who led thee here, thy chief and guide, oh, what will be my hapless fate, left in the wild wood desolate? Thus spoke the lady, sad with fear, with many a sigh and many a tear, still trembling like a captured doe, and Lakshman spoke to calm her woe. Videhan queen, be sure of this, and at the thought thy fear dismiss. Thy husband's mightier power defies all gods and angels of the skies, Gandharvas and the sons of light, serpents and the rovers of the night. I tell thee of the sons of art, of gods who boast celestial birth, of beasts and birds and giant hosts, of demigods, Gandharvs, ghosts, of awful fiends, O thou most fear. There lives not one whose heart would dare to meet thy Rama in the fight, like Indra's self unmatched in might. Such idle words thou must not say, thy Rama lives, whom none may slay. I will not, cannot leave thee here in the wild wood till he be near. The mightier strength can never withstand his eager force, his vigorous hand. No, not the triple world allied, with all thy mortal gods beside. Dismiss thy fear, again take heart, let all thy doubt and war depart. Thy Lord, be sure, will soon be here, and bring thee back the best of dear. Not his that mournful cry, nor haply came it from the sky. Some giant's art was busy there, and framed a castle based on air. A precious pledge art thou, consigned to me by him of noblest mind, nor can I, fairest dame, forsake the pledge which Rama bade me take. Upon our heads, O queen, we drew the giant's hate when Rama slew their chieftain Kara, and the shade of Janastan in ruin laid. Through all this mighty wood they rove, with varied cries from grove to grove. On rapine bent they wander here, but oh, dismiss thy causeless fear. Bright flashed her eye as Lakshman spoke, and forth her words of fury broke. Upon her truthful guardian flung, with bitter taunts that pierced and stung. Shame on such false compassion, base, defiler of thy glorious race. It were joyous sight, I ween, to thee, my Lord in direst strait to see. Thou knowest Rama sore bested, or word like this thou never hadst said. No marvel if we find such sin in rivals false to kith and kin, wretches like thee of evil mind, concealing crime with crafty mind. Thou wretch, thine aid will still deny, and leave my lord alone to die. Has love of me unnerved thy hand, of words art this ruin planned? But be the treachery his or thine, in vain the base design. For how shall I, the chosen bride of dark-hued Rama, lotus-eyed, the queen who once called Rama mine, the love of other men decline? Believe me, Lakshman, Rama's wife, before thine eyes will quit this life, and not a moment will she stay, if her dear lord have passed away. The lady's bitter speech that stirred each hair upon his frame he heard, with lifted hands together laid, his calm reply he gently made. The words have I to answer now, my deity or queen art thou. But it is no marvel, dame, to find such lack of sense in all mankind. Throughout this world, O mortal dame, weak women's hearts are still the same. Inconstant, urged by envious spite, they sever friends and hate to right. I cannot brook Bidhan queen, thy words intolerably keen. Mine ears thy fierce reproaches pain, as boiling water seethes the brain. And now to bear me witness, all the dwellers in the wood I call, that when with words of truth I plead, this harsh reply is all my meed. Ah, woe is thine, ah, grief that still, eager to do my brother's will. Mourning thy woman's nature, I must see thee doubt my truth and die. I fly to Rama's side, and oh, may bliss attend thee while I go. May all attendant wood guards screen thy head from harm, O large-eyed queen. And though dire omens meet my sight, and fill my soul with wild affright, may I return in peace and see the son of Raghu safe with thee. The child of Janak heard him speak, and the hot teardrops down her cheek, increasing to a torrent, ran, and thus once more the dame began. O Lakshman, if I widowed be, Godavari's flood shall cover me, or I'll die by cord or leap, life weary from yon rocky steep. Or deadly poison will I drink, or on it the kindled flames will sink, but never after Rama can consent to touch a meaner man. The metal dame with many sighs, and torrents pouring from her eyes, the faithful Lakshman thus addressed, and smote her hands upon her breast. Sumitra's son, overwhelmed by fears, looked on the large-eyed queen. He saw that flood of burning tears, he saw that piteous mien. He yearned sweet comfort to afford, he strove to soothe her pain, but to the brother of her lord she spoke no word again. His reverent hands once more he raised, his head he slightly bent, upon her face he sadly gazed, and then toward Rama went. End of Cantos 43, 44 and 45. Cantos 46 to 48 of Book 3 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 46. The Guest. The angry Lakshman scarce could brook her bitter words, her furious look. With dark forebodings in his breast, to Rama's side he quickly pressed. Then ten-necked Ravana saw the time propitious for his purposed crime. A mendicant in guise he came, and stood before the metal dame. His garb was red with tufted hair, and sandaled feet a shade he bare, and from the fiend's left shoulder slung a staff and water vessel hung. Near to the lovely dame he drew, while both the chiefs were far from view. As darkness takes the evening air, when neither sun nor moon is there, he bent his eye upon the dame, a princess fair of spotless fame. So might some baleful planet be, near moon-forsaken Rohini. As the fierce tyrant nearer drew, the trees in Janastan that grew waved not a leaf for fear and woe, and the hushed wind forbore to blow. Godavari's waters as they fled saw his fierce eyeballs flashing red, and from each swiftly gliding wave a melancholy murmur gave. Then Ravan, when his eager eye beheld the longed-for moment nigh, in mendicant's apparel dressed, near to the mighty lady pressed. In holy guise, a fiend avowed, he found her mourning for her lord. Thus threatening draws sunny chill nigh to Chitra in the evening sky. Thus the deep well by grass concealed yawns treacherous in the verdant field. He stood and looked upon the dame of Rama, queen of spotless fame, with her bright teeth and each fair limb. Like the full moon she seemed to him, sitting within her leafy cot, weeping for war that left her not. Thus, while with joy his pulses beat, he saw her in her lone retreat, eyed like the lotus, fair to view, in silken robes of amber hue. Pierced to the core by karma's dart, he murmured texts with lying art, and questioned with a soft address the lady in her loneliness. The fiend essayed with gentle speech the heart of that fair dame to reach. Pride of the worlds, like beauty's queen, without her darling lotus seen. O thou whose silken robes enfold a form more fair than finest gold, with lotus garland on thy head, like a sweet spring with bloom overspread. Who art thou, fair one? What thy name? Beauty or honor, fortune, fame? Spirit or nymph or queen of love, descended from thy home above? Bright as the dazzling jasmine shine thy small square teeth in level line. Like two black stars aglow with light, thine eyes are large and pure and bright. Thy charms of smile and teeth and hair, and winning eyes, O thou most fair, steal all my spirit as the flow of rivers mines the bank below. How bright, how fine each flowing tress, how firm those orbs beneath thy dress. That dainty waist with ease was spanned, sweet lady, by a lover's hand. Mine eyes, O beauty, never have seen goddess or nymph so fair of mien, or bright Gandharva's heavenly dame, or woman of so perfect frame. In youth's soft prime thy years are few, and art has not so fair to view. I marvel one like thee in face should make the earth's her dwelling place. Leave, lady, leave this lone retreat, in forest wilds for thee unmeet, where giants fierce and strong assume all shapes and wonder in the gloom. These dainty feet were formed to tread some palace floor with carpet spread, or wander in dream gardens where each opening bud perfumes the air. The richest robe thy form should deck, the rarest gems adorn thy neck, the sweetest wreath should bind thy hair, the noblest lord thy bed should share. Art thou akin, O fair of form, to Rudras or the gods of storm, or to the glorious Vasus? How can less than these be bright as thou? But never nymph or heavenly maid or goddess haunts this gloomy shade. Here giants roam, a savage race. What led thee to so dire a place? Here monkeys leap from tree to tree, and bears and tigers wander free. Here ravening lions prowl and fell, hyenas in the thickets yell, and elephants infuriate roam, mighty and fierce, their woodland home. Dost thou not dread, so soft and fair, tiger and lion, wolf and bear? Hast thou, O beauteous dame, no fear in the wild wood so lone and drear? Whose and who art thou, whence and why, sweet lady with no guardian nigh? Dost thou this awful forest tread, by giant bands inhabited? The praise the high-souled Ravan spoke, no doubt within her bosom woke. His saintly look and Brahman guise deceived the lady's trusting eyes. With due attention on the guest, her hospitable rites she pressed. She bade the stranger to a seat, and gave him water for his feet. The bowl and water pot he bare, and garb which wandering Brahmans wear, forbade a doubt to rise. Warned by his holy look, she deemed the stranger even as it seemed to her deluded eyes. Intent on hospitable care, she brought her best of woodland fare, and showed her guest a seat. She bade the saintly stranger lave his feet in water which she gave, and sit and rest and eat. He kept his eager glances bent on her so kindly eloquent, wife of the noblest king, and longed in heart to steal her dance, preparing by the dire offence, death on his head to bring. The lady watched with anxious face for Rama coming from the chase, with Lakshman by his side, but nothing met her wandering glance, save the wild forest's green expanse, extending far and wide. Canto 47. Ravan's Wooing. As, clad in mendicant's disguise, he questioned us his destined prize, she to the seeming saintly man the story of her life began. My guest is he, she thought, and I, to escape his cause, must needs reply. Child of a noble sire I spring, from Janak, fair Videha's king. May every good be thine, my name is Sita, Rama's cherished dame. 12 winters with my lord I spent, most happily with sweet content, in the rich home of Raghu's line, and every earthly joy was mine. 12 pleasant years flew by, and then his peers advised the king of man, Rama my lord, to consecrate, joint ruler of his ancient state. But when the rites were scarce begun, to consecrate Ikshaku's son, the Queen Kaikeyi, honored dame, sought of her lord an ancient claim. Her plea of former service pressed, and made him grant her new request, to banish Rama to the wild, and consecrate instead her child. This double prayer on him, the best and truest king, she strongly pressed. Mine eyes in sleep I will not close, nor eat nor drink nor take repose. This very day my death shall bring, if Rama be anointed king. As thus she spake in envious ire, the aged king, my husband's sire, besought with fitting words, but she was cold and deaf to every plea. As yet my days are few, 18, the years of life that I have seen, and Rama, best of all alive, has passed of years a score and 5. Rama the great and gentle, true, all region famed as pure and true, large-eyed and mighty armed and tall, with tender heart that cares for all. But Dasarath led astray by woman's wile and passion's sway. By his strong love of her impelled, the consecrating rites withheld, when, hopeful of the promised grace, my Rama sought his father's face. The Queen Kaikeyi, ill at ease, spoke to my lord brief words like these. Hear, son of Raghu, hear from me the words thy father says to thee. I yield this day to Bharat's hand, free from all foes, this ancient land. Fly from this home, no longer thine, and dwell in woods 5 years and 9. Live in the forest and maintain mine honor pure from falsehood's stain. Then Rama spoke, untouched by dread, Yea, it shall be as thou hast said, and answered, faithful to his vows, obeying Dasarath's spouse. The offered realm I would not take, but still keep true the words he spake. Thus, gentle Brahman, Rama still clung to his vow with firmest will, and valiant Lakshman, dear to fame, his brother by a younger dame, bold victor in the deadly fray, would follow Rama on his way. On sternest vows his heart was set, and he, a youthful anchoret, bound up in twisted coil his hair, and took the garb which hermits wear. Then with his bow to goddess he went forth with Rama and with me. By Queen Kaikeyi's art bereft, the kingdom and our home we left, and bound by stern religious vows, we sought the shade of forest boughs. Now, best of Brahmins, here we tread these pathless regions dark and dread. But come, refresh thy soul, and rest here for a while, an honored guest. For he, my lord, will soon be here, with fresh supply of woodland cheer, large store of venison of the buck, or some great boar his hand has struck. Meanwhile, O stranger, grant my prayer, thy name, thy race, thy birth declare, and why with no companion thou roamest in Dandak forest now? Thus questioned Sita, Rama's dame. Then fierce the stranger's answer came. Lord of the giant legions he, from whom celestial armies flee, the dread of hell and earth and sky, Ravana the Rakshas king am I. Now when thy gold-like form I view, arrayed in silks of amber hue, my love, O thou of perfect mould, for all my dames is dead and cold. 1,000 fairest women torn from many a land my home adorn. But come, loveliest lady, be the queen of every dame and me. My city Lanka, glorious town, looks from a mountain's forehead down, where ocean with his flash and foam beats madly on mine island home. With me, O Sita, shalt thou rove, delighted through each shady grove, nor shall thy happy breast retain fond memory of this life of pain. In gay attire, a glittering band, 5,000 maids shall round thee stand, and serve thee at thy beck and sign, if thou, fair Sita, wilt be mine. Then forth her noble passion broke, as thus in turn the lady spoke. Me, the wife of Rama, him, the lion lord with lion's limb, strong as the sea, firm as the rock, like Indra in the battle shock. The lord of each auspicious sign, the glory of his princely line, like some fair bold tree, strong and tall, the noblest and the best of all. Rama, the heir of happy fate, who keeps his word inviolate, lord of the lion gate, possessed of mighty arm and ample chest. Rama, the lion warrior, him whose moon-bright face no fear can dim. Rama, his bridled passion's lord, the darling whom his sire adored. Me, the true and loving dame of Rama, prince of deathless fame. Me wouldst thou vainly woo and press, a jackal woo a lioness. Steal from the sun his glory, such thy hope, Lord Rama's wife, to touch. Ha! Thou hast seen the trees of gold, the sign which dying eyes behold, thus seeking, weary of thy life, to win the love of Rama's wife. Fool, wilt thou dare to rend away the famished lion's bleeding prey, or from the threatening jaws to take the fang of some envenomed snake? What wouldst thou shake with puny hand Mount Munda, towering over the land? Put poison to thy lips and think the deadly cup a harmless drink? With pointed needle touch thine eye, a razor to thy tongue apply? Who wouldst pollute with impious touch the wife whom Rama loves so much? Be round thy neck a millstone tied, and swim the sea from side to side, or raising both thy hands on high, pluck sun and moon from yonder sky. All let the kindled flame be pressed, wrapped in thy garment to thy breast. More wild the thought that seeks to win Rama's dear wife, who knows not sin. The fool who thinks with idle aim to gain the love of Rama's dame, with dark and desperate footing makes his way over points of iron stakes. As ocean to a bubbling spring, the lion to a fox, the king of all the birds that ply their wing to an ignoble crow. As gold to lead of little price, as to the drainings of the rice, the drink they quaff in paradise, the emabrks heavenly flow. As sandal dust with perfume sweet is to the mire that soils our feet, a tiger to a cat, as the white swan is to the owl, the peacock to the waterfowl, an eagle to a bat, such is my Lord compared with thee. And when with bow and arrows he, mighty as Indra's self, shall see his foeman armed to slay, thou that doomed like the fly that sips the oil that on the altar drips, shalt cast the morsel from thy lips and lose thy half-won prey. Thus in high scorn the lady flung the biting arrows of her tongue, in bitter words that pierced and stung the rover of the night. She ceased, her gentle cheek grew pale, her loosened limbs began to fail, and like a plantain in the gale, she trembled with affright. He terrible as death stood nigh, and watched with fierce exulting eye the fear that shook her frame. To terrify the lady more, he counted all his triumphs over, proclaimed the titles that he bore, his pedigree and name. Canto 48. Ravan's Speech. With knitted brow and furious eye, the stranger made his fierce reply. In me, O fairest dame, behold the brother of the king of gold, the lord of 10 necks, my title, named Ravan, for might and valor famed. Gods and Gandharva hosts I scare, snakes, spirits, birds that roam the air, fly from my coming, wild with fear, trembling like man when death is near. My Shravan once, my brother, wrought to ire, encountered me and fought, but yielding to superior might, fled from his home in sore affright. Lord of the man-drawn chariot still, he dwells on famed Kailasha's hill. I made the vanquished king resign the glorious car which now is mine. Pushpak, the far renowned that flies, will guided through the buxom skies. Celestial hosts by Indra led, flee from my face disquieted. And where my dreaded feet appear, the wind is hushed, or breathless is fear. Wherever I stand, wherever I go, the troubled waters cease to flow. Each spellbound wave is mute and still, and the fierce sun himself is chill. Beyond the sea Mallanka stands, filled with fierce forms and giant bands. A glorious city fair to see, as Indra's Amaravati. A towering height of solid wall, flashing afar, surrounds it all. Its golden courts enchant the sight, and gates aglow with ladder light. Steeds, elephants, and cars are there, and drums' loud music fills the air. Fair trees in lovely gardens grow, whose boughs with varied fruitage glow. Thou, beauteous queen, with me shalt dwell in halls that suit a princess well. Thy former fellows shall forget, nor think of women with regret. No earthly joy thy soul shall miss, and take its fill of heavenly bliss. Of mortal Rama think no more, whose terms of days will soon be over. King Dasarath looked in scorn on Rama, though the eldest born, sent to the woods the weakling fool, and set his darling son to rule. What, O thou large-eyed dame, hast thou to do with fallen Rama now? From home and kingdom forced to fly, a wretched hermit soon to die. Accept thy lover, nor refuse the giant king who fondly woos. Oh, listen, nor reject in scorn a heart by Karma's arrows torn. If thou refuse to hear my prayer, of grief and coming war be aware, for the sad fate did fall on thee, which came on hapless Urvashi. With her foot she chanced to touch Pururvas and sorrowed much. My little finger raised in fight were more than match for Rama's might. O fairest, bleed and happy be with him whom fortune sends to thee. Such were the words the giant said, and Sita's angry eyes were red. She answered in that lonely place, the monarch of the giant race. Art thou the brother of the Lord, of gold, by all the world adored, and sprung of that illustrious seed? Wouldst thou attempt this evil deed? I tell thee, impious monarch, all the giants by thy sin will fall, whose reckless lord and king thou art, with foolish mind and lawless heart. Here one may hope to steal the wife of Indra and escape with life, but he who Rama's dame would tear from his loved side must needs despair. Yea, one may steal fair Sachi, dame of him who shoots the thunder flame, may live successful in his aim, and length of day may see. But hope, O giant king, in vain, though cups of amrit thou may drain, to shun the penalty and pain of wronging one like me. End of Cantos 46, 47, and 48. Cantos 49 to 51 of Book 3 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 49. The Rape of Sita. The Rakshas monarch thus addressed, his hands a while together pressed, and straight before her startled eyes stood monstrous in his giant size. Then to the lady with the law of eloquence he spoke once more. Thou scarce, he cried, hast heard aright the glories of my power and might. I born sublime in air can stand, and with these arms upheave the land. Drink the deep flood of ocean dry, and death with conquering force defy. Pierce the great sun with furious dart, and to her depths cleave out apart. See, thou whom love and beauty blind, I wear each form as wills my mind. As does he spake in burning ire, his glowing eyes were red with fire. His gentle garb aside was thrown, and all his native shape was sown. Terrific, monstrous, wild, and dread, as the dark god who rules the dead. His fiery eyes in fury rolled, his limbs were decked with glittering gold. Like some dark cloud the monster showed, and his fierce breast with fury glowed. The 10-faced rover of the night, with 20 arms exposed to sight, his saintly guise aside had laid, and all his giant height displayed. Attired in robes of crimson dye, he stood and watched with angry eye the lady in her bride array, resplendent as the dawn of day, when from the east the sunbeams break, and to the dark-haired lady spake, "If thou would call that Lord thine own, whose fame in every world is known, look kindly on my love, and be bride of a concert meet for thee. With me let blissful years be spent, for never thy choice shalt thou repent. No deed of mine shall ever displease my darling, as she lives at ease. Thy love for mortal man resign, and to a worthier lord incline. Ah, foolish lady, seeming wise, in thine own weak and partial eyes, by what fair graces art thou held to Rama from his realm expelled? Misfortunes all his life attend, and his brief days are near their end. Unworthy prince, infirm of mind, a woman spoke, and he resigned his home and kingdom, and withdrew from troops of reins and retinue, and sought this forest dark and dread, by savage beasts inhabited. Thus Ravana urged the lady meet, for love, whose words were soft and sweet. Near and more near the giant pressed, as love's hot fire inflamed his breast. The leader of the giant crew his arm around the lady threw. Thus Buddha, with ill-omened might, steals Rohini's delicious light. One hand her glorious tresses grasped, one with its ruthless pressure clasped the body of his lovely prize, the metal dame with lotus eyes. The sylvan guards in wild alarm marked his huge teeth and ponderous arm, and from that death-like presence fled, of mountain size and towering head. Then seen was Ravan's magic car, aglow with gold, which blazed afar. The mighty car which asses drew, thundering as it onward flew. He spared not harsh rebuke to chide the lady as she moaned and cried. Then with his arm about her waist, his captive in the car he placed. In vain he threatened, long and shrill, rang out her lamentations teal. O Rama, which no fear could stay, but her dear lord was far away. Then rose the fiend, and toward the skies bore his poor helpless struggling prize. Hurrying through the air above, the dame who loaded his proffered love. So might a soaring eagle bear a serpent's concert through the air. As on he bore her through the sky, she shrieked aloud her bitter cry, as when some wretch's lips complain in agony of maddening pain. O Lakshman, thou whose joy is still to do thine elder brother's will, this fiend who all disguises wears, from Rama's side his darling tears. Thou who couldst leave bliss, fortune, all, yea, life itself at duty's call, dost thou not see this outrage done to helpless me, O Raghu's son? It is thine, O victor of the foe, to bring the haughtiest spirit low. How canst thou such an outrage see, and let the guilty fiend go free? Ah, seldom in a moment's time comes bitter fruit of sin and crime, but in the day of harvest pain comes like the ripening of the grain. So thou whom fate and folly lead to ruin for this guilty deed shalt die by Rama's arm ere long, a dreadful death for hideous wrong. Ah, too successful in their ends are Queen Kaikeyi and her friends, when virtuous Rama, dear to fame, is mourning for his ravished dame. Ah me, a long farewell to lawn and glade and forest dell, in Janastan's wild region where the cassia trees are bright and fair. With all your tongues to Rama say that Ravana bears his wife away. Farewell, a long farewell to thee, O pleasant stream Godavari, whose rippling waves are ever steered by many a glad wild water bird. All ye to Rama's ear relate the giant's deed and Sita's fate. O all ye gods who love this ground, where trees of every leaf abound, tell Rama I am stolen hence, I pray you all with reverence. O all the living things beside, that these dark boughs and coverts hide, ye flocks of birds, ye troops of deer, I call on you my prayer to hear. All ye to Rama's ear proclaim that Ravana tears away his dame, with forceful arms his darling wife, dearer to Rama than his life. Oh, if you knew I dwelt in hell, my mighty Lord, I know full well, would bring me conqueror back today, though Yama's self reclaimed his prey. Thus from the air the lady sent, with piteous voice her last lament, and as she wept she chanced to see the vulture on a lofty tree. As Ravana bore her swiftly by, on the dear bird she bent her eye, and with a voice which woe made faint, renewed to him her wild complaint. O see, the king who rules the race of giants, cruel, fierce, and base, Ravana, the spoiler, bears me hence, the helpless prey of violence. This fiend who roves in midnight shade, by thee, dear bird, can never be stayed, for he is armed and fierce and strong, triumphant in the power to wrong. For thee remains one only task, to do, kind friend, the thing I ask, to Rama's ear by thee be borne, how Sita from her home is torn, and to the valiant Lakshman tell the giant's deed and what befell. Canto 50. Jatayus. The vulture from his slumber woke, and heard the words which Sita spoke. He raised his eye and looked on her giant ravisher. That noblest bird with pointed beak, majestic as a mountain peak, high on the tree addressed the king of giants, wisely counselling. O ten-necked lord, I firmly hold to fate and laws ordained of old, and thou, my brother, shouldst refrain from guilty deeds that shame and stain. The vulture king, supreme in air, Jatayus is the name I bear. Thy captive, known by Sita's name, is the dear consort and the dame of Rama, Dasarath's heir, who makes the good of all his care. Lord of the world in might he vies, with the great gods of seas and skies. The law he boasts to keep allows no king to touch another's spouse. And more than all, a princess dame high honor and respect may claim. Back to the art thy way incline, nor think of one who is not thine. Heroic souls should hold it shame to stoop to deeds which others blame, and all respect by them is shown to dames of others as their own. Not every case of bliss and gain the scriptures' holy text explain, and subjects, when that light is dim, look to their prince and follow him. The king is bliss and profit, he is store of treasures fair to see, and all the people's fortunes spring their joy and misery from the king. If, lord of giant race, thy mind be fickle, false, to sin inclined, how wilt thou kingly place retain? high thrones in heaven no sinners gain. The soul, who its gentle passions sway, never throws its nobler part away, nor will the mansion of the base long be the good man's dwelling place. Prince Rama, chief of high renown, has wronged thee not in field or town. Never has he sinned against thee. How canst thou resolve to harm him now? If moved by Surpnacha's prayer, the giant Kara sought him there, and fighting fell with baffled aim. His and not Rama's is the blame. Say, mighty lord of giants, say, what fault on Rama canst thou lay? What has the world's great master done, that thou shouldst steal his precious one? Quick, quick the metal dame release, let Rama's consort go in peace. Lest scorched by his terrific eye, beneath his wrath thou fall and die. Like Britra, when Lord Indra threw the lightning flame that smote and slew. Ah, fool, with blinded eyes to take home to thy heart a venom snake. Ah, foolish eyes, too blind to see the death's dire coils entangle thee. The prudent man his strength will spare, nor lift a load too great to bear. Content is he with wholesome food, which gives him life and strength renewed. But who would dare the guilty deed that brings no fame or glorious meed, where merit there is none to win, and vengeance soon overtakes the sin? My course of life, Pulastia's son, for 60,000 years has run. Lord of my kind I still remain, mine old hereditary reign. I, worn by years, am older far than thou, young lord of bow and car, in coat of glittering mail encased, and armed with arrows at thy waist. But not unchallenged shalt thou go, or steal the dame without a blow. Thou canst not, king, before mine eyes bear off unchecked the lovely prize, safe as the truth of scripture bent by no close logic's argument. Stay, if thy courage let thee stay, and meet me in the battle fray, and thou shalt stain the earth with gore, falling as Kara fell before. Soon Rama, clothed in bark, shall smite thee, his proud foe, in deadly fight. Rama, from whom have ofttimes fled the Daitya hosts discomfited. No power have I to kill or slay, the princely youth are far away, but soon shalt thou with fearful eye struck down beneath their arrows lie. But while I yet have life and sense, thou shalt not, tyrant, carry hence fair Sita, Rama's honoured queen, with lotus eyes and lovely mien. Whatever the pain, whatever the cost, though in the struggle life be lost, the will of Raghu's noblest son and Dasarat must be done. Stay for a while, O Ravan, stay, 1 hour thy flying car delay, and from that glorious chariot thou shalt fall like fruit from shaken bough. For I to thee, while yet I live, the welcome of a foe will give. Canto 51. The Combat. Ravan's red eyes in fury rolled, bright with his armlets flashing gold. In high disdain, by passion stirred, he rushed against the sovereign bird. With clash and din and furious blows of murderous battle met the foes. Disarsed by winds to clouds on high, meet warring in the stormy sky. Then fierce the dreadful combat raged, as fiend and bird in war engaged, as if two winged mountains sped to dire encounter overhead. Keen-pointed arrows, thick and fast, in never-ceasing fury cast, rained hardling on the vulture king, and smote him on the breast and wing. But still that noblest bird sustained the cloud of shafts which Ravan rained, and with strong beak and talons bent, the body of his foeman rent. Then, wild with rage, the ten-necked king laid 10 swift arrows on his string, dread as the stuff of death were they, so terrible and keen to slay. Straight to his ear the string he drew, straight to the mark the arrows flew, and pierced by every iron head, the vulture's mangled body bled. One glance upon the car he bent, where Sita wept with shrill lament, then heedless of his wounds and pain, rushed at the giant king again. Then the brave vulture with the stroke of his resistless talons broke the giant shafts and bow whereon the fairest pearls and jewels shone. The monster paused, by rays unmanned, a second bow soon armed his hand, whence pointed arrows swift and true, in hundreds, yea, in thousands, flew. The monarch of the vultures plied, with ceaseless darts on every side, showed like a bird that turns to rest, close covered by the branch-built nest. He shook his pinions to repel the storm of arrows as it fell, then with his talons snapped in two the mighty bow which Ravana drew. Next with terrific wing he smote so fiercely on the giant's coat, the harness, glittering with the glow of fire, gave way beneath the blow. With storm of murderous stroke he beat the harnessed asses strong and fleet, each with a goblin's monstrous face, the plates of gold his neck to graze. Then on the car he turned his ire, the well-moved car that shone like fire, and broke the glorious chariot, broke the golden steps and pole and yoke. The chariot and the silken shade, like the full moon to view displayed, together with the guards who held those emblems to the ground he felled. The royal vulture hovered over the driver's head, and pierced and tore with his strong beak and dreaded claws his mangled brow and cheek and jaws. With broken car and sundered bow his charioteer and team laid low. One arm about the lady wound sprang the fierce giant to the ground. Spectators of the combat all, the spirits viewed the monster's fall. Lauding the vulture every one cried with glad voice, "Well done, well done." But weak with length of days at last, the vulture's strength was falling fast. The fiend again essayed to bear the lady through the fields of air. But when the vulture saw him rise, triumphant with his trembling prize, bearing the sword that still was left, when other arms were lost or cleft, once more, impatient of repose, swift from the earth, her champion rose, hung in the way the fiend would take, and thus addressing Ravana spake: "Thou king of giants, rash and blind, wilt be the ruin of thy kind, stealing the wife of Rama, him with lightning scars on chest and limb. A mighty host obeys his will, and troops of slaves his palace feel. His lords of state are wise and true, kinsmen has he and retinue. As thirsty travellers drain the cup, thou drinkest deadly poison up. The rash and careless fool who heeds no coming fruit of guilty deeds, a few short years of life shall see, and perish, doomed to death like thee. Say, whither wilt thou fly to lose thy neck from death's entangling noose, caught like the fish that finds too late the hook beneath the treacherous bait? Never, O king, of this be sure, will Raghu's fiery sons endure, terrific in their vengeful rays, this insult to their hermitage. Thy guilty hands this day have done a deed which all reprove and shun, unworthy of a noble chief, the pillage loved by coward thief. Stay, if thy heart allow thee, stay, and meet me in the deadly fray. Soon shalt thou stain the earth with gore, and fall as Kara fell before. The fruits of former deeds overpower the sinner in his dying hour, and such a fate on thee, O king, thy tyranny and madness bring. Not even the self-existent Lord, who reigns by all the worlds adored, would dare attempt a guilty deed, which the dire fruits of crime succeed. Thus brave Jatayus, best of birds, addressed the fiend with moving words. Then, ready for the swift attack, swooped down upon the giant's back. Down to the bone the talons went, with many a wound the flesh was rent. Such blows inferior drivers deal their elephants with pointed steel. Fixed in his back the strong beak lay, the talons stripped the flesh away. He fought with claws and beak and wing, and tore the long hair of the king. Still as the royal vulture beat, the giant with his wings and feet swelled the fiend's lips, his body shook with furious rays too great to brook. About the metal dame he cast one huge left arm and held her fast. In furious rage, to frenzy fanned, he struck the vulture with his hand. Jatayus mocked a vain essay, and rent his 10 left arms away. Down dropped the severed limbs, and new 10 others from his body grew. Thus bright with pearly radiance glide dread serpents from the hillock side. Again in wrath the giant pressed the lady closer to his breast, and foot and fist sent blow on blow in ceaseless fury on the foe. So fierce and dire the battle waged between those mighty champions raised. Here was the lord of giants there, the noblest of the birds of air. Thus, as his love of Rama taught, the faithful vulture strove and fought. But Ravan seized his sword and smote his wings and side and feet and throat. At mangled side and wing he bled, he fell, and life was almost fled. The lady saw her champion lie, his plumes distained with gory dye, and hastened to the vulture's side, grieving as though a kinsman died. The lord of Lanka's island viewed the vulture as he lay, whose back like some dark cloud was hued, his breast a pearly grey, like ashes when by none renewed the flame has died away. The lady saw with mournful eye her champion pressed the plain, the royal bird her true ally, whom Ravan's might had slain. Her soft arms locked in strict embrace around his neck she kept, and lovely with her moon-bright face bent over her friend and wept. End of Cantos 49, 50 and 51. Cantos 52 to 54 of Book 3 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 52. Ravan's Fight. Fair as the lord of silvery rays, whom every star in heaven obeys, the metal dame her plaint renewed, over him by Ravan's might subdued. Dreams, omens, auguries foreshow our coming lord of weal and woe. But thou, my Rama, couldst not see the grievous blow which falls on thee. The birds and deer desert the brakes, and show the path my captor takes, and thus even now this royal bird flew to mine aid by pity stirred. Slain for my sake in death he lies, the broad-winged rover of the skies. O Rama, haste, thine aid I crave. O Lakshman, why delay to save? Brave sons of old Ikshaku hear, and rescue in this hour of fear. Her flowery reed was torn and rent, crushed was each sparkling ornament. She with weak arms and trembling knees clung like a creeper to the trees, and like some poor deserted thing, with wild shrieks made the forest ring. But swift the giant reached her side, as loud on Rama's name she cried, Fierce as grim death, one hand he laid upon her tresses lovely braid. That touch, thou impious king, shall be the ruin of thy race and thee. The universal world in war that outrage on the lady saw. All nature shook convulsed with dread, and darkness over the land was spread. The Lord of Day grew dark and chill, and every breath of air was still. The eternal Father of the sky beheld the crime with heavenly eye, and spake with solemn voice, the deed is done, of old decreed. Sad were the saints within the grove, but triumph with their sorrow strove. They wept to see the mortal dame endure the outrage, scorn, and shame. They joyed because his life should pay the penalty incurred that day. Then Ravana raised her up and bare his captive through the fields of air, calling with accents loud and shrill on Rama and on Lakshman's steel. With sparkling gems on arm and breast, in silk of belly amber dressed, high in the air the metal dame gleamed like the lightning's flashing flame. The giant, as the breezes blew upon her robes of amber hue, and round him twined that gay attire, showed like a mountain god with fire. The lady, fairest of the fair, had wreathed a garland round her hair. Its lotus petals, bright and sweet, rained down upon the giant's feet. Her vesture, bright as burning gold, gave to the wind each glittering fold, fair as the gilded cloud that gleams, touched by the day god's tempered beams. Yet struggling in the fiend's embrace, the lady with her sweet pure face, far from her lord, no longer wore the light of joy that shone before. Like some sad lily by the side of waters which the sun has dried, like the pale moon uprising through an autumn cloud of darkest hue, so was a perfect face between the arms of giant Ravana seen. Fair with the charm of braided tress, and forehead's finished loveliness, fair with the ivory teeth that shed white lustre through the lips fine red. Fair as the lotus when the bud is rising from the parent flood, with faultless lip and nose and eye, dear as the moon that floods the sky. With gentle light of perfect mould, she seemed a thing of burnished gold. Though on her cheek the tresses lay of tears her hand had brushed away, but as the moonbeams swiftly fade, ere the great day god shines displayed, so in that form of perfect grace, still trembling in the field's embrace, from her beloved Rama reft, no light of pride or joy was left. The lady with her golden hue over the swart fiend a lustre threw, as when embroidered gods enfold an elephant with gleams of gold. Fair as the lily's bending stem, her arms adorned with many a gem, a lustre to the fiend she lent, gleaming from every ornament, as when the cloud-shot flashes light the shadows of a mountain height. Whenever the breezes outward bore the tinkling of the zone she wore, he seemed a cloud of darkness here, sending forth murmurs as it flew. As on her way the dame was sped, from her sweet neck fair flowers were shed. The swift wind caught the flowery rain, and poured it over the fiend that came. The wind-stirred blossoms, sweet to smell, on the dark brows of Ravana fell, like lunar constellations set on Meru for a coronet. From her small foot an anklet fair, with jewels sleeped, and through the air, like a bright circlet of the flame of thunder to the valley came. The metal lady fair to see, as the young leaflet of a tree, clad in the tender hues of spring, flashed glory on the giant king, as when a gold-embroidered zone around an elephant is thrown. While bearing for the lady true, the realms of sky the giant flew. She like a gleaming meteor cast a glory round her as she passed. Then from each limb in swift descent dropped many a sparkling ornament. On earth they rested dim and pale, like fallen stars when virtues fail. Around her neck a garland lay, bright as the star god's silvery ray. It fell and flashed like Ganga sent from heaven above the firmament. The birds of every wing had flocked, the stately trees by bridges rocked. These bowed their wind-swept heads and said, "My lady sweet, be comforted." With faded blooms its brook within, whose waters moved no gleamy fin, stole sadly through the forest dell, mourning the dame it loved so well. From every woodland region near came lions, tigers, birds, and deer, and followed, each with furious look, the way her flying shadow took. For Sita's loss, each lofty hill, whose tears were waterfall and real, lifting on high each arm-like steep, seemed in the general war to weep. When the great sun, the lord of day, saw Ravana tear the dame away, his glorious light began to fail, and all his disk grew cold and pale. If Ravana from the forest flies, with Rama Sita as his prize, justice and truth have vanished hence, honor and right and innocence. Thus rose the cry of wild despair from spirits as they gathered there, in trembling troops in open lawns, wept wild with war the startled fawns. And a strange terror changed the eyes they lifted to the distant skies. On sylvan gods who loved the dell, a sudden fear and trembling fell, as in the deepest woe they viewed the lady by the fiend subdued. Still in loud shrieks was heard afar that voice whose sweetness naught could mar, while eager looks of fear and woe she bent upon the earth below. The lady of each winning wile, with pearly teeth and lovely smile, seized by the lord of Lanka's isle, looked down for friends in vain. She saw no friend to aid her, none, not Rama nor the younger son of Dasarath and undone. She swooned with fear and pain. Canto 53. Sita's Threats. Soon as the metal lady knew that high through the air the giant flew, distressed with grief and sore afraid, her troubled spirit sank dismayed. Then, as anew the water swelled, from those red eyes which sorrow swelled, forth in keen words her passion broke, and to the fierce-eyed fiend she spoke. Canst thou attempt a deed so base, untroubled by the deep disgrace, to steal me from my home and fly, when friend or guardian none was nigh? Thy craven soul that longed to steal, fearing the blows that warriors deal, upon the magic deer relied, to lure my husband from my side. Friend of his sire, the vulture king, lies low on earth with mangled wing, who gave his aged life for me, and died for her he sought to free. Ah, glorious strength indeed is thine, thou meanest of thy giant line, whose courage dared to tell thy name, and conquer in the fight a dame. Does the vile deed that thou hast done cause thee no shame, thou wicked one, a woman from her home to rend, when none was near his aid to lend? Through all the walls, O giant king, the tidings of this deed will ring, this deed in law and honor spied, by one who claims a hero's might. Shame on thy boasted valor, shame! Thy prowess is an empty name. Shame, giant, on this cursed deed, for which thy race is doomed to bleed. Thou fliest swifter than the gale, for what can strength like thine avail? Stay for 1 hour, O Ravan, stay, thou shalt not flee with life away. Soon as the royal chieftain's sight falls on the thief who roams by night, thou wilt not, tyrant, leave 1 hour, though backed by all thy legion's power. Never can thy puny strength sustain the tempest of their airy reign. Have ever the trembling birds withstood the wild flames raging in the ood? Hear me, O Ravan, let me go, and save thy soul from coming war. Or if thou wilt not set me free, wrath for this insult done to me, with his brave brother's aid, my lord against thy life will raise his sword. A guilty hope inflames thy breast, his wife from Rama's home to wrest. Ah, fool, the hope thou hast is vain, thy dreams of bliss shall end in pain. If torn from all I love by thee, my godlike lord no more I see, soon will I die and end my woes, nor leave the captive of my foes. Ah, fool, with blinded eyes to choose the evil and the good refuse, so the sick wretch with stubborn will turns fondly to the cates that kill, and madly draws his lips away from medicine that would check decay. About thy neck securely wound, the deadly coil of fate is bound, and thou, O Ravan, dost not fear, although the hour of death is near. With that doomed sight thine eyes behold the gleaming of the trees of gold. See dread by tyranny the flood that rolls a stream of foamy blood. See the dark wood by all abhorred, in every leaf a threatening sword. The tangled thickets thou shalt tread, where thorns with iron points are spread. For never can thy days be long, base plotter of this shame and wrong. To Rama of the lofty soul, he dies who drinks the poisoned bowl. The coils of death around thee lie, they hold thee, and thou canst fly. Ah, why, thou tyrant, wouldst thou run, the vengeance of my lord to shun? By his unaided arm alone were twice 7,000 fiends overthrown. Yes, in the twinkling of an eye, he forced thy mightiest fiends to die. And the sheltered lord of Lionheart, skilled in the bow and spear and dart, spared thee, O fiend, in battle strife, the robber of his darling wife. These were her words, and more beside, by wrath and bitter hate supplied. Then by her war and fear overthrown, she wept again and made her moan. As long she wept in grief and dread, scarce conscious of the words she said, the wicked giant onward fled, and bore her through the air. As firm he held the metal dame, still wildly struggling over her frame. With grief and bitter misery came the trembling of despair. Canto 54. Lanka. He bore her on a rapid flight, and not a friend appeared in sight. But on a hill that over the wood raised its high top 5 monkeys stood. From her fair neck her scarf she drew, and down the glittering vesture flew, with earring, necklet, chain, and gem, descending in the midst of them. For these, she thought, my path may show, and tell my lord the way I go. Nor did the fiend in wild alarm mark when she drew from neck and arm and foot the gems and gold, and sent to art each gleaming ornament. The monkeys raised their tawny eyes, that closed not in their first surprise, and saw the dark-eyed lady where she shrieked above them in the air. High over their heads the giant passed, holding the weeping lady fast. Over Pampa's flashing flood he sped, and unto Lanka's city fled. He bore away in senseless joy the prize that should his life destroy. Like the rash fool who hugs beneath his robe a snake with venom teeth, swift as an arrow from a bow, speeding over lands that lay below, sublime in air his course he took, over wood and rock and lake and brook. He passed at length the sounding sea, where monstrous creatures wander free, seat of learned barons, ancient reign, controller of the eternal main. The angry waves were raised and tossed, as Ravana with the lady crossed, and fish and snake in wild unrest showed flashing fin and gleaming crest. Then from the blessed troops who dwell in air celestial voices fell. "O ten-necked king," they cried, "attend, this guilty deed will bring thine end." Then Ravana, speeding like the storm, bearing his death in human form, the struggling Sita lighted down in royal Lanka's glorious town. A city bright and rich that showed well-ordered street and noble road, arranged with just division fair, with multitudes in court and square. Thus all his journey done, he passed within his royal home at last. There in a queenly bower he placed the black-eyed dame with dainty waist. Thus in her chamber Maya laid the lovely Maya, demon maid. Then Ravana gave command to all the dread she-fiends who filled the hall. This captive lady watch and guard from sight of man and woman bird. But all the fair one asks beside be with unsparing hand supplied. As though it were I that asked, withheld no pearls or dress or gems or gold. And she among you that shall dare, of purpose or true want of care, one word to vex her soul to say, throws her unvalued life away. Thus spake the monarch of their race to those she-fiends who thronged the place, and pondering on the course to take, went from the chamber as he spake. He saw 8 giants strong and dread, on flesh of bleeding victims fed, proud in the boon which Brahma gave, and trusting in its power to save. He thus the mighty chiefs addressed, of glorious power and strength possessed. Arm, warriors with the spear and bow, with all your speed from Lanka go, for Janastan, our own no more, is now defiled with giants' gore. The seat of Khara's royal state is left unto us desolate. In your brave hearts and might confide, and cast ignoble fear aside. Go, in the desert region dwell, where the fierce giants fought and fell. A glorious host that region held, for power and might unparalleled. By Dushan and brave Khara led, all slain by Rama's arrows bled. Hence boundless wrath that spans control, reigns paramount within my soul, and naught but Rama's death can sate the fury of my vengeful hate. I will not close my slumbering eyes, till by this hand my foeman dies. And when mine arm has slain the foe, who laid those giant princes low, long will I triumph in the deed, like one enriched in utmost need. Now go, that I this end may gain, in Janastan, O chiefs, remain. Watch Rama there with keenest eye, and all his deeds and movements spy. Go forth, no helping art neglect, be brave and prompt and circumspect, and be your own endeavour still, to aid mine arm this foe to kill. Oft have I seen your warrior might, proved in the forehead of the fight, and sure of strength I know so well, send you in Janastan to dwell. The giant's heart with prompt assent, the pleasant words he said, and each before his master bent, for meet salute his head. Then as he bade without delay, from Lanka's gate they passed, and hurried forward on their way, invisible and fast. End of Cantos 52, 53 and 54. Cantos 55 to 57 of Book 3 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by om123. Canto 55. Sita in prison. Thus Ravana his commandment gave to those 8 giants strong and brave, so thinking in his foolish pride against all dangers to provide. Then with his wounded heart aflame with love he thought upon the dame, and took with hasty steps the way to the fair chamber where she lay. He saw the gentle lady there, weighed down by woe too great to bear, amid the throng of fiends who kept their watch around her as she wept. A pinnace sinking 'neath the wave, when mighty winds around her rave. A lonely, heart-forsaken deer, when hungry dogs are pressing near. Within the bower the giant passed, her mournful looks were downward cast. As there she lay with streaming eyes, the giant bade the lady rise, and to the shrinking captive showed the glories of his rich abode, where 1,000 women spent their days in palaces with gold ablaze, where wandered birds of every sort and jewels flashed in hall and court, where noble pillars charmed the sight with diamond and legulite, and others glorious to behold with ivory, crystal, silver, gold. There swelled on high the tambour's sound, and burnished all was bright around. He led the mournful lady where resplendent gold adorned the stair, and showed each lattice fair to see with silver work and ivory. Showed his bright chambers line on line, adorned with nets of golden twine. Beyond, he showed the myrtle dame his gardens bright as lightning's flame, and many a pool and lake he showed, where blooms of gayest colour glowed. Through all his home from view to view, the lady sunk in grief he drew. Then trusting in her heart to wake desire of all she saw, he spake. 300 million giants all, obedient to their master's call, not counting young and weak and old, serve me with spirits fierce and bold. 1,000 called from all of these wait on the Lord they long to please. This glorious power, this pomp and sway, dear lady, at thy feet I lay. Yea, with my life I give the whole, O dearer than life and soul. 1,000 beauties fill my hall, be thou my wife and rule them all. O hear my supplication, why this reasonable prayer deny? Some pity to thy sweeter show, for love's hot flames within me glow. This isle 100 leagues in length, encompassed by ocean's strength, would all the gods and fiends defy, though led by him who rules the sky. No god in heaven, no sage on earth, no minstrel of celestial birth, no spirit in the walls I see, a match in power and might for me. What wilt thou do with Rama, him whose days are short, whose light is dim, expelled from home and royal sway, who treads on foot his weary way? Leave the poor mortal to his fate, and wed thee with a worthier mate. My timid love, enjoy with me the prime of youth before it flee. Do not 1 hour the hope retain to look on Rama's face again. For whom would wildest thought beguile to seek thee in the giant's isle? Say, who is he has power to bind in toils of net the rushing wind? Whose is the mighty hand will tame and hold the glory of the flame? In the worlds above, below, not one of fairer form I know, who from this isle in fight could rend the lady whom these arms defend. Fair queen, over Lanka's island reign, sole mistress of the wide domain. Gods, rovers of the night like me, and all the world thy slaves will be. Over thy fair brows and queenly head let consecrating balm be shed, and sorrow banished from thy breast. Enjoy my love and take thy rest. Here nevermore thy soul shall know the memory of thy former woe, and here shalt thou enjoy the meed deserved by every virtuous deed. Here garlands glow of flowery twine, with gorgeous hues and scent divine. Take gold and gems and rich attire, enjoy with me thy heart's desire. There stand of chariots far the best, the car my brother once purchased, which, victor in the stricken field, I forced the Lord of Gold to yield. It is wide and high and nobly wrought, bright as the sun and swift as thought. Therein, O Sita, shalt thou ride, delighted by thy lover's side. But sorrow mars with lingering trace the splendor of thy lotus face. A cloud of woe is over it spread, and all the light of joy is fled. The lady, by her woe distressed, one corner of her raiment pressed to her sad cheek like moonlight clear, and wiped away a falling tear. The rover of the night renewed his eager pleading as he viewed the lady stand like one distraught, striving to fix her wandering thought. Think not, sweet lady, of the shame of broken vows, nor fear the blame. The saints approve with favoring eyes this union knit with marriage ties. O beauty, at thy radiant feet I lay my heads and thus entreat. One word of grace, one look I crave. Have pity on thy prostrate slave. These idle words I speak are vain, wrung forth by love's consuming pain, and never of Ravan be it said, he wore the dame with prostrate head. Thus to the metal lady sued, the monarch of the giant brood, and she is now mine own, he thought, in death's dire coils already caught. Canto 56. Sita's Disdain. His words the mighty lady heard, oppressed by war but undeterred. Fear of the fiend she cast aside, and thus in noble scorn replied. His word of honour never stained, King Dasarath nobly reigned, the bridge of right, the friend of truth. His eldest son, a noble youth, is Rama, virtue's faithful friend, whose glories through the worlds extend. Long arms and large full eyes has he, my husband, yea, a god to me, with shoulders like the forest king's, from old Ikshaku's line he springs. He with his brother Lakshman's aid will smite thee with the vengeful blade. Hadst thou but dared before his eyes to lay thine hand upon the prize, thou stretched before his feet hadst lain, in Janustan like Kara slain. Thy boasted rovers of the night, with hideous shapes and giant might, like serpents when the feathered king swoops down with his tremendous wing, will find their useless venom fail when Rama's mighty arms assail. The rapid arrows bright with gold, shot from the bow he loves to hold, will rend thy frame from flank to flank as Ganga's waves erode the bank. Though neither god nor fiend have power to slay thee in the battle hour, yet from his hand shall come thy fate, struck down before his vengeful hate. that mighty Lord will strike an end. The days of life thou hast to spend. Thy days are doomed, thy life is sped, like victims to the pillar led. Yea, if the glance of Rama bright with fury on thy form should light, thou scores this day wouldst fall and die, like Kama slain by Rudra's eye. He who from heaven the moon could throw, or bid its bright rays cease to glow, he who could drain the mighty sea, will set his darling Sita free. Fled is thy life, thy glory, fled, thy strength and power, its sense is dead. Soon Lanka, widowed by thy guilt, will see the blood of giants spilled. This wicked deed, O cruel king, no triumph, no delight will bring. Thou with outrageous might and scorn, a woman from her lord hast torn. My glorious husband far away, making heroic strength his stay, dwells with his brother, void of fear, in Dandak forest lone and drear. No more in force of arms confide, that haughty strength, the power and pride, my hero with his airy rein, from all thy bleeding limbs will drain. When asked by fate's dire mandate, nigh comes the fixed hour for man to die. Caught in death's toils their eyes are blind, and folly takes each wandering mind. So for the outrage thou hast done, the fate is near, thou canst not shun. The fate that on thyself and all, thy giants and thy town shall fall. I spurn thee, can the altar dight, with vessels for the sacred rite, over which the priest his prayer has said, be sullied by an outcast's tread? So me, the consort dear and true, of him who clings to virtue too, thy hated touch shall never defile, base tyrant lord of Lanka's isle. Can the white swan who floats in pride through lilies by her consort's side look for one moment as they pass on the poor diver in the grass? This senseless body waits thy will, to torture, chain, to wound or kill. I will not, king of giants, strive to keep this fleeting soul alive, but never shall they join the name of Sita with reproach and shame. Thus as her breast with fury burned, her bitter speech the dame returned, such words of rage and scorn, the last she uttered, at the fiend she cast. Her taunting speech the giant heard, and every hair with anger stirred. Then, thus with fury in his eye, he made in threats his fierce reply. Hear, mighty lady, hear my speech. List to my words and ponder each. If over thy head 12 months shall fly, and thou thy love wilt still deny, my cooks shall mince thy flesh with steel, and serve it for my morning meal. Thus with terrific threats to her spake Ravana, cruel Ravana. Mad with rage, her answer woke. He called the fiendish train and spoke. Take her, ye Rakshas dames, who fright with hideous form and mean the sight, who make the flesh of man your food, and let her pride be soon subdued. He spoke, and at his word the band of fiendish monsters raised each hand in reverence to the giant king, and pressed round Sita in a ring. Ravan once more with stern behest to those she-fiends his speech addressed. Shaking the earth beneath his tread, he stamped his furious foot and said, To the Ashoka garden bear the dame, and guard her safely there, until her stubborn pride be sent by mingled threat and blandishment. See that ye watch her well and tame, like some she-elephant, the dame. They led her to the garden where the sweetest flowers perfumed the air, where bright trees bore each rarest fruit, and birds enamored never were mute, bowed down with terror and distress, watched by each cruel giantess, like a poor solitary deer, when ravening tigresses are near. The hapless lady lay distraught, like some wild thing but newly caught, and found no solace, no relief from agonizing fear and grief. Not for one moment could forget its terrifying word and tread, or the fierce eyes upon her set by those who watched around. She thought of Rama far away. She mourned for Lakshman as she lay in grief and terror and dismay, half fainting on the ground. Canto 57. Sita comforted. Soon as the fiend had set her down within his home in Lanka's town, triumph and joy filled Indra's breast, whom thus the eternal sire addressed. This deed will free the worlds from woe, and cause the giants overthrow. The fiend has borne to Lanka's isle the lady of the lovely smile, true consort born to happy fate, with features fair and delicate. She looks and longs for Rama's face, but sees a crowd of demon race, and guarded by the giant's train, pines for her lord and weeps in vain. But Lanka, founded on a steep, is girdled by the mighty deep, and how will Rama know his fair and blameless wife is present there? She on her woe will sadly brood, and pine away in solitude, and heedless of herself will cease to live, despairing of release. Yes, pondering on her fate, I see her gentle life in jeopardy. Go, Indra, swiftly seek the place, and look upon her lovely face. Within the city make thy way, let heavenly food her spirit stay. Thus Brahma spake, and he who slew the cruel demon Paka flew where Lanka's royal city lay, and sleep went with him on his way. Sleep, cried the heavenly monarch, close each giant's eye in deep repose. Thus Indra spoke, and sleep fulfilled with joy his mandate as he wheeled. To aid the plan the gods proposed, the demon's eyes in sleep she closed. Then Sachi's lord, the thousand-eyed, to the Ashoka garden hied. He came and stood where Sita lay, and gently thus began to say, Lord of the gods who hold the sky, dame of the lovely smile, am I. Weep no more, lady, weep no more, the days of war will soon be over. I come, O Janak's child, to be the helper of thy Lord and thee. He through my grace with hosts to aid this sea-god land will soon invade. It is by my art that slumbers close the eyelids of thy giant foes. Now I with sleep this place have sought with a horn lady, and have brought a gift of heaven's ambrosial food to stay thee in thy solitude. Receive it from my hand and taste, O lady of the dainty waist. For countless ages thou shalt be from pangs of thirst and hunger free. But doubt within her bosom woke, as to the Lord of gods she spoke. How may I know for truth that thou, whose form I see before me now, art verily the king adored by heavenly gods and Sachi's lord? With Raghu's sons I learned to know the certain signs which God hath show. These marks before mine eyes display, if over the gods thou bear the sway. The heavenly Lord of Sachi heard, and did according to her word. Above the ground his feet were raised, with eyelids motionless he gazed. No dust upon his raiment lay, and his bright reed was fresh and gay. Nor was the lady's glad heart slow, the monarch of the gods to know. And while the tears unceasing ran from her sweet eyes, she thus began. My Lord has gained a friend in thee, and I this day thy presence see, shown clearly to mine eyes, as when Rama and Lakshman, Lord of man, beheld it, and their sire the king, and Janak too, from whom I spring. Now I, O monarch of the blessed, will eat this food at thy behest, which thou hast brought me of thy grace, to aid and strengthen Raghu's race. She spoke, and by his words relieved, the food from Indra's hand received. Yet ere she ate the balm he brought, on Lakshman and her lord she thought, if my brave lord be still alive, if valiant Lakshman yet survive, may these my taste of heavenly food bring health to them and bliss renewed. She ate, and that celestial food stayed hunger, thirst, and lassitude, and all her strength restored. Great joy her hopeful spirit stirred, at the glad tidings newly heard of Lakshman and her lord. And Indra's heart was joyful too. He bade the metal dame adieu, his saving errand done. With sleep beside him parting thence, he sought his heavenly residence, to prosper Raghu's son. End of Cantos 55, 56 and 57. Cantos 58 to 60 of Book 3 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 58. The Brothers' Meeting. When Rama's deadly shaft had struck the giant in the seeming buck, the chieftain turned him from the place, his homeward way again to trace. Then as he hastened onward, fain to look upon his spouse again, behind him from a thicket nigh rang out a jackal's piercing cry. Alarmed, he heard the startling shriek that raised his hair and dimmed his cheek, and all his heart was filled with doubt as the shrill jackal's cry rang out. Alas, some dire disaster seems portended by the jackal's screams. Oh, may the metal dame be screened from outrage of its hungry fiend. Alas, if Lakshman chanced to hear that bitter cry of woe and fear, what time Maricha, as he died, with voice that mocked my accents, cried, swift to my side the prince would flee, and quit the dame to succour me. Too well I see the demon band the slaughter of my love have planned, me far from home and Sita's view, the seeming dear Maricha drew. He led me far through brake and dell, till wounded by my shaft he fell, and as he sank rang out his cry, Oh, save me, Lakshman, or I die. May it be well with both who stayed in the great wood with none to aid, for every fiend is now my foe, for Janastan's great overthrow, and many an omen seen today has filled my heart with sore dismay. Such were the thoughts and sad surmise of Rama at the jackal's cries, and all his heart within him burned, as to his cot his steps he turned. He pondered on the deer that led his feet to follow where it fled, and said with many a bitter thought, his home in Janastan he sought. His soul was dark with woe and fear, when flocks of birds and troops of deer moved round him from the left, and raised discordant voices as they gazed. The omens which the chieftain viewed, the terror of his soul renewed, when lo, to meet him Lakshman sped, with brows whence all the light had fled. Near and more near the princess came, each brother's heart and look the same. Alike on each sad visage lay the signs of misery and dismay. Then Rama by his terror moved, his brother for his fault reproved, in leaving Sita far from aid, in the wild wood where giants strayed. Lakshman's left hand he took, and then, in gentle tones, the Prince of Man, though sharp and fierce, their tenor ran, thus to his brother chief began. O Lakshman, thou art much to blame, leaving alone the Maital dame, and flying hither to my side. Oh, may no ill my spouse betide! But I know my wife is dead, and giants on her limbs have fed. So strange, so terrible are all the omens which my heart appall. O Lakshman, may we yet return, the safety of my love to learn, to find the child of Janak still, alive and free from scathe and ill. Each bird with notes of warning screams, though the hot sun still darts his beams. The moan of deer, the jackal's yell, of some overwhelming misery tell. O mighty brother, still may she, my princess, live from danger free. That semblance of a golden deer allured me far away. I followed nearer and more near, and longed to take the prey. I followed where the quarry fled, my deadly arrow flew, and as the dying creature bled, the giant met my view. Great fear and pain oppress my heart, that dreads the coming blow, and through my left eye keenly dart the throbs that herald war. Ah, Lakshman, all these signs dismay my soul that sinks with dread. I know my love is torn away, or haply she is dead. Canto 59. Rama's Return. When Rama saw his brother stand, with none beside him, all unmanned, eager he questioned why he came so far without the Maital dame. Where is my wife, my darling she, who to the wild wood followed me? Where hast thou left my lady, where, the dame who chose my lot to share? Where is my love, who balms my woe, as through the forest wilds I go, unkinged and banished and disgraced? My darling of the dainty waist. She nerves my spirit for the strife, she, only she gives jest to life. Dear as my breath is she who vies in charms with daughters of the skies. If Janak's child be mine no more, in splendour fair as virgin ore, the lordship of the skies and earth to me were prize of little worth. Ah, lives she yet, the Maital dame, dear as the soul within this frame? Oh, let not all my toil be vain, the banishment, the woe and pain. Oh, let not dark Kaikeyi win the garden of her treacherous sin. If Sita lost, my days I end, and thou without me homeward wend. Oh, let not good Kausalya shed her bitter tears to mourn me dead, nor her proud rivals Hester bay, strong in her son and queenly sway. Back to my court will I repair, if Sita live to greet me there. But if my wife have perished, I, reft of my love, will surely die. O Lakshman, if I seek my court, look for my love and find her not, sweet welcome with a smile to give, I tell thee I will cease to live. O answer, let thy words be plain, lives Sita yet, or is she slain? Didst thou thy sacred trust betray, till ravening giants seized the prey? Ah me, so young, so soft and fair, leapt in all bliss, untried by care, ran from her own dear husband, how will she support her misery now? That voice, O Lakshman, smote thine ear, and filled thy ween, thy heart with fear, when on thy name for succour cried that treacherous giant ere he died. That voice too, like mine own, I ween, was heard by the Videhan queen. She bade thee seek my side to aid, and quickly was the haste obeyed. But thy fault I needs must blame, to leave alone the helpless dame. and let the cruel giants sate the fury of their murderous hate. Those blood-devouring demons all grieve in their souls for Kara's fall, and Sita, none to guard her side, torn by their cruel hands has died. I sink, O tamer of thy foes, deep in the sea of whelming woes. What can I now? I must endure the mighty grief that mocks at cure. Thus all his thoughts on Sita bent, to Janastan the chieftain went, hastening on with eager stride, and Lakshman hurried by his side. With toil and thirst and hunger worn, his breast with doubt and anguish torn, he sought the well-known spot. Again, again he turned to chide, with quivering lips which terror dried. He looked and found her not. Within his leafy home he sped, each pleasant spot he visited, where oft his darling strayed. "It is as I feared," he cried, and there, yielding to pangs too great to bear, he sank by grief dismayed. Cantos 60. Lakshman reproved. But Rama ceased not to upbraid his brother for untimely aid, and thus, while anguish wrung his breast, the chief with eager question pressed. "Why, Lakshman, didst thou hurry hence, and leave my wife without defence? I left her in the wood with thee, and deemed her safe from jeopardy. When first thy form appeared in view, I marked that Sita came not too. With war my troubled soul was rent, prophetic of the dire event. Thy coming steps afar I spied, I saw no Sita by thy side, and felt the sudden throbbing dart through my left eye and arm and heart." Lakshman, with fortune's marks impressed, his brother mournfully addressed. "Not by my heart's free impulse led, leaving thy wife to thee I sped, but by her keen reproaches sent, O Rama, to thine aid I went. She heard afar a mournful cry, 'O save me, Lakshman, or I die.' The voice that spoke in moving tone smote on her ear and seemed thine own. Soon as those accents reached her ear, she yielded to her woe and fear. She wept overcome by grief and cried, 'Fly, Lakshman, fly to Rama's side.' Though many a time she bade me speed, her urgent prayer I would not heed. I bade her in thy strength confide, and thus with tender words replied. 'No giant roams the forest shade, from whom thy lord need shrink dismayed. No human voice, believe me, spoke those words thy causeless fear to woke. Can he whose might can save in war, the heavenly gods ever stoop so low, and with those piteous accents call for succor like a caitiff thrall? And why should wandering giants choose the accents of thy Lord to use, in alien tones my help to crave, and cry aloud, 'O Lakshman, save!' Now let my words thy spirit cheer, compose thy thoughts and banish fear. In hell, in earth, or in the skies, there is not, and there cannot rise, a champion whose strong arm can slay thy Rama in the battle fray. To heavenly hosts he never would yield, though Indra led them to the field. To soothe her thus I vainly sought, her heart with woe was still distraught, while from her eyes the waters ran. Her bitter speech she thus began. 'Too well I see thy dark intent, thy lawless thoughts on me are bent. Thou hopest, but thy hope is vain, to win my love, thy brother slain. Not love, but Bharat's dark decree, to share his exile counsel thee, or hearing now his bitter cry, thou surely to his aid wouldst fly. For love of me is still the foe, thou choosest by his side to go, and now thou longest that my lord should die and wilt no help afford." Such were the words the lady said, With angry fire my eyes were red, with pale lips quivering in my rage, I hastened from the hermitage. He ceased, and frenzied by his pain, the son of Raghu spoke again. O brother, for thy fault I grieve, the mortal dame alone to leave. Thou knowest that my arm is strong, to save me from the giant throng, and yet couldst leave the cottage, spurred to folly by her angry word. For this thy deed I praise thee not, to leave her helpless in the cart, and thus thy sacred jars forsake, for the wild words a woman spake. Yea, thou art all to blame herein, and very grievous is thy sin, that anger swayed thy faithless breast, and made thee false to my behest. An arrow speeding from my bow has laid the treacherous giant low, who lured me eager for the chase, far from my hermit dwelling place. The string with easy hand I drew, the arrow as in pastime flew, the wounded quarry bled. The borrowed form was cast away, before mine eye a giant lay, with bright gold bristleted. My arrow smote him in the chest. The giant, by the pain distressed, raised his loud voice on high. Far rang the mournful sound, mine own, it seemed, were accent, voice, and tone. They made thee leave my spouse alone, and to my rescue fly. End of Cantos 58, 59, and 60. Cantos 61 to 63 of Book 3 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 61. Rama's Lament. As Rama sought his leafy cot, through his left eye keen throbbing shot, his wonted strength his frame forsook, and all his body reeled and shook. Still on those dreadful signs he thought, sad omens with disaster fraught. And from his troubled heart he cried, "Oh, may no ill my spouse betide." Longing to gauge at Sita's face, he hastened to his dwelling place. Then sinking 'neath his misery's weight, he looked and found it desolate. Tossing his mighty arm on high, he sought her with an eager cry. From spot to spot he wildly ran, each corner of his home to scan. He looked, but Sita was not there. His cot was desolate and bare. Like streamlet in the winter frost, the glory of her lilies lost. With leafy tears the sad trees wept, as a wild wind their branches swept. Mourned bird and deer, and every flower drooped fainting round the lonely bower. The sylvan deities had fled, the spot where all the light was dead, where hermit coats of skin displayed, and piles of sacred grass were laid. He saw, and maddened by his pain, cried in lament again, again, "Where is she, dead or torn away, lost or some hungry giant's prey? Or did my darling chance to rove for fruit and blossoms through the grove? Or has she sought the pool or reel, her picture from the wave to feel?" His eager eyes on fire with pain, he roamed about with maddened brain. Each grove and glade he searched with care. He sought, but found no Sita there. He wildly rushed from hill to hill, from tree to tree, from reel to reel. As bitter war his bosom rent, still Rama roamed with fond lament. "O sweet Kadamba, say, has she, who loved thy bloom, been seen by thee? If thou have seen her face most fair, say, gentle tree, I pray thee, where? O bell tree, with thy golden fruit, round as her breast, no more be mute. Where is my radiant darling, gay in silk, that mocks thy glossy spray? O Arjun, say, where is she now, who loved to touch thy scented bough? Do not thy graceful friend forget, but tell me, is she living yet? Speak, Basil, thou must surely know, for like her limbs thy branches show. Most lovely in thy fair array of twining plant and tender spray, sweet Tila, fairest of the trees, melodious with the hum of bees, where is my darling Sita, tell, the dame who loved thy flowers so well? Ashoka, act thy gentle part, named Heartsease, give me what thou art. To these sad eyes my darling show, and free me from this load of woe. O palm, in rich ripe fruitage dressed, round as the beauties of her breast, if thou have heart to know and feel, my peerless consort's fate reveal. Hast thou, rose apple, chanced to view my darling bride with golden hue? If thou have seen her, quickly speak, where is the dame I wildly seek? O glorious Casia, thou art gay with all thy loveliest bloom to-day. Where is my dear, who loved to hold in her full lap thy flowery gold? To many a tree and plant beside, to jasmine, mango, sal, he cried, say, hast thou seen, O gentle dear, the fawn-eyed Sita wandering here? It may be that my love has strayed to sport with fawns beneath the shade. If thou, great elephant, have seen my darling of the lovely mien, whose rounded limbs are soft and fine, as is that lissom trunk of thine, of noblest of wildest creatures, show, where is the dame thou needs must know? O tiger, hast thou chanced to see my darling, very fair is she? Cast all thy fear away, declare, where is my moon-faced darling, where? There, darling of the lotus eye, I see thee, and it is vain to fly. Wilt thou not speak, dear love? I see thy form half hidden by the tree. Stay, if thou love me, Sita, stay. In pity cease thy heartless play. Why mark me now? Thy gentle breast has never prone to cruel jest. It is vain behind yon bush to steal, thy slimmering silks thy path reveal. Fly not, mine eyes pursue thy way, for pity's sake, dear Sita, stay. Ah me, my words are vain, my gentle love is lost or slain. How could her tender bosoms part, her husband on his home return? Ah no, my love is surely dead, fierce giants on her flesh have fed, rending the soft limbs of their prey, when I, her lord, was far away. That moon-bright face, that polished brow, red lips, bright teeth, what are they now? Alas, my darling's shapely neck, she loved with chains of gold to deck. That neck, that marked the sandal scent, the ruthless fiends have grasped and rent. Alas, it was vain those arms to raise, soft as the young tree's tenderest praise. Ah, dainty meal for giants' lips, where arms and quivering finger-tips. Ah, she who counted many a friend, was left for fiends to seize and rend, was left by me without defence from ravening giants' violence. O Lakshman of the arm of might, say, is my darling love in sight? O dearest Sita, where art thou? Where is my darling consort now? Thus, as he cried in wild lament, from grove to grove the mourner went. Here for a moment sank to rest, then started up and onward pressed. Thus roaming on like one distraught, still for his vanished love he sought. He searched in wood and hill and glade, by rock and brook and wild cascade. Through groves with restless step he sped, and left no spot unvisited. Through lawns and woods of vast extent, still searching for his love, he went, with eager steps and fast. For many a weary hour he toiled, still in his fond endeavour foiled, yet hoping to the last. Cantos 62, Rama's Lament. When all the toil and search was vain, he sought his leafy home again. It was empty still, all scattered lay the seeds of grass in disarray. He raised his shapely arms on high, and spoke aloud with bitter cry. "Where is the metal dame?" he said. "Oh, whither has my darling fled? Who can have borne away my dame, or feasted on her tender frame? If, Sita, hidden by some tree, thou joyest still to mock at me, cease, cease thy cruel sport, and take compassion, or my heart will break. Bethink thee, love, the gentle fawns, with whom thou play'st on the lawns, impatient for thy coming, wait, with streaming eyes disconsolate. Reft of my love, I needs must go, hence to the shades weighed down by woe. The king, our sire, will see me there, and cry, O perjured Rama, where is thy fate, that thou canst speed from exile ere the time decreed? Ah, Sita, whither hast thou fled, and left me here disquieted, a hapless mourner, reft of hope, too feeble with my woe to cope? Even thus indignant glory flies, the wretch who stains his soul with lies. If thou, my love, art lost to view, I in my woe must perish too." Thus Rama, by his grief distraught, wept for the wife he vainly sought. And Lakshman, whose fraternal breast longed for his weal, the chief addressed, whose soul gave way beneath the pain, when all his eager search was vain, like some great elephant who stands sinking upon the treacherous sands. "Not yet, O wisest chief, despair, renew thy toil with utmost care. This noble hill, where trees are green, has many a cave and dark ravine. The mighty lady, day by day, delighted in the woods to stray. Deep in the grove she wanders still, or walks by blossom-covered rill, or fish-loved river stealing through tall clusters of the dark bamboo, or else the dame with arch design, to prove thy mood, O prince, and mine, far in some sheltering thicket lies, to frighten ere she meet our eyes. Then come, renew thy labour, trace the lady to her lurking place, and search the wood from side to side, to know where Sita loves to bide. Collect thy thoughts, O royal chief, nor yield to unavailing grief." Thus Lakshman, by attention steered, to fresh attempts his brothers spurred, and Rama, as he ceased, began, with Lakshman's aid, each spot to scan. In eager search their way they took, through wood, over hill, by pool and brook. They roamed each mount, nor spared to seek, on ridge and crag and towering peak. They sought the dame in every spot, but all in vain, they found her not. Above, below, on every side, they ranged the hill, and Rama cried, "O Lakshman, O my brother still, no trace of Sita on the hill." Then Lakshman, as he roamed the wood, beside his glorious brother stood, and while fierce grief his bosom burned, this answer to the chief returned: "Thou, Rama, after toil and pain, wilt meet the mighty dame again, as Vishnu, while his might subdued, his empire of the earth renewed." Then Rama cried in mournful tone, his spirit by his woe overthrown. The wood is searched from side to side, no distant spot remains untried, no lilied pool, no streamlet where the lotus buds are fresh and fair. Our eyes have searched the hill with all his caves and every waterfall, but not yet I find my wife, more precious than the breath of life. As thus he mourned his vanished dame, a mighty trembling seized his frame, and by overpowering grief assailed, his troubled senses reeled and failed. Too great to bear his misery grew, and many a long hard sigh he drew. Then, as he wept and sobbed and sighed, "O Sita, O my love," he cried, Then Lakshman, joining palm to palm, tried every art his woe to calm. But Rama in his anguish heard, or heeded not, one soothing word. Still for his spouse he mourned, and, shrill, rang out his lamentation still. Cantos 63. Rama's Lament. Thus for his wife in vain he sought. Then, his sad soul with pain distraught, the hero of the lotus eyes filled all the air with frantic cries. Overpowered by love's strong influence, he his absent wife still seemed to see, and thus with accents weak and faint, renewed with tears his wild complaint. Thou fairer than their bloom, my spouse, art hidden by Asoka boughs. Those blooms have power to banish care, but now they drive me to despair. Thine arms are like the plantain stem, while let the plantain cover them. Thou art not hidden, my love, thy feet betray thee in thy dark retreat. Thou runnest in thy girlish sport to flowery trees, thy dear resort. But cease, oh cease, my love, I pray, to vex me with thy cruel play. Such mockery in a holy spot, where hermits dwell, beseems thee not. Ah, now I see thy fickle mind, to scornful mood too much inclined. Come, large-eyed beauty, I implore, lone is the cot so dear before. No, she is slain by giants, they have stolen or devoured their prey. Or surely at my mournful cry, my darling to her lord would fly. O Lakshman, see those troops of deer, in each sad eye there gleams a tear. Those looks of woe too clearly say, my consort is the giant's prey. O noblest, fairest of the fair, where art thou, best of women, where? This day will dark Kaikeyi find fresh triumph for her evil mind, when I, who with my Sita came, return alone without my dame. But never can I return to see those chambers where my queen should be, and hear the scornful people speak of Rama as a coward weak. For mine will be the coward's shame, who let the foeman steal his dame. How can I seek my home or brook upon Buddha's king to look? How listen when he bids me tell, my wanderings over, that all is well? He, when I meet his eager view, will mark that Sita comes not too. And when he hears the mournful tale, his wildered senses will reel and fail. O Dasarath, will he cry, blessed in thy mansion in the sky. Never to that town my steps shall bend, that town which Bharat's arms defend, for even the blessed homes above would seem a waste without my love. Leave me, my brother, here, I pray, to fair Ayodhya bend thy way. Without my love I cannot bear to live 1 hour in blank despair. Round Bharat's neck thy fond arms twine, and greet him with these words of mine. Dear brother, still the power retain, and over the land as monarch reign. With salutation next incline, before thy mother, his and mine. Still, brother, to my words attend, and with all care its dame befriend. To my dear mother's ear relate my mournful tale and Sita's fate. Thus Rama gave his sorrow vent, and from a heart which anguish rent, mourned for his wife in loud lament, her of the glorious hair. From Lakshman's cheek the colour fled, and over his heart came sudden dread, sick, faint, and sore disquieted, by woe too great to bear. End of Cantos 61, 62, and 63.